Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. We are, after a short break, back on track. Happy to be here with you, friends. No place that I would rather be. As far as my absence, there's a few things I could say about that. The first being, I'll be honest, I thought it was best to take some time off after that last show, which happens to be one of our most controversial and most viewed and most well-attended shows. And it appears that there have been, I suppose you would call it blowback from me doing that show. So before we begin tonight's presentation, which is going to be on David Wilcock's newest scammy scam, and I'm calling it a scammy scam. Before we get into that, there's some things that I want to correct or address. First of all, many people made a lot of assumptions about my having this Anjali on the show. Assumptions which are incorrect. And I have been horrified over the past week listening to people put words in my mouth, say things I never said, assert things I never asserted. So let me be the first to correct everyone. First of all, there was several other show hosts that did shows being very critical of me for even hosting her. Next, people attacked me for apologizing to her. And for those unaware, I had previously said that her background was probably fake, her military service was probably made up, I doubt she worked for the DIA, and that her friends that she's discussing in her stories are probably just her imaginary friends. I said those things before I had facts in hand. In other words, I did something I always say you shouldn't do, which I did. I put my mouth in gear before having the facts in hand. So I don't understand people attacking me for apologizing, for correcting myself, both to the person that I was speaking about, because that was wrong, and correcting myself in front of my audience. Attacking me for doing the right thing, the ethical thing, the honest thing, and admitting I was wrong and made a mistake and correcting that mistake, you're essentially saying that I should just lie about people, and then when I get caught, and the truth comes out that what I said was factually inaccurate or a lie, I lied or I made these facts up that weren't accurate, that I should just not say anything. I'm sorry, but I disagree with that. There was even one show, which by the way was a YouTube channel populated by bots. This guy had something like 6,000 subscribers, and yet he does a video about me, and in 48 hours, the video only reached 300 views. There's a reason for that. That's because that guy's subscribers are fake. There's no way on God's green earth, if you have 6,000 subscribers, that you release a video and it only gets 300 views in 2 days. The numbers don't add up. That guy was botted out the wazoo. A quick look at his comments. Great video, great video, great video, great video. Also revealed to me that even the comments on this guy's channel were fake people. Chinese bot farms, Indian bot farms. But in his video, he asserted that I was taking advantage of a mentally ill woman in order to profit. And that was disgusting. Well, I asked this Anjali person if there's a possibility she was schizophrenic or mentally ill on Twitter before the interview. I asked her during the interview if there's a possibility that this is just mental illness. There is no evidence to suggest that she is mentally ill. Now, people may have an opinion that she is. Great. But it's not like this other show host could have called a mental hospital and say, excuse me, was this Anjali person in your mental hospital? Because that would prove that she had mental illness. Because of the HIPAA laws, nobody is going to tell you if somebody was in a mental hospital. Now, we're going on just faith. This Anjali said, no, I'm not mentally ill. Don't have a history of mental illness. It's not mental illness. Okay. Now, I guess the next thing that I have to address is all these people, including other show hosts, who are trashing me, saying I said things I never said. If You're attempting to turn audience members away from me, and you are straight lying in your videos about things I never said. That, of course, is slander, because you are attempting to damage my reputation, and you're using easily proven lies in order to damage my reputation. Now, I'm not going to turn into, Corey Good and start suing people who are saying these things, even though it's my right to do so, because you're straight lying. Listen, lying through your teeth on a public video trying to damage somebody's reputation is very dangerous. First of all, that's against YouTube terms of service. You could lose your whole YouTube channel for doing that. Second of all, there are laws in this country and nobody is above them. You can't go on the internet and just lie about people in order to damage their reputation, or they have legal recourse. Now, the clowns that are lying through their teeth and saying things I never said aren't really worth it to me, but it's just worthy of noting that these are some of the things that happened after this interview. Some of the examples that I could give is that these two idiot show hosts said that I said, because her background is real, I believe her. Never said that. Never said that. I did say her background is real. I said her education is real. Her military service is real and correct. And her work employment history that she provided, to the best of my research capabilities and verification, is real. Never said that I believe her alien stories are real. I said that her background is real. And it should be noted, we have all seen hundreds of people that have come out with these fantastical alien stories, and then we find out they're not who they say they are. Some examples I could give, I don't know, Dan Burrish, right? Fantastical alien story, claims he was working at Area 51. Turns out he was a security guard at a Las Vegas casino while he was supposed to be working at Area 51. Turns out a lot of his education was embellished or not correct. Let's see, Randy Kramer. This guy claims that he's a military veteran and nobody can verify his military service. He claims it's because it's top secret and the military covered it all up because he was a super soldier fighting mantid and reptilian aliens on Mars. Sure. Gee. Bob Lazar. Education completely and totally fake and made up. Employment history impossible to verify. He claims he was a senior staff level physicist at Lawrence Livermore Labs. I'm sorry, they'd be able to tell you that he was a senior staff level physicist, and they won't, and they don't, because Bob Lazar, it turns out, embellished and lied about his entire background. He didn't go to MIT. He didn't go to Caltech. He never worked as a senior staff level physicist, and it burns me up every time somebody calls him former government scientist. There's no evidence or proof that he was ever a scientist. So this Angeli person comes along and, I made these assumptions that she was probably fake too. Turns out her background is real. Now, again, people are saying that I said because she's telling the truth about her background, she's telling the truth about the aliens. Never said that. People are saying that I'm telling people they should believe her because her background is real. No, but I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt and hear more parts of her story. These two clowns said that my interview was exactly like Jimmy Church's interview. I disagree. Jimmy Church didn't find the mountain. Jimmy Church did not verify her employment history. He did not verify her military service. He did not verify her education. I did all of that. That's called moving the ball forward. Just letting somebody say they were educated here or there, or say they were in the military, or say they worked for the DIA, and not checking on it before the interview, to me, is lazy and stupid, especially given the amount of people in this UFO world of crazy that turn out to be fake. So I checked those things. Also, Jimmy Church did not find her friend Wayne, his mansion, his mountain. I did. So to compare his interview to mine is laughable to me. And in fact, there was a not to toot my own horn, but I will. There was a Twitter poll. 150 people responded, and I think it was 78% I had the better interview. These two people said that I did a softball interview. I'm sorry. I pushed her as hard as I could and asked as hard as questions that I could without being disrespectful, argumentative, or nasty to her. And I had to do that because I promised her that I would be respectful. So I did the best that I could. It's a very difficult situation, and I find myself in an even more difficult situation because now my inbox is flooding with people begging me to tell them where the mountain is. People are making plans to have expeditions to go to the mountain without this Wayne's permission. And first of all, it's private property. You can't just go walking on somebody's private land. That would be criminal. Second of all, I'm in a bad position here because I promised this Anjali person that I would not reveal the name or location of this place until she's had time to do her expedition and provide us the proof that she's promised us. Now, it's almost the end of September. She's promised to go do this expedition by the end of December. That means that we've got 90 days. 90 days. A little over 90 days. 100 days, right? 98, it looks like, right? Thereabouts. So we've got to wait 98 days to see if she's going to come through with the proof or not. I'm content to wait that 98 days, but there are literally people emailing me, calling me, begging me, or then also there are people accusing me, saying that I'm in on some kind of scam. People who have known me know that I've dedicated probably, I just saw my anniversary pop up on Facebook. I started my previous show, the Midnight Hour show, 6 years ago. So for 6 years, I've been covering UFOs, and specifically spending a lot of time covering UFO conners, scammers, and people selling horseshit. It doesn't make any sense that I would do that to me. I mean, does it make any sense that I would spend 6 years of my life, right, covering and revealing UFO scams and alien scams to the public, and then suddenly I'm going to take part in a UFO and an alien scam? And by the way, just to be fair, I've given this person the benefit of the doubt. Do I believe her? It's hard to say. I believe that she believes that she had a real experience. But do I believe that she's going to provide the proof of the aliens? I'm unconvinced. Because we've seen things like this before. But what made this story unique to me is, first of all, her background and education and work history are real. Why is somebody that's a highly educated woman who worked for the government and the U.S. military suddenly coming out talking about aliens? And plus her DIA connections. It seems strange to me. Next, like I said, she's a bit of a unicorn because her background is real. Third, I found the mountain. The mountain's real, okay? Now, do I believe there's an alien base inside that mountain? No. Well, I don't know. I don't think so. I believe it's very, very unlikely, right? But what if it's not? It would be the biggest story in the history of humanity. And I guess, a little selfishly, I would want to be a part of that story. I think it's a great story no matter what happens in December. I see Out of Mind here mentioning December will come and go and the crazy fraud lady will fade back into obscurity. That's an excellent possibility of what may happen here. I think that it is fair to give her the 98 days left in her hard deadline. That's another thing. These people, if they're scammers, they're usually smart, and they won't give a hard deadline because that hard deadline will come and go and they'll look stupid when the proof doesn't materialize. She's given us a hard deadline by the end of the year. Now, do I think it's a possibility that she'll start kicking the can? Yes, I do. But my agreement is just to keep that location and the name of this gentleman secret until the end of December. So at the end of December, and I should also mention that during this time, and also my absence from live shows, I haven't let up. I'm continuing to dig into this Anjali, her background, her relationships, who she's working with, and so far, what I can say is she's backpedaled on the profiteering side. She said in the interview that she's not looking for money from this, and I don't know if that is the case or not. The only thing that I've been able to find that she may have made money from is this online contact conference. But I'm going to ask her, did she Was she paid for that? Because I'm sure the other speakers, like Whitley Strieber and others, were paid for talking at the conference. I don't know if she was or wasn't yet. We're going to find out. That was a very pricey conference. I think that was like $400 to hear Whitley Strieber and a bunch of other people that are less than credible and only have stories and zero evidence, like Chris Bledsoe and Whitley Strieber, a few other people were in on that conference. Not very credible people, if you ask me. And if I were to give her advice, I would say to stay away from the UFO community and its conferences, because it's not doing her any good, right? A lot of these conferences not doing any good. So I guess, the other thing I would say is we're continuing to dig into the story, and I'm not going to sit idly by and just wait for her to provide the proof and then do something. I'm actively right now looking into more of her background, more of her history. I'm looking into some of the people, including this Wayne construction company owner. I'm looking into all things that I can concerning this story. But I got to tell you that there is other people that are also looking into the story and collaborating and sharing information with me. So there's going to be more to this Anjali story. It's a complicated story, and you can't cover that in one run. Now, to the people who are blasting me for hosting her, I get it. People are saying she's crazy. People are saying she's a scammer. People are saying she's never going to provide the proof or the evidence. I think all of the above may be true. We don't know yet. But I gave her the benefit of the doubt. I have been very harsh on some of these people. So I guess when I found somebody who wasn't lying about their background, I was a little bit interested, because regardless of how this story turns out, it's still a crazy story. This woman from the military and the DIA suddenly talking about aliens, meeting aliens in a base. I thought it was a good story. And I guess I can blame people like C.W. Channer, because he kind of woke me up to the fact that you don't have to just watch these stories or listen to them on the internet. You can become a part of the story. And here I did become a part of the story. Now, as far as other show hosts who are trying to turn audience members away from me with lies, people aren't stupid. If you're going to go on your stream and say that I said this and I said that and I said this and I said that and I didn't say any of that stuff, that's something of a problem, because people are going to listen to the interview and realize that you're full of it and I didn't say any of that stuff. People see through that. And if all you have in your attempt to turn people against me is lies in your arsenal, it's not going to work out so well for you. Yeah, I don't know what we have going on in the chat now. 129, can you not do that? It's a little bit distracting, especially posting the same thing over and over again. Is it 129, 139? And who's Jim Cornette? Great. I guess we're under troll attack. Oh, and that brings me to my next talking. Yeah, I have a point to make about Mikey Horn. Mikey Horn went on Goofon, and he said all kinds of smack about Cal Korff, about me. We should debate him and all of this stuff. I never agreed to debate Mikey Horn. I think the Billy Meyer case is absolutely ridiculous, and anybody stupid enough to look at those trash can lid models hanging from strings and think that's a real alien spaceship is an idiot, including Mikey Horn. And, people don't know this or maybe aren't aware of this, but after outing him for using a child molester as a source, his sock puppet accounts, maybe some of the UFO cult members, I don't know what's going on in the chat, but maybe some of these UFO cult members of Billy Myers have been continually harassing me for years now. I've told Mikey Horn 10 times, do not contact me again. Don't write about me in your blog, slandering me, making false statements. That's harassment. I've at least 10 times I've said through email, don't contact me again. Don't email me. Don't message me. Don't DM me. Don't write about me in your blog. I will consider that a form of harassment. And I'm going to be contacting law enforcement if you continue. He's still sending me emails. He's sending me emails daily, right? So, and I did see the super chats here. We're going to get to them. I apologize. And look, I don't want to start blocking people, but I don't want this Jim Cornette messages to continue because it's filling up the entire chat. So that's probably Mikey Horn. Let me get over to the live chat and just start muting folks. If that's what we got to do because people are acting the fool, then that's what we're going to do. Bear with me, friends. So Mikey Horn is continuing to message me, and I messaged him today and told him, and I'm going to follow through with this. If he messages me one more time, I'm going to contact law enforcement, and I'm going to file a criminal complaint against him, and I'm going to attempt to get a restraining order or whatever it is you got to do, order of protection to keep him from contacting me. It's risen to that level of harassment. Now, let me see, friends. Just bear with me. All right. Now we're going to have to start muting people who are attacking the live chat. Yeah, great. One second, friends. Bear with me. I don't know where all the mods are tonight. Normally they would do something about this. Yeah, and I don't know what kind of person would do that. Like, really? You click on the message, William Pixley, and then you put the user in timeout. Yeah, this is Mikey Horn trying to disrupt our show because he's a bitter, angry little man. That's what this is. Sock puppet accounts, right? Oh, Jolly Bridge Burner, it doesn't work like that. Well, who is this Joker and why is he disrupting our chat? There's how many accounts here? They're all numbered accounts. I'm putting them all in timeout, I guess, because somebody's just continuing to copy and paste something, and this is... yeah, let me see if we can't get rid of this person disrupting our chat. I apologize for that, friends. Okay, users' messages will be hidden. Great. So, but he's got 20 accounts, so I have to... Jeez. How do you throw the guy out of the chat? I want them all thrown out of the chat. If there's any mods in here, just throw them all out of the chat. It's Anton Weiderberg, the troll dude who runs these scripts. We've been dealing with him for months. Great. So how am I on this guy's list of people to attack with scripts? I'm reporting every one of these accounts right now, but it doesn't do anything to stop it from right now continuing to disrupt the live chat. And are you sure, Jolly Bridge Burner, you know who this is and it's not Mikey Horn and his idiot UFO cult? I don't know. This guy's got like 100 accounts, so how am I even supposed to do this? Like, how am I even supposed to get them all in timeout if he's using 20 accounts at once, right? And we're gonna get to the super chats because somebody just sent me 7,000 CRC, whatever that is. I gotta look that up. I've learned not to get excited when you see a big number. Oh, okay. It's $11.20. It's Costa Rican money, so that's good. All right, let me see here if we can't do something about Mr. Spammer, right? All right, I see Lee Veltman is here, and he's deleting. these accounts, right? How do you just get rid of the guy? Can't you just boot him from the chat? This is ridiculous. I have never seen this, friends. I have never seen somebody running scripts inside my live chat, disrupting the live chat, copying and pasting. I have never seen that before here. This is a first. And, yeah. And why don't you leave, you loser? Yeah, I don't even know why this is happening. This is definitely new. This is definitely new. Yeah, I don't know what else to do here. Keep putting every one of these accounts in timeout mods. I'm going to continue with tonight's presentation. That's all I can do. 148 now. Like, how does this guy have this many accounts, right? Jeez, God. Yeah, if I have to just keep doing this through the whole show, it is disruptive to the show. What? It's scripted. How do you put chat in slow mode for 10 seconds, Lee Beltman? I'm not even sure how to do that. Let me see if I can't do that. No, I'm not sure how to do that, Lee Beltman. Make it subs only. Yeah. I don't know how to do that either. Yeah, I guess we'll just keep putting these spam accounts in it. Jeez, God, this is annoying. Check your Twitter DMs. All right, 1 second. Channel settings. Yeah, that's a little hard to do in the middle of a show, Jolly Bridge Burner. Now it's letting me block the users, so I'm just going to continue to block them, I guess. This is ridiculous. All right, let's try to. This is great. I'm talking about people harassing me like Mikey Horn, and suddenly, for the first time ever, there's somebody running scripts in our live chat, disrupting the live chat. Right? Great. Great. 1 second, friends. Let me see what I can do here. I am going to. I just, now they're going to try to disrupt the live show. These bitter, angry little people, right? And I don't know, Jolly Bridgeburner, you're saying you know who this person is? Who is it? And what is he attacking our live chat for? Because if I didn't know better, considering the exchange that I had with Mikey Horn earlier, I would say that was him. Or one of his UFO brainwashed cult members doing this. Yeah. What can I say? All right, we're going to go to the super chats. We're going to go to the super chats and praise some cash. So we've had 3 so far. We've had Patrick Sheehan with message deleted, $9.99, kind and generous super chat donation. We've had Christian Aguilera, 7,000 Costa Rican dollars, who says, interview was good. You made the tough questions. She was respectful. So were you. If you trash every character out there, you will have no show. Keep up the good work. And Inzane with a kind and generous super chat, $7.50 donation. Yeah, and to the mods, just keep blocking every one of these accounts. They must have hundreds. I don't understand how you can just have accounts named numbers on YouTube. I don't understand how YouTube's algorithm won't automatically block somebody that's continually... yeah, everyone report those as harassment to YouTube, and those accounts should be deleted, right? I'm blocking them as they come through, so... there's that. Let me see if we can get into praising the cash. So I want to thank the kind and generous super chat donators who are helping us to keep the show going. Praise the cash, friends.
You're watching Truth Seekers. Praise the cash, praise the cash.
So praise the cash. I want to thank all the kind and generous people who are helping us to continue moving the show forward. Yeah, and again, anybody see these messages from this clown, just report them for harassment. If you're a mod, block them. I appreciate the help and support of the moderators because I can't run the show and deal with this at the same time. I will try to watch and block as many as I can. Eventually these clowns get tired, or they expend their 100 fake accounts that they use to harass people with. Amazing. Yeah. I don't understand how we can't yeah, I keep putting them in timeout. I don't know. The StreamYard lets me block users, but I keep getting an error message every time I try to block the users. Yeah, you can't block just timeout. Great. I'm blocking and on the StreamYard side, and it's not working. It's giving me an error. An error occurred. Try refreshing the page. I don't think I want to do that. All right, so we're going to just continue with the show. Harasser. And it's such a ridiculous, stupid message saying, like, okay. I don't know why it's not letting me block users from StreamYard now. Yeah, JC Denton is asking, why would somebody do this on this type of channel? It's one of my haters. That's what it is. It's somebody trying to disrupt the show. We'll just ignore them. Mods, just keep on. Look at that. What is this garbage? Yeah, we'll put on the screen. Bok Bok Bish. This is that karma guy. This is that gray karma guy that's always talking about the Jews, Lee Veltman, right? This is Mikey Horn. So congratulations, Mikey Horn, you bitter, angry little man. I'm going to the police tomorrow in your home state, and I am going to file harassment charges against you. And I hope that the police subpoena your internet records and find out that this is you. And if that's the case, I am going to take legal steps. Again, you're not going to harass me. You're not going to threaten me. You're not going to intimidate me. And you're not going to disrupt my show here, you bitter, angry little loser of a man. Let's share some fun stuff from this clown. I didn't even think Mikey Horn was smart enough to run scripts, right? Apparently he is. Triggered by the truth. Truth haters try transparently treacherous trap. Yeah, now, after asking for a debate on Rich Goofon's show, now loser Mikey Horn is saying that we tried to trap him, right? In the spirit of Rich, you'll hear from my lawyer, Gofon. Yeah, and he's posting private messages. You know that's illegal, right? And here's my message. I have asked you 10 times for you to not contact me ever again. This is harassment. I know where you live, and I've saved all your harassing emails and blog posts involving me. Use my name or contact me again, and I'm contacting local law enforcement and filing a criminal complaint against you. Right? And listen, he's telling me, please do contact law enforcement, though, so I can show them your degenerate, defamatory stuff about me. So there, your mama. Why is he bringing my dead mother into this? What did my dead mother do to you, Mikey Horn, you bitter, angry little man? My mother's dead. Why are you going to bring up my mother, my dead mother? Right? Is that what those super advanced extraterrestrials want you to do as a spokesperson for a man in contact with super advanced extraterrestrials? Insult somebody's dead mother in an email? This is how childish and stupid Mikey Horn is. Mikey Horn is an idiot. Mikey Horn wants you to believe that his lord and cult master, Billy Meyer, is in contact with super advanced extraterrestrial beings, right? And Billy Meyer is apparently okay with his media spokesperson harassing people for years on end and insulting people's dead relatives in emails and threatening people in emails. Does that sound like a guy who's in contact with super advanced spiritual extraterrestrials? Such love and light? Yeah, and now he's posting private emails that I never gave him permission to post on his public blog. He's posting private messages that Rich from Goofon never gave him permission to post on his public blog. Rich calls him Dr. Evil. Dr. Evil, we will be doing the show Wednesday night at 9 p.m. That's tomorrow. So Cal Corf's going to be there. If you have any left in your ball bag, you'll show up, and I'll send you the link 30 minutes before, just like we did last time you embarrassed yourself. Cal will be there waiting again for you to not show up. I can hear the excuses now. Wednesday night won't work for me. I'm shampooing Meyer's hair. Or I'm already giving lip service to the newest hoaxer, Travis Walton, on Wednesday, the 22nd. If you show... we know why. Be there or be you. Listen, and now he's starting to say that this must be an oversight on Corf's part. Desire to have a fail and polite. It's not a problem, though, because I'm fully prepared to host this debate on my channel. See, here we go. Here we go with Mikey Horn weaseling out of the debate with Cal Corf yet again. He agreed to a debate with Cal Corf on my show, weaseled out of it at the last minute. He is the one who asked for the debate on Rich Goofon's show, and now he's weaseling out of it saying, I'll host a debate on my channel. Why is that? So you can mute the person you're debating if you don't like what they say and you can talk over them? You're a coward and a weakling, Mikey Horn. And your trash can lid UFOs are a joke. Anybody that looks at that and doesn't laugh at it is an idiot. And you are an idiot for dedicating your entire life to this stupid UFO cult built on trash can lid UFOs hung from strings, you dummy. Yeah, and now he's attacking Rich Giordano just like he attacked me. Look at that. It's Rich Giordano's fault that he doesn't have the balls to show up and debate Cal Corf in a fair and honest forum. Yeah, I could say whatever. You can say whatever you want about Rich from Goofon. He will be fair and let each of them speak for equal time or whatever. Rich promised to be fair, and I believe he's a man of his word. So that's where we're at. This guy is making, look at this. He needs 10 pages of excuses for why he's backing out of the debate with Cal Corf. When the truth is, he's just a coward. He's just a coward, and he's afraid to show up because Cal Corf is going to make him look like a total idiot. And so here's what's going to happen, Mikey Horn, you dummy. Here's what's going to happen. You're not going to show up, and then... You're not going to show up, and then Rich is just going to let Cal Corf talk about what a joke Billy Meyer is for 2 hours. So how does this help your cause, you being a coward and weaseling out of the debate at the last minute and no showing? It doesn't. Mikey Horn's an idiot and a coward and a harasser, a serial harasser. You want to post private emails that I didn't give you permission to post? I guess that means that I'm allowed to post private emails you've sent me that you haven't given me permission to post. Maybe I'll do that, and I'll show people years worth of harassing, nasty emails that you've sent me. What kind of media representative for anybody sends people threatening messages for years because they don't like that they don't agree with them? An idiot! An idiot! Mikey Horn is an idiot! Mikey Horn is such an idiot that he has publicly threatened me, right? He's slandering me in his blog, saying all this stuff. Look, oh man, look at this. As for Stephen Cambion, a dedicated student of Corf's baseless, twisted, degenerate attacks, he just notified me that under no circumstances is he willing to participate and substantiate his own litany of vile claims. What's my litany of vile claims? That you used a child molester for a source for years, claiming that Billy Meyer was real because a child molester said so? We got the court documents, you dummy! That's not vile claims! That's the truth! No surprise, like the others who've hung their anchor of hate around their own necks before plunging into a sea of oblivion. He's also a world-class spineless coward. You're the one that asked for a debate on Rich from Goof Fun's show and are now weaseling out of it. You're the coward, Mikey Horn. You're the coward. I never agreed to debate you. I have no interest in wasting time looking at your pictures of garbage can lids hung from strings, you dummy. I'm not going to waste my life on something like that. You've wasted 35 years of your life trying to tell people that this garbage is real. And pictures of a pterodactyl from his time travel adventures, you dummy. Oh, it's beautiful. So tune in to Goof On tomorrow night and listen to Cal Korff rip the Billy Meyer garbage, so-called evidence, to absolute shreds. Because Mikey Horn is too much of a coward to show up and defend his position in a fair forum. Coward. That's what you are, Mikey Horn. You're calling me a coward. You're the one. How many times are you going to weasel out of this debate with Cal Korff? I think we're up to 4 now, right? You weaseled out on television. You weaseled out on my show. Now you're weaseling out on Goof On. All right, 3. At least 3 times you've weaseled out of debating Cal Korff. Do you think that makes Cal Korff look bad? Or does that make him look like he's not telling the truth? When you continually are too cowardly to show up and actually have the debate with him, that you asked for the debate all 3 times, then you no-show because you're a spineless coward, you dummy. All right, and you know what? This isn't even the show. This isn't even like supposed to be tonight's show. So let's get into tonight's show while we continue to deal with this online troll that we can't get rid of, apparently. I don't know. We can put him in timeout, but then he just starts putting these messages in again. Yeah, how many fake... I don't understand somebody that's got 100 fake accounts. Like, how do you even do that? How do you even sit there and sign up for 100 fake accounts? So let's get into tonight's subject, which is David Wilcock's newest scam. Yeah, and I'm going to be continually... I'm telling you, I'm going to law enforcement tomorrow, and I'm filing a complaint against Mikey Horn. A lot of these accounts look similar to the sock accounts that he uses on Twitter. Right? This Karma Gray, it's always some kind of alien thing, right? So, we're going to share David Wilcock's latest thing. Yeah, exactly. Come on, goof on, Michael Horn, and be a man. Billy is going to be disappointed that you dropped the ball. Yeah, I'm sorry, and I apologize to the live chat for this disruption tonight. If I find out for sure that this is Mikey Horn, I am going to unleash some lawyers on your dumb ass. I doubt he's smart enough to hide his IP while he's harassing people on the internet. Does anybody know how long does the timeout last? Because this clown is just going to keep this up. understand why blocking the user is not working on my end. How does he have... Yeah, it's got to be a script, because no human could be copying and pasting this stuff this fast. Yeah, it is an algorithm or a script. So it's some, you know, and I'm a computer science guy, so let me just tell you that scripts are not hard to write. So it's not a genius, I can tell you that. We call them script kids. And does it work if you put them in timeout multiple times? Just keep doing it, I guess. It's a bot script. Yeah. Yeah, and it's very disruptive, right? Yeah, he's a hacker supreme. Sure. Sure. All right. Well, all we could do is keep putting the user in timeout. It's kind of funny to me. Yeah. It's kind of funny to me that I started tonight's show talking about getting harassed. And then here we are, even our live chat is getting disrupted by harassers, right? Pardon me, friends. All right. So, on with the show. But what I'm going to do is, yeah, these are symbols are from Billy Myers' crop circles. Sure. Pragmatic says chats are poison anyway. All right. Let's just move on with the show. Tonight we're going to be covering this David Wilcock latest scam. Yeah, that girl Jessica. I have vapes right here. Look, I have some. That girl Jessica is telling me to quit smoking and start vaping. I have some vapes. Not the same. I'm trying, and I will continue to try. It's on my list here of things that I'm going to try to do. Yeah, and for those that don't know, you can hire somebody in India to write these scripts and harass people online very inexpensively. A lot more inexpensively than you would believe, honestly. So, David Wilcock's latest scam is that he's going to sell you the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy. And he's showing people that he bought a warehouse, or a hangar, he's calling it, and he's going to be making hover cars. Sure he is. The guy who told us that we're all going to get superpowers, right? He told us that we were going to get superpowers, and we were going to get those superpowers in 2012. But imagine that, we haven't seen any superpowers. Here's a guy who also told us that if you buy his course, you'll learn how to ascend, but not one person has ascended yet, right? Not one person has ascended from David Wilcock's ascension classes. But now he's going to teach us, now he is going to teach us anti-gravity and the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy, right? Yeah, Lee Veltman says, thanks for the engagement. Maybe. Yeah. So annoying. And I sure don't want to share this guy's messages. And I don't understand, if I keep putting him in timeout, why he keeps coming back. It's like whack-a-mole here. All right, let's share this. I'm going to share my screen. We're going to cite fair use. We're covering David Wilcock's. Oh, and it could be David Wilcock for all I know, right? Wanting to disrupt the show because he doesn't want people to know the truth about his latest scam. Could be. Yeah. So this video is entitled David Wilcock, Time Loops and VIP Insiders, right? One second, friends. I'm going to get my fair use banner. We're going to change our background here, too. Get my fair use banner. Because this is fair use. This is transformative work. We're going to be sharing this video, but we're educating the public and critiquing the video that is being shared. This is covered under fair use and is allowable by law. Once in a while, some of these clowns try to falsely copyright strike me. We have lawyer letters standing by. This is fair use. We'll be stopping the video and discussing it. And we're using the video to educate the public, which is certainly allowable under fair use.
About
It's live now.
okay.
It didn't go, so now's the 5 seconds.
Hi there. I'm your buddy. I'm your deadbeat dad. I'm David Wilcock.
How is that funny? Why is that a joke to open with? First of all, but okay, he's a deadbeat dad.
I might not actually be your deadbeat dad. That was more of a figure of speech. But anyway, here I am. We have a great show for you coming up called The Disclosure. And this is our real debut of our anti-gravity and free energy company. And this is not a hoax. We're actually moving forward to do these technologies, get them out to the public. And so I'm here today just to remind you, because not everybody checks their email.
He's so proud of these camera angles, right? Jesus. And why does he need to specify this is not a hoax? Is it because he's been involved in so many hoaxes before, right? He's supposed to say, well, this one's not a hoax. We're really building a hovercar. Sure you are, David Wilcock.
Every day. Not everybody checks anything every day. So I just wanted to let you know, first of all, the sales performance that we've had on this course has been phenomenal. So thank all of you who have stepped up. We're doing about 200% better than any other course we've ever had in history. So I really want to thank you. That dropping a money bomb on us like this really helps us do an incredible amount of good.
Dropping a money bomb on us like this really helps us do an incredible amount of good. And I just want to ask David Wilcock, what incredible amount of good have you done from all the other previous courses? You've done nothing but enrich yourself, make yourself rich, buy yourself $1 million mansions and $100,000 cars, even though you're telling people that they're giving money for charity, right? And there's no accountability. When you buy a course from David Wilcock, does that money go to his charity or does that money go to his for-profit business? Because now we're going to see that the lines are very gray. Because later in this video, he mentions that he's been putting all the money from his online courses into this business. That doesn't make any sense because previously he said that the money is all going to his charity, which he is using to help humanity. So does that mean that he's illegally funneling money from charitable donations into a for-profit company?
For humanity. So what we're going to have coming up for you is an amazing 6-week course, which is partly intended to help us crowdfund the actual initiative to bring out anti-gravity and free energy.
Now he has the balls to mention crowdfunding. Just so everyone is aware, David Wilcock was caught dead to rights selling a PayPal donation scam for Pete Peterson. He was caught dead to rights promoting, I'm sorry, that was a GoFundMe crowdfunding scam. And I will say on the record that the Pete Peterson GoFundMe was a scam. Every word in the text body used asking people for money was a lie. Next, there was the PayPal donation scam by Emery Smith. He said in a 5-page blog post that Emery Smith was under attack from the deep state and ended up in the hospital and they killed his dog and they crashed his car and all this stuff happened. Turns out Emery Smith is a falling down drunk alcoholic and was in the hospital for alcohol poisoning, not for a deep state attack, and he promoted both of those scams on Jimmy Church's show. To the best of my recollection, And Jimmy Church has never even acknowledged or apologized to the UFO community or anybody who donated to those two scams. But previous to those two scams, David Wilcock ran another crowdfunding scam called Conversions Pictures LLC, in which he collected crowdfunding in $10,000 chunks. In other words, to be an investor in his new film company, Convergence Pictures LLC, you had to donate at least $10,000. I don't know how much David Wilcock collected. He won't answer any questions about how much money he collected for Convergence Pictures LLC. But one thing I do know is that David Wilcock never produced any products for Convergence Pictures LLC, and he never refunded all the investors' money. So what are we up to? Is that 3 scams now that we're up to? Oh, plus the David Wilcock Spiritual Foundation scam, in which he has been collecting charitable donations for 3 years, and he has I'm assuming he won't release 2 years of the 990 forms explaining how much money was raised and where the money went. In fact, if he goes one more year without making those filings, they're going to cancel his charitable donation status for lack of filing. But much like Billy Carson, he might just keep the money and allow his charity to go away. Maybe he'll start a new one when he decides on a new scam charity to start. But this is a for-profit company where he claims that he's going to change the world with free energy devices and hover cars. That's right. David Wilcock is going to manufacture hover cars. Sure he is.
So we're going to be releasing a 5-week course where I'm interviewing a new insider who I've actually known for 12 years, and we're giving him the name Ben for now. You'll find his real name when the course starts.
Why can't he release his real name? In the text body trying to sell the course, David Wilcock is claiming that this person is an aviation CEO and has been for 10 years. But he also mentions Pete Peterson in that same post. And for those that don't know, Pete Peterson is now dead. He's been milking a dead source for years now. Pete Peterson was a complete and total fraud. His background was fake. His education was fake. His military service was fake. He claimed he won awards from the Russian government, the Order of Lenin Award. That was fake. He claimed all kinds of things. That's the level of his vetting skills. Pete Peterson claimed to be a science and technology advisor to Ronald Reagan, yet there's no mention of him in the Ronald Reagan library. And there would be if he was a real science and technology advisor. So Pete Peterson was a complete and total fake source. And David Wilcock is saying that this guy came from Pete Peterson. Great. So you got a new fake source, and I'm making assumptions. I'm getting ahead of myself. We'll get the guy's name. We'll try to vet whether he was a real CEO of an aircraft company or an aerospace company, and I guarantee you that there's going to be some problems with this so-called insider's background. But I guess I've learned I shouldn't prejudge, right? We'll wait till we get the name, and then we'll report back whether the source is real and a real insider of the aerospace industry, or whether it's just another in a long line of fake sources that David Wilcock has milked for fake stories to sell stupid people.
So Ben and I have been working for 3 years very quietly on a company that is an aerospace company that generates what we hope to be doing is to generate anti-gravity machines and free energy. So this is the holy grail. I've been talking about this for all these years, and I got
For those that don't know, I have been following free energy devices since I was about 12 years old. I even ordered plans for some of these free energy devices, tried to build them when I was younger. When I got older, I got books that were supposedly, Tesla lost technology and this and that. And ask anybody that's actually built any of them. None of them work, right? So in the history of the world, there have been millions of dollars raised for free energy scams, including Dr. Stephen Greer, who ran something called the Orion Project and raised over $300,000 and never produced a working device. That's what these guys do. They collect usually hundreds of thousands, millions of dollars in some cases of investment money, claiming that they're going to be the guy to bring the world free energy, and they never do. Now, One can look at the history of free energy scams and see hundreds of people have made claims exactly like David Wilcock is making right now. Some have collected hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, and not a single one of these guys has ever produced a working device. But David Wilcock, who has been lying through his fake teeth for 20 years to people, telling people they're going to get superpowers, he's going to be the guy to bring us the real free energy device. All you got to do is invest. Sure, David Wilcock.
Tired of always talking about it, and I got tired of not doing anything about it, which is why now, like I said, I've been taking the money from the launches we've done and directing it into this initiative, because I was...
Yeah, and I'm confused because before you said you were taking the money that you were collecting for the courses and it was going to be going into your charity. And people could donate to you and you wouldn't have to pay taxes on that money so that you could help the world. What have you done with all the money that you've been collecting for this charity for 3 years, David Wilcock? Now you're telling us that you're playing... What are you? You're playing Elon Musk now? You're gonna start a hovercar company? And that's a good point. Friends, if this technology was real and about to be real, don't you think real people like Elon Musk would be building hovercars and free energy devices? I do. So maybe, just maybe, the fact that no credible real science guys or tech billionaires are making hovercars or free energy devices may give us some clue into the chances that David Wilcock is going to pull this off. Or is this going to be another big money grab in a long line of David Wilcock money grabs where he's going to take all this money from the public and live off of it, live his millionaire's lifestyle? This man owns $1 million home. He rents another $1 million home. He's driving around at conferences. I don't know if it's a rental car, but in a $100,000 plus car, right? What is he doing for charity? What are you doing for charity, David Wilcock? Show me some homeless people you fed. Show me some starving children in Africa that you dug wells for or something. No, just take the money and buy $1 million lifestyle things with it. Great. You're such a spiritual master. And I just want to mention, too, that in this last 3-hour plus stream, I didn't cover it. Thank God CW Channer covered it, so I didn't have to. But in that stream, he said... He made fun of having a life of chopping wood and carrying water because he's destined for greater things. Friends, go to a Tibetan monastery and ask the monks there if chopping wood and carrying water has value, right? This guy's supposed to be an ascendant spiritual master, and he's making fun of people who spend their lives in service to others chopping wood and carrying water. I happen to have a cabin in the middle of the woods. We don't have a well. I have to fill these 12-gallon totes of water, right? And drag them all to the cabin. I have to carry every drop of water we used there. And I have to chop all the wood there. There's definitely some value in chopping wood because I'm providing heat for free to the home, the cabin there. And there's definitely value in carrying water. My whole family benefits from my willingness to carry water. But this ascendant master clown, spiritual guru, fake psychic says, that's not the life for him. Yeah, I don't think that this guy has worked an honest day in his life, right? And this is very shallow of me to say, but I truly feel this. If I had my way, David Wilcock would get sent to a work prison, where they have to hammer on rocks all day or, clean the side of the road. That's my wish for David Wilcock, that he finally gets arrested for all these scams he's been running for years and gets sent to a prison where he's forced to work every day.
I was not sure if we were ever going to get this technology otherwise. So the full course itself normally is $333. You can get $111 off if you have been a previous customer of mine.
Yeah, so if you've been a previous victim of David Wilcock and bought his course where he was going to teach you how to ascend and then you didn't ascend, just throw in a couple $100 more for his new latest scam. Sure, that sounds like a good deal.
So that's one of the options. If you've already signed up for one before, any of them, you put that in, you get the discount. However, we also have a special offer that I wanted to let you know about because it ends tonight.
It's a special offer. And this is completely and totally consumer fraud because it didn't end at midnight as he claimed. You could still sign up for the course and pay. And he's saying here that the course is only available at this discounted price until midnight when that's not the case. This is a common scam tactic. It's a call to action. Hurry up. Operators are standing by. This is a limited time offer. It's not a limited time offer. You can buy the course whenever you want.
7:59 p.m. tonight. And this is where we have a VIP special. Now, so I'm actually going to take this video back down because I don't want people to get mad. But just from now until midnight tonight, you can get in for a significant discount that you pay the normal price, but you get our VIP package. Now, what is the VIP package?
It's garbage. That's what it is. Who's David Wilcock? You think that you're so important that people want to be VIP attendees at your crappy online events selling garbage, fake information? And we're going to break down some of the fake information that he's using as sources. He's telling people that he's going to teach you the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy. This is consumer fraud. Because if you pay $333 and he can't prove that he's teaching you the real secrets of anti-gravity and free energy, he just took your money on a lie. That's consumer fraud. We are now, David Wilcock is right now just blatantly committing consumer fraud.
The VIP package, we're going to make every effort possible to actually have a live show with Ben where you can submit your questions by video. You can actually add these questions. Look over here now. You can submit your questions to us by video. I don't expect you to have 4 camera angles like this, but we'll play the ones that we like and we'll ask those questions to Ben. So you have an opportunity to get in there in real time. If you don't want to do it by video, you can also submit by text. But the point is, we are moving forward. We've already taped the whole class with Ben, so it's definitely going to come out. We've already got it. We're editing it now, so there's nothing left to be done. It is very amazing. The amount of material that we managed to get through in this is really astonishing because we covered the Philadelphia experiment. We cover dematerialization.
The Philadelphia experiment was a fake story. It's completely and totally fake, made-up story. And he's going to give it to you like that's factual information. He's selling this as real information, and he's going to include a fake story in the presentation. Great, David Wilcock.
Portal type of technology. We talk about anti-gravity. We talk about sacred geometry. We talk about how certain materials form weird sacred geometry that normally they shouldn't be able to do because it violates the laws of crystal formation. And we talk about a lot of other things, including the company that we're developing. So one of the things I'd like to do for this little VIP video is give you an exclusive first look inside our hangar. When I say roll the clip, we will, but let me just set this up first. So
he's going to show you an empty hangar and claim to you that they're going to create and manufacture hover cars and free energy devices in this hangar he's going to show. Great.
This is going to be the first time that anybody has been able to see the interior of our facility. Now, this facility has a 5-foot thick concrete roof. So it's meant to sustain multiple aerial bombardments, which I guess is a pretty good thing. Maybe I ought to, I can't actually live in the building. I asked, and our...
Why would you want to live in a hangar when you have $2 million mansions? This is garbage.
Zoning regulations don't allow that, but this is a serious facility, and hopefully this will help you get a little more excited about what we're doing and the fact that this is not something I made up, and this is no bluff to try to raise money for no reason.
Yeah. So right now, you're putting yourself online here, David Wilcock. If you're taking people's money and telling them that you're going to create free energy devices and hover cars, and you don't do it, that's a criminal act. That is consumer fraud. And I believe that David Wilcock is really, he must need money right now. He even mentions in this that him and his wife were down to just $3,000 before this big money bomb hit him. Where'd all the charity money go, David Wilcock? The first year of your charity, you collected something like, I think it was $70,000, right? So it's reasonable to assume or to make projections and say that you collected $70,000 in the second year of your charity, and 70 or more thousand in the third year of your charity. So that would be $210,000, right? And I am guessing about how much money you collected the second and third year, because I have sent over 10 or 15 requests asking for the 990 forms, and he has so far, even his accountant has refused. His accounting firm that works for his charity has refused to provide me with the 990 forms that they're required to provide anybody who asks for them by law, which detail how much money was collected and where the money was spent. But he's going to tell you that he's down to $3,000? Where did all the charity money go then, David Wilcock? Because you sure can't show us you feeding starving children in Africa or doing anything that relates to charitable work.
We're already doing it, and we already bought the facility that you're going to see. So again, before I roll the clip, let me just say that this is the small one. So what you're seeing right now is, what you're about to see is the main hangar within the smaller facility that we acquired last year. We're now also acquiring a larger facility. So without further ado...
So he took money that he collected. Did he take money that he collected for a charity and buy rich boy toys like hangars or, aircraft development facilities with it? That's a valid question, David Wilcock. Did you funnel money from people donating to your charity into this now for-profit company that you're going to continue to try to raise money on the basis of this?
If you'd like to see how the future is going to roll out and what we're actually doing, go ahead and roll the clip.
He's so proud of himself. Look at that big fake smile with those big fake teeth. He's so proud. He bought himself an aircraft hangar, friends.
Hey, this is David Wilcock, and I am here in our undisclosed location, which is codenamed Snapper. And this is the future, folks. This is where we're going to be prototyping your hovercar that we would like to have ready for commercial development at an affordable price in the not-too-distant future, hopefully within 4 years, and a working prototype within 1 year.
Did you hear him? He's telling potential investors that he's going to have a working prototype from nothing in a year. The same clown who mentioned that he was 3D printing anti-gravity engines with his brand new 3D printer he just bought. Friends, look, I may be wrong, but I got a 3D printer. I don't think that you could just 3D print an anti-gravity engine. Now, I'll admit that that's informed speculation on my part, having been somewhat of a 3D printing hobbyist for years and also interested in anti-gravity. I haven't seen any anti-gravity files on the internet that you could just print an anti-gravity engine. But David Wilcock would have you believe a few short months ago, when he got a 3D printer, was telling people that he was developing prototype anti-gravity engines with his new 3D printing system. Sure. Now he's telling you that they're going to develop a prototype within 1 year and you should invest in his new for-profit hovercar company. That's a real problem. That's a real problem for you, David Wilcock. You are given a hard deadline. Never a good idea when you're running a scam.
As you can see, I was not lying to you when I said that this is all happening. This is a obviously real facility with a cement reinforced roof, and it's a very nice hangar.
It's a nice hangar, but it's empty, David Wilcock. Show us the anti-gravity engine. Show us where your prototype is that you're claiming you're going to have ready in a year. David Wilcock, come on, bro. You bought an empty hangar, and this is somehow proof that you're going to develop a hovercar? Amazing.
A lot of space and a lot of cool things we can do here. Hello! You can hear it's got some incredible echo. So we are very excited about how this is moving forward, and we will be hoping to sell you hovercars very soon.
Oh, sorry, friends. 1 second. It's funny. This is a pitch. He's running a pitch for a course that he wants you to buy and soliciting investors for his hovercar company. And while he's doing that, his video is monetized. Great. Let me just share this once again, friends. And I am continuing to put users in timeout. Great. Let me share the video once again. Oh. Let me try that one more time. Sorry, friends. Let's get back to this garbage of a video.
Well, there you have it. Some of you were saying, wow, cool. So thank you. I just ran over and was reading some of your comments. So yeah, this is definitely not a joke.
No, it is a joke. Because the likelihood of an idiot like you, who has been promising people superpowers and telling them that you're psychic for 20 years, when all of your psychic predictions fail horribly, the likelihood of you developing a real working hovercar, I'd say, is pretty low and laughable. It is a joke, David Wilcock.
If I had tried to go in and do something like that in a facility we didn't own, it's called trespassing, and that's a crime. So this is...
Yeah, so is consumer fraud, David Wilcock. And you standing there with a straight face telling people to invest in your company because you're going to develop hover cars and anti-gravity. That's criminal, David Wilcock.
This is real. You don't get unauthorized access to military facilities. This is our facility. We own this. Okay, we actually paid for the whole thing, and we got a great deal because one of the things that we're going to be doing is creating thousands and thousands of jobs. And another key point of the way that we're running this company is that we're going to use, and if you're not in America, I apologize, but America's been getting a lot of negative business competition these last few years. And so what we're going to be doing is using as much as possible when we manufacture in the U.S., all American parts from American manufacturers creating American jobs. So our goal is going to be that we're not outsourcing these jobs, that we're keeping them in the country.
Yeah, great. First of all, David Wilcock, you're an idiot because you cannot not buy foreign parts for any technology device. Go ask anybody that. I have a tiny technology company, and I know, for example, I can't manufacture a computer board in the United States. I can't manufacture even a computer chip in the United States. I mean, maybe I could, but it's 5 times more expensive than it is in China and Malaysia and other, I'd say, the Asian Silicon Valleys. You can't. No car, even cars made in the United States, are filled with foreign parts. But he's going to claim here that all the parts in his hovercar are going to be made in the United States. That is a stupid statement. And only somebody that doesn't know anything about technology at all would say that. I got a computer science background. There's no way that he's developing any technologically advanced product and making it in the United States with all American parts. Zero chance of that ever happening.
Country, and we're buying parts made in America by American workers. So that's a very important part of our plan as well.
Yeah, it sounds good, but it's not practical, or it's not even probable that he'll be able to build anything in the United States from all American parts and all American products. Garbage. This is garbage. It's designed to make people feel good so that they throw money and invest.
Now, if we have a foreign subsidiary and they wish to start making larger numbers of our aircraft for their own Air Force, one of the packages we're offering...
I thought it was a hover car. Now it's an aircraft, and foreign governments are going to want to buy his aircraft he's developing. Is it a hover car or is it an aircraft? What are you developing exactly? He can't even keep it straight for... He's 8 minutes in and already contradicting himself.
Offering people is that they could, build their own facility in their country, but even still, all the parts that they're getting from us are going to be made in America. And
you can't do that.
I mean, there may be some other parts that they get that are not made in America, but we're going to make every effort to try to keep as much of the business here as we can. And certainly all the stuff that we do in America is going to be 100% American, if at all possible. So this is a very exciting time in our history. The time loop that I just had is still causing my mind to reel. There's a lot more to it than what I've already shared, but what we've already seen is everything that's going on right now was predicted. Everything that's going
Yeah, none of this was predicted, David Wilcock. You connect dots that aren't there, move things around. Oh, these numbers and this other separate event that have nothing to do with one another prove that my predictions are true. Really? Why didn't you? Why is there no record of these predictions from 1980 and 1999 that you can produce? No clear-cut prophecies that have come true from you. Because you, David Wilcock, are the world's worst psychic. You have a batting average of 0. You have deleted whole websites full of fake predictions that never came true. You told us that we would all get superpowers and light bodies in 2012, and none of that happened.
going on right now was known about at least in 1999, and again in 1981. The law of one was pretty darn close, as I showed you in a previous video.
Yeah, the law of one, a channeled work that's supposed to come from Ra. Sure. And you channeled Ra before, right? We're going to do a whole show on that. That's some funny shit.
So it's a very intense time. To be honest with you, it's a very intense time. And one of the things that I'm happy about is that, first of all, we have 3 more free Sundays coming up where you're going to see me either here or wherever we end up.
Oh, God, he's threatening us with 3 more 3-hour videos of him connecting dots that don't exist and telling people fake fairy tales. Great. Well, I guess some people will be happy about that. I don't think I'm covering that. I'm going to leave this 3-hour coverage of David Wilcock to people like CW Channer or others, because I don't want to listen to this clown for 3 hours. The only reason I'm doing this is because the video is only 11 minutes long.
Going. So when you sign up for the VIP class, one of the things that happens is that you are guaranteed that you're going to see these next 3 shows, as well as the ones that you paid for, which is then 6 more, plus I think there's like 2 more really great ones, at least in the special features. There was a long geek out that Chris and I had on aerospace history of air.
Oh, did he just out his insider? Before he said that they were going to call the guy Dan, right? Isn't it Dan? Now he's saying Chris. Oh, no, he said the insider was named Ben, and now he's mentioning a Chris. So did he just out his so-called insider, right? And we're getting some information about our chat annoying troll. His channel, he does this to multiple channels, usually in the truther pocket, hitting many of the people around. I've seen him do this very thing, 5 live chats today alone. He's hit Lee in my streams a bunch of times, but since I've started doing the above, I've not had any issues. Until every couple of months he changes one part of the script and the account name. So great, thanks Jolly Bridge Burners telling me how I can correct this, but unfortunately I can't do it right now. We're going to have to attend to this online troll crap after the show. Yeah, it must be a script, because this guy has got 100 different accounts attacking our live chat right now. Great. That's a first for us. We've never had this level of disruption in our live chat, so I apologize to our
craft, which is kind of a separate topic, but we'll throw that one in there for you. We're going to do a guided meditation on this music studio. You see the screen right here behind me. This is my music computer. Okay, so we're going to compose a unique soundtrack, and Elizabeth and I are going to do a meditation for you. And then, of course, the content is absolutely amazing.
Now he's threatening to make people listen to his horrible music, too. Jeez.
Not only do we already have the facility, as you've now seen for the first time, but we're going to use it. And we know how to do this. We know how to build the technology.
This is a very dangerous statement. He's soliciting people to buy his course in anti-gravity and free energy. He's also telling people that he's going to crowdfund this business adventure of his, and he just said, we know how to do this. That means you better produce a hovercar, David Wilcock, within a year, like you said, or this is complete and total consumer fraud.
And once you watch this show, you will know how to do it as well.
And he's promising if you buy his course, you'll be able to learn how to build a hovercar, an anti-gravity device. I want to find $333 and buy it just so I can complain to the Attorney General that he promised me that he was going to teach me how to build a hover car and said I would be able to do it, and I can't.
You'll understand the physics principles behind the patents that the Navy and the DIA have already declassified.
He's citing these Salvador Pius or whatever patents, which, by the way, are garbage. There's no working prototypes. Just because it's a patent doesn't mean the device works, David Wilcock, you dummy. And real scientists have looked at those patents and said it's basically garbage. But you're going to start a whole company based on garbage patents that are never proven to be real and have no working prototypes attached to them, and you're going to solicit donations for it? Great. You're going to solicit investor money? You're going to crowdfund based on fake patents? Well, the patents are real, but is the technology described in the patents reproducible or real? No. If those patents were reproducible technology, somebody like alien scientists would have jumped all over it and already done it. And he's a real physicist. You are a fake psychic and an online scammer.
But again, if you want to save that money, if you want to be able to get the full package, the full VIP package of what we're doing with this upcoming course, then you
Oh yeah, I got to be a VIP in your chat. Yeah.
have to jump in by midnight tonight because the opportunity is going to expire.
It's not expiring. He's still going to take your money. That is a bold-faced lie. He's lying through his fake teeth again.
And it will not come back. Next Sunday, I'm going to be sharing with you more from the time loop. I would like to have done more of it today, but there's just so many things going on in our lives. And again, your response has been absolutely phenomenal. So based on how many of you have taken an interest in this, I would say it's a hit. And so thank you very, very much. Thank you for all those of you who have already signed up. My wife and I actually were down to our last $3,000 before we started this course. So it was a pretty dire situation. You know, the way that it got timed was it just happened to work out that we had just enough time to make this happen. So
him and his wife were down to $3,000. What happened to the tens of thousands of dollars of charitable donations? Where did all that money go, David Wilcock? How on earth were you down to just $3,000? But lucky for you, just in time before you ran out of free money, you started a new online scam course where you're claiming that you're going to teach people the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy for $333. I have not... let's just finish this out, and then I'll do a quick wrap-up here.
So thank you very much. I am David Wilcock. And sign up now at the VIP link to get your exclusive offer, claim your discount, and become one of our own insiders where you get to be invited to the extra VIP party at the end and have the chance to have your questions personally answered and aired in this video that will become part of history if we do end up doing the Wright brothers of anti-gravity.
It's going to become part of history, all right? It's going to become part of online scam history. And David Wilcock, if you take money from people claiming you're going to teach them how to build a hover car or the secrets of anti-gravity and you don't deliver, that is consumer fraud.
So sign up now at thedisclosure.com/VIP, and I will see you on the other side with your videos that you get to watch once you've actually signed up. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you on Sunday.
Great. Great. So we're going to stop that. 1 second, friends. I am going to look this up. Thedisclosure.com/VIP. I bet you that website sent him back. Yeah. So here is the perfect example of what a liar David Wilcock is. He said that it was a limited time offer and it would be over at midnight. That you can only sign up for the course until midnight. That would be when we started the show, right? Okay, so I don't understand. How is it that he's saying this is a limited time offer and it ends at midnight, but we can register right now for this offer, right? Now he's saying it closes in 1 hour and 27 minutes. Okay, so maybe he meant midnight Western time, which would be 3 a.m., I guess. We're going to keep checking in to see if this is true or if he's going to continue to take people's money. I believe that he has done this before, and it's always him saying this is a limited offer, and if you don't sign up in time, you won't be able to. But then you could just sign up right until the day of the course or the hour before the course goes. You are seeing this page because this is an opportunity for my first responders only, the insiders in my community. I have urgent and exciting news. After 12 years, one of my original and most well-informed insiders, Ben, has decided to come forward. Yeah, great. The United States Navy and Air Force have both declassified information related to advanced exotic technology. This knowledge has already been handed down to us, such as in 144 documents. This is garbage. It seems that very few, if anyone, has attempted to make sense out of the various disclosures in these documents, such as the concept of amorphous metals and their possible relation to ET-oriented crash wreckage. Now, Ben is bringing his full expertise from the inside world to shed breathtaking light on these and many other subjects, such as exotic propulsion and clean energy. We take an academic, credible approach to our investigation. David Wilcock, there is nothing credible about you. And look at this marketing speak. I don't need to tell you that this is urgent because I know you can feel what's going on in the world. You'll receive an exclusive 2-hour insider VIP event with Ben and me. Ben's true identity will be revealed to you for the first during the course experience, and together we will answer your questions live. This is a direct live session with Ben is only being offered to you, an insider in my community. Listen, this is such garbage. You got to be an insider to his community. Space is limited. Once our capacity has been reached, this insider invitation will be taken down. No, it won't. He's going to take every dollar he can from this scam. Come on. This is garbage. But let's do something. I'm going to have to share that again and share the audio because I'm not sure if that's a different video. And I do see a few super chats that I missed, so we'll get to those in just a moment. Please bear with me, friends. A 6-week experience. All right, here we go.
Hi, I'm David Wilcock, and I'd like to offer you an exclusive opportunity to enjoy even more of my breathtaking upcoming 5-week course, The Disclosure. In fact, what we're offering you now is a VIP upgrade, where if you buy this in the next 48 hours at
this is like a bad infomercial.
no extra charge, you will get the VIP package, which will allow you to submit your questions live, and I will attempt to answer as many of them as...
Yeah, that's great. So he takes super chats during these 3-hour stream fests and never answers any of the questions in the super chat. So now, if you want him to answer your questions, you have to sign up for $333. Great.
possible. You're on a small list where I'm giving you this exclusive 48-hour opportunity to submit your videos.
Oh, it's a 48-hour sale. And the sale will be over in 48 hours. No, it won't. He'll take your money 48 hours from now. I guarantee it.
And be part of this VIP package at no extra charge to the basic cost of the course. This is only going to be open for the next 48 hours, and I hope to see you there. Click on the link below to get started.
What garbage. The Disclosure with David Wilcock. Yeah, because he's done such great work for Disclosure, selling fake stories for 20 years now, with fake people, fake insiders. One of his insiders was a court-martialed child molester that was just featured on John Walsh's new show, In Pursuit, right? Bill Brockrader. Turns out that guy was a child molester. That was one of his quality sources that he milked for fake stories about aliens. Then we get Pete Peterson, a fake science and technology advisor of Ronald Reagan that never worked for Ronald Reagan. Now we got a new guy, Ben. But you can only get his... Somebody better send me this guy's name, because I'm not paying $333 to fact check whether this source is real or fake. Now, I can predict that the guy is probably a fraud, because David Wilcock has not yet had one credible source that I can recall in 20 years. Every one of his sources is problematic at best. but register today. Operators are standing by. Friends, he's telling everybody you're gonna be able to produce an anti-gravity aircraft if you take this course. I don't know how David Wilcock can do this and stay out.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to Truth Seekers. Tonight, we're going on the dark side. Welcome.
Greetings and salutations, old friends and hopefully some new friends. Welcome back to Truth Seekers. We are back for part 2 of our astonishing series on David Wilcock and his various, let's just say, less than scrupulous business endeavors. Yesterday, we began our coverage over David Wilcock's newest claims that he's going to have a hovercar prototype ready within a year, and you should buy his course on anti-gravity, and also invest in his hovercar and free energy company. But before anybody parts with their hard-earned money, I thought it was especially important that we present a history of some of the less than ethical things that David Wilcock has been involved in. And there are many to choose from. So many, in fact, and we have covered so many of these various, I'm calling them scams. I believe that is a fair assessment of some of his business dealings, calling them scams. There were so many that we have covered previously, and I realized that what we really needed to do is collect all of the data and the proof of these unethical business adventures of David Wilcock over the years into one exciting presentation. And I'm happy to say that thanks to the kindness and the generosity and the support of Spooky, please do buy her a coffee. There's a link in the About section of our video for helping out. Spooky helped me all day with this presentation to create these slides. And Jonaside, we've got slides for you tonight. What an exciting night. We finally get the slides that Jonaside has been asking for. So David Wilcock has been involved in so many things that I would call scams, or things that appear to be scams, using fake sources, GoFundMe scams, PayPal donation scams, all of which the internet never forgets. Now, it's important that I point out that a lot of this information is being slowly purged from the internets. David Wilcock is deleting all of his Facebook posts concerning the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam. His posts promoting that GoFundMe have been deleted from Facebook and are unrecoverable as they were not crawled by Wayback Machine. But it's okay because we have the substantial and supportive proof of his involvement in that scam, and we will present it to you tonight. We've got the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam. We've got the Convergence Pictures LLC invest in my film company that never made the film after 4 years of collecting donation scam. Now we've got what I call the David Wilcock Spiritual Foundation charity scam, in which for 3 or 4 years now he has collected charitable donations and has only shown us where the first year of donations went, where he collected something like $70,000 and did not manage to perform any charitable acts with the $70,000. Instead, spending the money on things like travel expenses, software, and equipment, and never actually doing any charitable work with $70,000 worth of charitable donations. And my friends, that is just the first year of charitable donations and the only year he disclosed, which he's required to do by federal law, how much he actually has collected in donations and where all the money went. Gee, we also forgot to include, there's so many that we forgot to include some in the slide presentation, so I apologize, but we have also what I believe was a scam, which is running a online course with Dannion Brinkley, claiming that Dannion Brinkley was going to die any day now, and you got to hurry up and sign up for this course or it'll be gone, and Dannion Brinkley could die any minute. Well, that turned out to be completely made up fairy tales. And this man pretended, I suppose, that one of his friends was deathly ill in order to sell more online courses. Great guy, David Wilcock is. Such a spiritual man, such a spiritual guru, right? That he's willing to lie through his fake teeth and say that his friend is about to die any minute. By the way, that guy Dannion Brinkley is still alive. He's still posting Facebook posts as of yesterday and the day before. So he wasn't in any danger of dying. And in fact, we reached out to somebody that was in business with Dannion Brinkley, ran a charity for veterans with Dannion Brinkley, his partner, who said that Dannion Brinkley, although not in the best health, he does not have any terminal illness currently or major health problems, and he was not in any danger of dying anytime soon to the best of his partner's knowledge. For those that don't know, Dannion Brinkley is a great partner for David Wilcock because Dannion Brinkley claimed that he died, not once, but I believe 4 different times. And it just so happens that every time he needed a new book, he would die again and write about his new near-death experience. We have covered Dannion Brinkley, the man who died all the time, on a previous show here. And in that show, we detailed how the doctor who attended him after his first near-death experience claims, where he had a lightning strike hit him, Dannion Brinkley claimed that he woke up in the morgue with a toe tag on. That never happened. And the attending physician who treated him spoke to a reporter who said that never happened. He never left his hospital bed. In fact, they don't believe that he was ever even truly unconscious during his hospital stay, where he claimed he had a near-death experience and woke up in a morgue. There's that, right? And David Wilcock hooks up with him and starts selling a course that you got to buy right away because Dannion Brinkley, the guy who died 4 times, may die a 5th time. Great. So without further ado, I'm going to put up my fair use banner here just because we may be sharing some audio and videos that I think are important, and we have to be sure that we cite fair use because this is a transformative work and we are educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. So this is certainly covered under fair use and allowable by law. We will be critiquing the video, discussing the contents with our live chat, and educating the public with it. This is the textbook definition of fair use. We vigorously defend our right to use these clips in the spirit of fair use, and lawyer letters are standing by for those stupid enough to falsely copyright or privacy strike me for the use of their materials. A lot of these guys don't like it when you use their own clips to show what liars they are, and they try to falsely strike you or, whatever. We have lawyer letters standing by. So far, I've won every frivolous or false copyright strike where we use something under fair use. I think we're up to 13 now. So we've got good lawyer letters standing by if anybody wants to waste their time falsely copyright or privacy striking me for the use of these said materials. Now, we are going to begin our presentation with an edited video. I edited several clips from a video where David Wilcock was discussing time travel and its relevance today. Because in this video, he talks about his hovercar company. This is several months ago. But I thought it very relevant. And why is that? That is because in this very video, David Wilcock says that the people he's working on these hovercars with are associates of Pete Peterson. But there's a huge problem with that. Pete Peterson is a complete and total fraud, and we've got the slides to prove it tonight. Pete Peterson was a senile old man who made fantastical claims about being an early computer pioneer, about working for the Russian equivalent of NASA, working for Ronald Reagan. Turns out all that is fake, and he never did any of that. His education is fake. He's not a doctor, even though they call him Dr. Pete Peterson. His doctorate apparently came from a college that does not exist. We've got the proof. We'll be sharing it tonight, but we're going to begin with this video file, which is edit together statements where he mentions that the new adventure he's starting with this hovercar company, he's doing it with associates of Pete Peterson. But there's a big problem with that, because how does a known guy with a fake education, fake computer background, who was performing pump and dump stock scams shortly before his death and other, let's just say, less than ethical business adventures, how is working with that guy's associates going to work out? Since he was a complete and total fraud with a fake education, a fake background, fake claimed credentials, fake awards he claimed he won that he never did, fake education. Great. So now he admits in this video that the associates of Pete Peterson are the ones that are helping him create these free energy devices and these hovercars. Then he says that he's going to be using the patents that were recently released by Salvador Payas and the U.S. Navy to create the hovercar. But the problem is, ask any scientist to look at those patents. Pete Peterson claims the patents tell you exactly how it works. The problem is that those patents were released over a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago now. And so far, nobody's looked at the patent and created a free energy device or a working anti-gravity craft. But David Wilcock claims if you invest in his company, he's going to be able to do it, where every other real scientist that looked at those patents said there's no proof that this is a workable system. Great. All right. So we're caught up. We're going to be sharing this video.
Working on hovercar technology right now. I'm not
there
joking.
we go. 1 second, friends.
Talk about it.
Oh, this share video function
we've got
never works
something
so
for
great.
you, but we're getting pretty close. Once we get to that point, I can talk a lot more. But several of Pete Peterson's former associates I'm working with on this, and it's very, very real.
So he's using associates of his former completely and totally fake source to create a hovercar. So this fake source with a fake education who was performing pump and dump scams, yeah, he's going to use that guy's friends to create a hovercar. I wonder how that's going to work out for him. I mean, this is crazy. Bear with. One second. Oh, junk. Depends. We are having StreamYard issues here. And that's not good. 1 second. Let me see if I can't get this to go. Okay, 1 second, friends. Just bear with me. I think the issue may be RAM because I have a great deal of things open here. Yeah. 1 second here.
We expect that once we get financed, hopefully, that we'll have an operational working prototype within 1 year, and that we could go into mass production within 4 years, where you will have a hover car in your garage at an affordable price. And, the company that I'm working with is one of about 5 that I've been briefed on that are all working on.
Here we go again. David Wilcock. I've said this before. I'm going to say this many, many times. Generals get briefings. You don't get briefings, buddy.
This, and we're all in kind of like a little race with each other.
Yeah, I'm sorry for these issues. Boy, I was locked and loaded and ready to go. And now here we go. Justin Kropa is here asking for slides. Yes, I'm trying to oblige you here. Just bear with me, friends. Get ready to end this stream and start over. But I don't want to do that because I have all of my tabs and all of the things I need to share is right here, ready to go. Just stand by, friends. We're going to give up on this video in a moment if things do not improve. And it appears tonight, besides mine, you should want to check Yeah, I apologize for that, friends. We're having major technical issues here, which is kind of funny to me. So we're going to forego the video that we're playing. The important part of the video is just to establish that he's saying that all of this information and technology to build the hover cars and the free energy devices are coming from associates of Pete Peterson, who we can prove is a complete and total fraud. And we're going to do that right now. 1 second, friends. Let me share my browser tab. And thanks to Spooky, this slide presentation is called David Wilcock and the Saga of Scams. So here we go. Now, it's important to realize that this entire hovercar and free energy scam is built on Pete Peterson. You may ask yourself, who is Pete Peterson? Well, here's some claims and some evidence about Pete Peterson. The first claim that I came across that I found extremely suspect, because I have a background in computer science and I've been a big computer nerd since I was 8 years old, is that Pete Peterson claims he was an early computer pioneer who beat Apple, Commodore, Tandy, and Atari and more to market the first alphanumeric personal computer. And he said that his computer was bought by all major universities and major businesses. So here's some evidence. First of all, I'm very familiar with early computers. I never heard of his computer or his computer company, which, by the way, laughingly, his computer company was supposed to be called Cyberdyne. You know, the same company that made the Terminators. Great. Nothing suspect about that. So the evidence is that we called 10 vintage computer museums all around the world, and no one that I talked to ever heard of Pete Peterson, his company, or his personal computer. Further, we talked to early computer pioneer David Haney of Commodore and Amiga fame. He never heard of Pete, his company, or his computer. And he says there would be record of this in a magazine article or some history supporting his claims, and there is none. So that's a good indication that all of his claims are fake and fraudulent. Further, I asked every computer nerd I know if they ever heard of Cyberdyne Systems or an early 8-bit computer that this man created that beat Commodore, Tandy, Atari, Apple, and more to market. Nobody that I know, out of all the computer people I know, has ever heard of him. Now we get to the next claim of Pete Peterson. Pete Peterson claimed, in David Wilcock's book, Pete Peterson claimed, invented, and by the way, David Wilcock has been making money off of this fake source for years and years and years. He did a Gaia TV show with him. He wrote a book about this guy's fake stories. He got paid at conferences to talk and tell stories about this guy. All of this guy's background, education, and claimed work history are completely and totally fake. Here's another claim. He claims he invented a revolutionary central processor that had 40 cores and was 50 times faster than any available CPU. Now, what's the evidence? The evidence is that no evidence of this fictional CPU was ever mentioned in any magazine, website that covers technology or computers anywhere. There is no mention of this man or his claimed inventions anywhere on the internet, except in a pump and dump scam that we found, where he was hired on by a computer company, a technology company, and they pumped his big fake background in order, I believe, to inflate the stock price. And then after the stock price went through the roof, the stocks were all sold off by the principals of the company. This is my opinion. And then the company went out of business. It is a fact that they pumped this man, this fake technology guru, early computer pioneer that never was, to investors, claiming that he would revolutionize their company. Then the company went out of business shortly after hiring him and highly publicizing his hire as being game-changing for their company. This claim of 40 core processor 50 times faster than anything is likely another fake claim, because had he really beat Intel and AMD and Apple with CPU or silicon like that, he would be a billionaire. But instead, he died penniless and broke. This is the Media G3 pump and dump scam. Media G3 welcomes Dr. Pete Peterson, except there's a problem there. He was not a real doctor. His education and his claimed doctorate degrees are all fake. Yeah. A leading developer of broadband wireless products and services, pleased to announce the appointment of Dr. Pete Peterson to the company's board of directors. Now, again, this is PR for investors. This was put out in order to get investors to invest in their company based on their hiring of this early computer pioneer that was never an early computer pioneer. In fact, he never did any of the things that he says on his resume that he did. We checked into all of it. This, my friends, is what is commonly known as a pump and dump scam. So David Wilcock is starting a new hovercar company based on friends of this guy who was involved in a pump and dump scam, who has a fake education and a completely and totally made up resume full of fake accomplishments that he never did. Great. It's looking real good for David Wilcock's hovercar company, working with friends of this fraud to create a hovercar. Sure, and soliciting donations with friends of this guy who was previously involved in this pump and dump scam. Next claim of Pete Peterson. This is great. Claimed degrees in electronics, philosophy, and physics from Golden State University, now known as Stanford University. Golden State University is a California university, has nothing to do with Stanford University. And the evidence we found is that we checked with Stanford University, and there's no record of Pete Peterson at Stanford at all. His educational claims are all fake. Also checked Golden State University. No record of Pete or Gary Peterson. It should be noted that his legal name was Gary Pete Peterson. Checked under both names, his education is completely and totally fake. So him being a doctor, completely and totally fake, made up claim. And David Wilcock always called him Dr. Peterson, right? Well, not always. He usually called him Pete, but sometimes he referred to him as Dr. Pete Peterson. When it was convenient to sell whatever garbage David Wilcock was selling, he said this guy was a doctor. No, he's not. Nobody can prove he's a doctor. Now, here is the Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam, which David Wilcock heavily promoted on his social media. Here's a claim. Pete comes from a long line of inventors, including his grandfather, who was Tesla's right-hand engineer at the Colorado laboratory, known as Mr. Do by President Ronald Reagan. He is one of the top scientists, technology problem solvers, and is widely considered as the single most valuable and prolific inventor whose inventions remain highly classified. This is lies right in the text body of the GoFundMe. By the way, the GoFundMe made all kinds of claims about this man's home being invaded by deep state operatives who are destroying everything he owns and throwing them in dumpsters and rolling over them with bulldozers. Turns out that was a foreclosure, a legal foreclosure. Had nothing at all to do with the deep state or this man being a whistleblower. He's not a whistleblower. He's another in a long line of frauds that David Wilcock has used to sell fake stories about aliens. Now, here we go. The GoFundMe scam, and this has been... Jimmy Church tried to scrub this episode from the internet because Jimmy Church doesn't want you to know that he let David Wilcock promote an outright GoFundMe scam on his show. In that show, David Wilcock claimed death threats by phone and in writing, blackmail efforts for over $1 million, possible attempted murder by sabotaging his car brakes, anonymous calls to Child Protective Services saying Corey Good are in imminent danger. He created this narrative of some kind of deep state attack so that he could garner sympathy and get people to donate to his buddies. He claimed armed policemen were protecting the crime, with the homeowner guaranteed 90 days in jail if he comes within a mile of the operation. That's fake. We talked to the local police officers who told me it was a run-of-the-mill foreclosure on a home, and we've got the foreclosure documents that I can share and show you. I will link to them in the description of this video shortly after broadcast, and you too can read the foreclosure documents and find out that this so-called deep state attack that David Wilcock was pumping and asking for PayPal donations for, the text body in the GoFundMe is all lies. It's a normal foreclosure. David Wilcock says, there are just some of the actions we are calling the Dark Alliance. Enough is enough. Update. A miraculous outpouring of your public support has appeared for Pete Peterson. I am truly awed and humbled. Thank you. An emergency fundraiser for Pete is a vast, unexpected, purifying flame consuming the dark, We may yet win this for him. No. At the time that David Wilcock started soliciting PayPal donations, the foreclosure was already finished. They were just giving him some time to get his junk out of the house before the bank, cleaned it out. And by the way, his house was a complete and total hoarding nightmare mess. There was nothing of value in that home, and it was filled with bodies of dead cats and bottles of piss. David Wilcock, on the Jimmy Church Show, no longer available, said all the things Pete Peterson, owns, which are worth in the millions of dollars, which I was set to inherit that stuff. It would have kept me financially solvent for the rest of my life. So I got to ask David Wilcock, because we've got eyewitness reports to what was actually in the house, David Wilcock. And what was in the house was dead cats and bottles of piss. What's worth millions of dollars there? What are you inheriting? Are you inheriting the dead cats? Or are you inheriting the house full of bottles full of piss from a senile old man? On DivineCosmos.com, it's posted that David was set to inherit at least a portion of all these valuables. Now we have David Wilcock promoting the GoFundMe scam on Jimmy Church's show, and we are going to share that, friends. Just bear with me. I have to find it, and we will share it. Hopefully we're going to have it. Look, it appears as if using the share video function, which is something I don't usually do, I usually share from a browser tab, is what caused our technical problems. I'll be in touch with StreamYard later. I want to thank you for your patience during our technical issues. Now we're going to stop that one, and we're going to share. This has been all but scrubbed from the internet. And this is a clip. Thank God somebody saved it. I want to thank people from Avalon Forums who archived this section of David Wilcock pumping this fake Pete Peterson GoFundMe scam, which he claimed was a deep state attack. Turns out it's a run-of-the-mill foreclosure because Pete Peterson was a deadbeat and didn't pay his bills. All right, 1 second, friends. All right. And we have it. Jimmy Church, you tried to destroy the evidence that you allowed, at the very least, David Wilcock to pump a completely and totally fake story and then solicit GoFundMe donations for his buddy to the tune of $60,000. You try to scrub this from the internet, Jimmy Church, because you don't want people to know, and you have never even acknowledged that this happened, instead choosing to delete those shows rather than owning up to your responsibility in helping David Wilcock scam the community out of $60,000 worth of ill-gotten gains for a completely, totally fake person with a completely, totally fake, sympathetic story of being under deep state attack. I think it's important that we not forget Jimmy Church's role in this, and we demand an apology for his part in this.
On Saturday, the day after my brakes go out on my car, which certainly could be attempted murder, it was right after the car went down the mountain.
Later, he said it was his wife's car, not his. Great. He can't even keep his fake story straight.
Yesterday, I get this call from Pete Peterson saying that there are armed policemen surrounding his house, and they're taking everything he owns and throwing it into dumpsters. And when one of the neighbors came up and said, "What are you guys doing?" one of the cops told him that they've already got the hole dug in the dump. They've already dug it out with bulldozers, and that when they get this stuff, they're going to throw it in there, drive over it with bulldozers, and then fill it in.
I talked to the local police. There was no bulldozers or dumpsters ever at... there was one dumpster at the scene after the bank got tired of waiting for Pete Peterson to clean out the dead bodies of cats and bottles of piss and various other hoardy nightmare garbage that the house was filled floor to ceiling some rooms with. But there was no bulldozers. The police did not tell neighbors that they were doing this. This is a completely and totally fake, made-up story.
Pull it in. Yeah. And Pete Peterson, only 2 weeks ago, there was two rounds of episodes of him on Cosmic Disclosure where he's revealing information.
So David Wilcock suggests in this scam that because Pete Peterson went on Cosmic Disclosure and talked about aliens, the government was attacking him and destroying his property for it. Completely, totally ridiculous, improbable, not even possible. You know, there are laws. You can't just invade somebody's home, throw everything they own into dumpsters, and roll over it with bulldozers. By the way, I talked to a woman who was curious and lived near Pete Peterson's home, who went out there and talked to the people that were cleaning out the foreclosed home, and that's where we got the information about all the dead cats and bottles of piss.
That totally validates everything Corey's been saying.
Now, I have the...
This is David Wilcock logic. One fake source with a made-up fake education, with fake military. No, I'm sorry, I'm not clear on whether his military service may have been correct, but all of his educational claims are fake. He claimed to work for the Russian equivalent of NASA. That was fake. He claimed to win the Order of Lenin. That was fake. So a fake source verifies that everything Corey Good, another fraud, has been saying for 20 years, 5 years, is true. Sure. One fake source confirming another fake source's fake stories is not proof, David Wilcock. That's weak.
I'm pulling it up now, so when I have it ready, I'll let you know. But I have the message that Pete Peterson left you. And if it's okay with you, David, I will actually...
Yeah, you can absolutely play it. It's a 1-minute clip. And it's very relevant. This is what I heard when I called up my voicemail. And after I heard this, I saved it. And I called him, and this is when we talked for an hour, and I got the download on what was going on. But I also saved the voicemail, and so today I recorded it so that you guys can hear what it actually sounds like when something this real happens to somebody, and he leaves a voicemail in 60 seconds, tells seconds tells me what's going on. Now, I paused it when it said his phone number, but otherwise, this is exactly the way it sounded.
Okay, let me pull this up here. It's pretty interesting.
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
It's about it's pulling up now. Hold on.
Enter your passcode.
What I mentioned is that David Wilcock never visited the scene. He just took his fake source's word for what was happening there, and then ran on Jimmy Church to promote this GoFundMe scam and help his friend raise $60,000. He was not there at the scene. He just took his fake source's word for it. You know, the guy with the fake education and the fake computer company and the fake inventions that he never really invented. Yeah, he took that guy's word for it. Sure. Deep state attack. Sure.
Enter your passcode, then press pound. You have no new messages. You have 2 saved voice messages. Main menu. To review your messages, press 1. Voice. Message received at 6:14 p.m. yesterday from...
Hello, this is Pete Peterson giving you a buzz. Just wanted to let you know that planning to take everything out of my house and my trucks and trailers and take them up to the dump and dig a big pit in the ground and dump it all in the pit and cover it over.
It's important to note that at the time this recording was made and the time that this show aired on Jimmy Church's show, the foreclosure was already a finished deal. So no amount of money could have saved Pete Peterson's home. That, my friends, is the basis of a consumer fraud involving GoFundMe. To say, donate to this GoFundMe so we could save Pete Peterson's house when the foreclosure had already taken place and nothing on God's green earth, no amount of money could have saved Pete Peterson's home.
And cover it over.
It was already foreclosed on.
And that includes the ashes of my wife and my mother and all my radios.
This is a claim that Pete Peterson said. He said that they were going to throw the ashes of his wife and his mother in a dumpster and run it over with bulldozers. I talked to local police. They were unaware of any urns in the property at the time of the foreclosure, but certainly said they would never destroy someone's urns of a dead loved one. That's just not something they would do.
Equipment, all my tools, and all the stuff that I was had stored there and so forth. Totally against the law, but totally after committing many crimes by the sheriff and stuff. So anyway, we live in America, USSA.
End of message. To repeat this message.
So there we have it, friends. This is a short clip There's a longer version. If anybody has the full version of David Wilcock's appearance on Jimmy Church promoting this scam, please archive it. Send me a Google Drive link. That would be very, very helpful. Now we're going to continue with our slide presentation, courtesy of the kind help and assistance of Spooky. 1 second, friends. Let's get back to the slide presentation. I'm new with these, so you'll have to bear with me. All right, so we're up to we've covered the Pete Peterson scam, and also, oh, you know what? I'm going to share one more thing before we go to back to the slides. So bear with me as I find this stuff is getting harder and harder to find. So another reason I wanted to do this show tonight is to archive this stuff so that it would always be available for people who want to know more about the less than scrupulous business practices here of David Wilcock. Here is the original GoFundMe. $55,000 raised, right? Whistleblower Pete Peterson. But we've got to go back to read the text of the scam. This was created August 17th, 2017, but I assure you that everything in the text body of this donation scam was completely and totally factually inaccurate. They said that his home, you could donate to help save his home. His home was already foreclosed on. They said there was millions of dollars in equipment and scientific gear there. No, witnesses there said that the house was filled with trash. So the entire text body of the GoFundMe based on lies, friends. That is the textbook definition of consumer fraud involving a GoFundMe scam. You can't write lies in the GoFundMe scam text body and then collect $60,000 and keep it. This is the kind of things that David Wilcock is, involved in. Let's get back to our slide presentation. David Wilcock and the Saga of Scams. This is our Google slide presentation. So that's the first of many, many scams that David Wilcock has been involved in, where he's asking the public for money for completely and totally fake, made-up garbage, right? And now we have the Pete Peterson foreclosure documents, which I can share. I'm going to provide a link. I'm going to provide a link to those in the description of the text body. You'll have to forgive me because of our technical issues. I had that. Now I'm having problems finding it. 1 second. Now, Pete Peterson, as far as the GoFundMe scam, he didn't live in that house for well over a year because they'd already foreclosed on it. He had a separate apartment that he pays for out of his pension. And this is David Wilcock's claim. Nonetheless, an entire lifetime, his worldly possessions are still being stored in his house. Some were extremely valuable. And again, I would ask David Wilcock, where was the value? Was it the body of all the dead cats, or was it the bottles of piss? Or was it the newspapers, trash, magazines piled floor to ceiling in some rooms? David Wilcock says, we knew something like this might happen if he lost the legal battles he was fighting. There was no real legal battle. In fact, he didn't even show up to court for some of the foreclosure hearings. He just let them foreclose on the house. The bank begged him for over a year, please get your stuff out of the house. The foreclosure has taken place, right? He says he had effectively caught them in lies again and again, committing unbelievable acts of fraud repeatedly. So David Wilcock is accusing the local police, the local banks, the local judge, the local prosecutors, the local, public defenders. Everybody in Pete Peterson's local legal system is performing this conspiracy against Pete Peterson. Sure. And let me ask, Pete Peterson claimed to be a Ronald Reagan science and technology advisor. If that were true, why wouldn't he call some powerful friends and get some help? It's because he's a fraud, friends. We knew that if he ever did start removing items from the home, they were required by law to place them into storage. And by the way, the local police I spoke to told me that anything salvageable that wasn't, dead cats and bottles of piss, they did put in a public storage and give him access to recover any of his personal belongings, and he never did. Here's David Wilcock. I was set to inherit these items. This is a very key point here. There was nothing else like this in the horizon of my life. This was it. Yeah, David Wilcock was waiting for his friend to die so he could collect millions in scientific equipment that didn't exist from a fake computer pioneer that never did anything he said he was going to do. Great. Pete wanted me to have greater financial stability in the future after all I've done to help him over the years, often when no one else would. Furthermore, there is a dazzling wealth of classified information, objects, and documents in this collection, far more than I can explain here. It's hard to believe, but it's true. I love how he has to put that in bold, right? This story's true when this story is completely and totally fake. Now, here's David Wilcock accusing both the police and the judge in this case of provable crimes, right? I tried to reach out to the judge in the case, did not get any response. Seizure of assets from an old California address Pete hasn't lived at in 18 years. Yeah, when you're doing a foreclosure, you serve every address you have, giving notice of the foreclosure. Now, we move on to the next scam. Convergence. Well, this was really before the Pete Peterson scam because this is back in 2009. In 2005, this post is from 2009, but in 2005, David Wilcock announced the formation of Convergence Pictures LLC and was soliciting donations, but you had to donate at least $10,000 chunks. So for 4 years, David Wilcock collected donations and investments from people to create a film called Convergence with a company called Convergence Pictures LLC. But after collecting money from investors for some 4 years, he never, ever produced a film. And I'd just like to ask David Wilcock, you're running a hovercar company now, and you're going to ask for donations? Can we get a full list and breakdown of where all the investment money and donations that you apparently lived off of for 4 years and never made a film with, where did all that money go, David Wilcock? Here's him pumping this investment scam on his own website. Convergence is on the brink of signing a major A-plus caliber screenwriter, but we can use your help. In the meantime, listen to David on a radio show. Major new developments with Convergence. As you may know, I've been developing the Convergence film with my partner, Billy Blake, for over 4 years now. We've seen highs and lows and roughly 10 complete script rewrites, several of which I've done myself after a massive study of the art of screenwriting and included detailed research in the best books available, over 15 in total. So he took everybody's money and he bought 15 books on screenwriting and tried to write a script for 4 years, and he never completed the film. Here he says the film has already transformed substantially, starting out as a documentary and evolving into a dramatic thriller that takes the feel of a Da Vinci Code storyline, but weaves in the most incredible scientific data I've put together. We do feel very confident that this is the best way to reach a mass audience with the knowledge we have to share. Come on, friends. This is crazy. The fact that this guy collected money for a film project for 4 years and he just kept the money, never explained where the money went, never explained where the film, what happened to the film. He just kept 4 years worth of collecting investors' money. Though we are not going to public. Yeah, and then he's pumping this investment scam saying that I've alluded to the fact that a major heavyweight talent may be about to join us within this very month. Though we are not going to publicly reveal his identity at this stage, he loves anonymous sources because he could just make this stuff up and claim that this stuff is happening. He's been caught time and time again with fake made up sources, stupid names for people. Like he watched Toy Story one night and decided he had a new source named Woody and a new source named Buzz. I'm not making this up. This is all real. And he says, we're not going to publicly reveal his identity at this stage. We can now tell you that we're on the brink of signing a highly in-demand contemporary A-list screenwriter who has worked with Spielberg and other Academy Award-winning directors whose names are instantly recognizable. Most importantly, we literally could have not have asked for a better writer in terms of the films he has done. As if it was the universe set us the single best person for the job. Well, great. So he pumps this investment scam saying that we've got this A-list screenwriter, but I'm not going to name him, and he's the perfect guy for the job, but we never finished the project. Yeah, and this anonymous film screenwriter that's an A-list celebrity he's claiming, he believes in what we are doing. Great. He believes in what you're doing. And I have one more thing to share on this Convergence Pictures LLC. Yeah, it's the same post, but he believes in what we were doing. Look, up to 35 people can join. We're allowed to have up to 35 investors for this project. Anything above that is going to be considered fraud by the SEC, which is why we can't raise money in small increments where people send in $500 and the like. This ceiling is actually a good thing. Yeah, we have a small core of stage one investors, as they're called, who has financed the production and development of Convergence up until now. So he's got stage one investors that have financed this project for 4 years now. Where's the film, David Wilcock? The meaning behind stage one is simple. You get a significantly better deal in terms of the percentage of returns by investing at stage one than you do in stage 2 or 3. There's people complaining on the Avalon forums that were stage 3 investors that they never got their money back or heard what happened with their money or the film. We now have a lock script and a full budget to take to our large investors. That's where we expect to see, because there is no ambiguity, and they can be certain of what they are buying. What are they buying? You living a millionaire's lifestyle, claiming to make a film for 4 years when you make nothing? Did you give any of the investors' money back? Has anybody contacted the SEC about this? What is the statute of limitations on running an investment scam? And right now, David Wilcock is starting a new investment scam after he's already run an investment scam for 4 years, collecting investment money for a film he never produced. Some lawyers actually have howled at us for what we are doing because the extra bonus percentages of our stage one investors receive will come directly out of our own portion of the revenue stream. What a great deal. The minimum buy-in is reduced to $10K. So in order to invest in his film company, you just got to give him $10,000 for the next 2 weeks. It's a limited time offer. More on that later. As you may know, if you're a long-time or in-depth reader of the site, the last 2 years our minimum buy-in has been $50K. So for a while he was telling people, no, in order to invest in my company, you have to give me $50,000. Then he lowered it to $10,000 for a film that he would never produce. How very generous of you. And listen to this. If you have an underperforming investment or can jump in and be involved, we will be eternally grateful to you. Yeah, he's going to be eternally grateful to you for giving him free money, because him and his partner never produced anything. They didn't produce 30 seconds of a film. After collecting investment funds, 3 rounds of them for 4+ years, maybe 5 years. I'm not sure how long this went on. Listen, he feels very confident that this is going to work, and it is one of several substantial developments that have suddenly burst into view at the same time. Yeah, he's working so hard, he's trying to work past the point of illness. Here, find out more. If you're curious and would like to know more, email my partner, Billy Blake, directly. From there, you'll get his phone number and set up a time to talk where we can answer any questions you have, which will include full disclosure of the writer's identity for serious contenders. We would love to have you join the team. What's the team, David Wilcock? The team is you and your buddy collecting money for 4 years and never producing anything. This never came to fruition. He never produced a film. He collected money for 4 or 5 years, 3 rounds of investment capital, and then never produced a film. To me, that's clear-cut investment scam. But what do I know? I'm not a law enforcement officer. So let's go back to our slides now, friends. And again, we're citing fair use as we're sharing portions of David Wilcock's... I apologize. We did have a slide for the rest of this stuff, but we read it from his website. It's okay. And here's Convergence Pictures, LLC. The 2 principals are David Wilcock from Milton, Kentucky, and William Blake from Malibu, California. Limited liability company filed on November 14th, 2005. Right now, it is listed as inactive or out of business. So, collects investor money for 4 or 5 years, 3 rounds of investment capital, never ever produces a film, and the company goes belly up. Could this be a look into just what may happen with David Wilcock's new Invest in My Hovercar Company scam? I have a feeling that history repeats itself. And if he was able to collect money for 4 or 5 years and never explain where the money went, and more on that, because he's done the same thing with his Wilcock Foundation. The David Wilcock Spiritual Healing and Empowerment Foundation. We've covered this previously. He once listed all these charities on the Wilcock Foundation website that he said his charity supported. Well, there was an elephant one, a sloth one. We called all those charities. None of them ever received a dime from the Wilcock Foundation. The person at the Elephant Foundation said, no, they kind of mean support, like they did an interview with me to help us get direct donations, but they've never directly donated. I think that is extremely problematic. If you're going to have a charity and list all these other charities and tell people, donate to us because we support these charities, people are going to assume that part of their donation is going to those charities, and it never did. In fact, the Wilcock Foundation collected $70,000 in their first year. And what did they do with all the money? They spent it on travel expenses, software and equipment, and rent on a very expensive $1 million office or home, but they never showed any charitable works that they accomplished with $70,000. Now, why is this important? This is important because this fits David Wilcock's pattern perfectly. He pumped in, he ran that Convergence Pictures LLC, invest in my film scam for some 4 or 5 years, right? Let's just give him the benefit of the doubt and say 4 years he collected money, 3 rounds of investment, never produced the film. Suddenly that company goes out of business and he's on to collecting money in PayPal, in GoFundMe scams for him and his buddies. When that is finished, he starts a charity, a 501c3, and then only files his first year 990 form, which you're required to do by law every year. And this, my friends, is interesting because I have been pressuring him and his accounting firm listed on his charity's website as the accounting firm for quite some time. And I have been asking for the 990 forms. For those that don't know, the 990 forms are the forms that you are required by the IRS to fill out every year. It shows the public how much money you collected and what you spent all the money on. He's had his charity for 3 years now, going on 4, and has only filed one 990 form, which we described. He collects $70,000, didn't do any charity with any of that, just set up an office, bought a lot of equipment and software, a lot of travel and meal expenses, right? So I guess he's eating super fancy dinners because there was thousands and thousands of dollars worth of travel and entertainment expenses. So with your charitable donations, he's traveling and entertaining himself, but he's not doing any charitable work with the $70,000 we know he collected in the first year. Now, this is where it gets interesting. I have been pressuring him and his accountants. I've sent 10 requests, at least, asking for the 990 form so that the public can know how much money he collected in 2019 and what he did with the money for his spiritual charity. How much money he collected in 2020 and what he did with all that money for his spiritual charity him and his wife run. They have ignored all my requests. It is federal law that they have to give the 990 form to anyone who requests it within 30 days. I've checked every week with the IRS.gov website. He has not filed his last 2 years of 990 forms with the IRS. I believe he is in violation of federal law for not doing so, and is also in danger of losing his charitable status. If you don't file 3 of those in a row, they automatically pull your 501c3 license and you can no longer take charitable donations. But here's what's interesting. After refusing to give me the 990 forms, as he is required to do by federal law, 10 requests, he won't tell me or anyone who asks for it where all the money went and what they spent it on. Now, he's right now starting a new business, for-profit business, where he's soliciting people for donations and funding. And what happens right before he starts the new business soliciting donations and investors from the public? Well, he's been pumping this Wilcock Foundation for the past 3 years. Now it appears that the donation links are broken. The site can't be reached. Look at that. Interesting. And the donate button We can't complete your donation. This organization's account is inactive. Why is that? And isn't it a little suspect that right as he starts a new business soliciting donations and investment from the general public, his old money source that he's been pumping for 3 years suddenly stops taking donations, charitable donations? It's as if he runs the course with these send me free money things for years, and as soon as they're no longer working, he starts a new send me free money scam. I'm calling these things scams. Until I'm proven otherwise, I feel confident in my analysis. Why would you suddenly stop taking donations for your charitable organization? Why would you refuse to offer to the public, as you're required to by federal law, the proof of how much money you are collecting for your charity and what you are spending the money on? Now, let's go back to our slide presentation because we're not done. We are not done with the saga of David Wilcock scams, friends. It's just there's so much. So now his spiritual healing and empowerment, I think that's going belly up. Just like Convergence Pictures went belly up before this. He's no longer taking those donations because now he wants investors to invest in his hovercar and free energy company. Here is his 2018 filing, and we can see, look at this. Look what he spent. He collected $70,000. He refuses to release the filings for 2019 and 2020. What did he spend $70,000 he collected on? Well, look at this. $10,000 in telephone expenses? Or is that supplies? Yeah, that's supplies. He spent $10,000 on supplies. He spent $5,600 roughly on software. Research and development. He spent $1,975. Wow. Meals and entertainment. He spent $4,000 of your charitable donations on meals and entertainment. Friends, I don't know about you. I don't have rich tastes, but how many times do you think you could eat at a decent chain restaurant? Like, let's just slum it and even say Applebee's with $4,000. I don't know. When I go, the four of us, me, my wife, and the kids, it's like, $60. That's an awful lot of meals and entertainment. $4,000. What is he eating for $4,000? Oh, and you paid his internet bills too. He bought computer supplies to the tune of $759. Bank fees. Oh, look, you're even paying some of his auto expenses with your charitable donations. Great. He charged you for the website design of his charity, right? He charged the charity for his telephone expenses for the year. And here we see, this is dated July 15th. And this is my last request. And this is to his accounting firm, somebody that I was talking to there named Julissa. I said, this is my second request with your business, that's his accounting firm, for the 990 forms for Wilcock Spiritual Healing Foundation, which your company represents. My last request was made more than a month ago, June 8th. I still have not received these forms from you. As far as I know, any charitable organization has 30 days to provide those upon request. Previous to my request with you, I have emailed both David and Elizabeth Wilcock and requested these forms for 2019 and 2020. I have also requested these forms in their YouTube comments section and by using the contact forms on both their website. It will be very difficult for them to claim that they did not get these requests, which I have carefully documented for months and months now. Please advise, is your company just refusing to provide these 990 forms I have requested? Previously, you promised to get back to me and never did. Please advise. Stephen Cambion, host of Truth Seekers. And no, they never got back to me, and I messaged them several more times. I made it a habit of messaging both David Wilcock and Elizabeth Wilcock and the accounting firm once a month for the past year, I'd say. Nobody has ever gotten back to me. David Wilcock does not want you to know what he spent all the money on. Look at this, $4,000. He spent $4,000 on furniture out of his charitable donations. Oh, I'm sorry. $5,000 on furniture and fixtures. Machinery and equipment, he spent $4,000 roughly. So we see David Wilcock collected $70,000 and he just spent all the money on, I suppose, things he wanted. New furniture, new supplies, new software, pay my phone bill, buy myself $4,000 worth of meals and entertainment. Now we see some window into what happens when you give David Wilcock some of your money. He's not feeding starving children in Africa, friends. He's spending the money on himself, it appears. I don't see any charitable work for the $70,000 he created. Not one thing did he do for charity. He just spent all the money on whatever he wanted. But he wants you to invest, right? He wants you to invest. Okay, and I do have to mention this Liz Lurie, because I should mention Stina Maria is the person who uncovered David Wilcock starting his own charity. She made a video about it, and what did she get? Privacy strikes, copyright strikes that were invalid. She was sharing public records. They tried to get her to take the video down, force her to take the video down. David and Elizabeth Wilcock did. Here's from Stina Maria. When my video first came out, it was hit with privacy violations from YouTube. I don't have screens of those, but they are in one of the videos. I think the video where I spoke about Cosmic Secret. Then when YouTube didn't do anything because it wasn't privacy violation, that's when Liz Lurie emailed me with a cease and desist letter. So here is a very angry lawyer letter. You are hereby ordered to immediately cease and desist unlawful activities directed at my client, Corey Good, including, but not limited to, business associates, as well as regards to him personally. And there's a separate cease and desist where she's ordered to immediately cease and desist all defamatory, harassing, stalking, doxing, cyber stalking. She didn't do any of those things. This is for her clients, David Wilcock. And this is Liz Lurie, who wrote Corey Good's course that Corey Good sold and is right now suing Corey Good, to the best of my recollection. I don't know if that case is over. I thought they settled, but then somebody told me that they refiled. And some final points to make, friends. Some final points to make here, and that is this. 1 second here, friends. Let me just check in there. I believe that may be of some importance. Someone is pinging me, right? Someone is pinging me. So Liz Lurie threatens Stina Maria for doing nothing but making... so she got... Stina Maria got she got 2 cease and desist letters from Liz Lurie. Just a point of clarification. So, some final points to make, which are very important. David Wilcock's newest adventure is selling a course where he claims he's going to teach you the secrets of free energy and anti-gravity for just $333. And we also, there's a big problem with this, because there's a truth in advertising law. It's federal law in the United States, which says you can't outright lie in your advertising. David Wilcock outright lied in his advertising. What do I mean? I mean, in his advertising, he said that this was a special offer, a limited time offer that would expire at midnight Pacific Standard Time last night. But we can look on his website, and he just pushed the timer back and is still collecting money for this course. I believe right there, that is a violation of federal law, the truth in advertising laws. You can't say this is a limited time offer, you got to sign up by midnight, and then just push the timer back and keep collecting money. This is the slimy kind of business practices that is the hallmark of a con artist. A con artist does that. Hurry up, operators are standing by. Limited time offer. You got to sign up for the course right away. Kind of like the Daniel Brinkley pitch. Daniel Brinkley, he's going to die any day. Limited time offer. You got to hurry up and sign up for my course. He tries to create a sense of urgency so people hurry up and part with their money faster because they think that it's some kind of limited time thing. It's not limited time. He's going to keep taking money for this right up to the minute before the course begins. And that alone, friends, having stood there in front of a camera and lied to his fake teeth, saying this is a limited time offer, is a lie and is therefore against the federal laws surrounding truth in advertising. That alone is illegal. But let's look, friends, and consider the history of the saga of scams that David Wilcock has been involved in for the past 10 plus years now, and ask ourselves this very important question. What are the chances that people who invest with David Wilcock's new adventure to create hovercars and free energy devices in his secret hangar are going to get their money's worth, are going to be happy with their investment? What are the chances that David Wilcock, having failed as a fake psychic, having failed as Edgar Casey reincarnated, some would say having failed as an author, because by multiple reports, David Wilcock buys his own books in bulk to get himself higher on the bestseller list. Having failed at being a television show host, having failed at running a film company, having failed at running a charity or doing any charity for the perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars he collected for his charity. He was a failure at running a charity. What are the odds, friends? Having failed so much, he's a failure and a reprehensible human being for running a GoFundMe scam. Oh, and we have one final. I almost forgot. See? The David Wilcock and the saga of scams, there's so many scams that you forget some. You forget some, friends. There's just too many scams, and you end up forgetting some. So let me not forget one more scam that David Wilcock also pumped up on Jimmy Church's radio show. And that is the Emery Smith PayPal donation scam. One second, friends. I have an article here titled, "Did Emery Smith trick thousands to donate online over a drunken bender?" And this is from Boldly. An insider has revealed the backstory behind this photograph, which was allegedly used as part of a scheme to raise between $50,000 and $70,000 for Emery Smith, who it was claimed was the victim of a deep state attack by the Men in Black. Yes, you read that right. On December 29th, 2017, David Wilcock, a controversial speaker and author into the New Age and ufology field, posted what would end up being a 7,000-word blog post, which would generate almost 6 million views, detailing an amazing story of a shadowy deep state operatives who were obviously trying to take out Emery Smith and even kidnapped his dog. And this is from David Wilcock. Emery Smith is in the emergency room for the second time now in the last 2 days. The sudden health collapse occurred right after 3 black SUVs drove up and ran off with his beloved dog, Raven. And what we found out is, no, Emery Smith was drunk and let his dog out, and the dog went on the highway and got killed. He has a flu, high fever, and shortness of breath. Please read this new article immediately. We are calling for your prayers and, of course, your donations. And here is the blog post. It's still available now, and so is the PayPal donation link. ET Autopsy Insider Emery Smith hit with massive attack after coming forward. Do you see this narrative of him being under attack or having some kind of vast importance in the conspiracy world, and the government is always attacking him and his insiders? His insiders are frauds. Check out the Emery Smith coverage that we did previously to this, where his fiance comes out and tells the complete and total truth that he is just a falling down drunk, and he is not any kind of a, truth teller. He's not on missions. It's all fake. According to Wilcock, Smith was a former Black Ops program insider who worked for secret biological facilities deep in the New Mexico desert and personally autopsied about 3,000 different types of humanoid extraterrestrials. Sure he did. Even Emery Smith refutes that claim. He said it was 3,000 different tissue samples. Yeah. So here is, look at this. Palm Springs just picked up a dog from the middle of the Dina Shore near San Luis Rey, who was railroaded by 2 cars just ahead of me. I can't take her for the night even due to cats at home. We'll be willing to drop her off in the morning at the shelter. So somebody found his dog that got hit by a car. And here's Emery Smith. But if the deep state attack's not true, what really happened? The insider claims Emery Smith landed himself in the hospital visit, and that would be points on the curve who he's referencing here, after a 5-day bender of insane alcoholism and drug abuse, in which the former associate said he sat Smith down and advised him if he keeps up like this, he's going to end up killing himself. But what about the dog? As the insider describes it, Smith was drunk again, and he let the dog out at his car park not far from his home. He claims his wife was actually the one who then found the dog through the local Facebook group, which the screenshot Wilcock had posted to his blog. But all of this is just one anecdote covered in this insider's first video, Points on the Curve. And thank God we saved some of that Points on the Curve, because his videos he took all his videos down. It essentially debunks most of Wilcock's 7,000 words on this blog post, including Tales of Smith when Wilcock was referring to him as unmasked source named Paul, who had similar run-ins with the deep state, including the killing of another of his dogs, crashing his car, and even breaking into his home and leaving a solitary armor-piercing bullet on his counter as a warning. So David Wilcock, and this is authored by Daniel James, which is funny because I kind of forgot that Daniel James wrote this. I was just looking for material to tell this part of the David Wilcock saga of scam story. Yeah, so here we go. Another PayPal donation scam that was promoted on Jimmy Church's radio show that was filled 7,000 words of lies, right? And now he's on to the new scam, which is that he's going to create hovercar technology. And he needs you to buy his new course and give him a money bomb so that he can do what? Buy another $4,000 worth of meals and entertainment with your money? Live his millionaire's lifestyle? He owns $1 million mansion and rents another $1 million mansion, right? Driving around in a $100,000 car at conferences, may be a rental, but it's still a $100,000 car. And he needs your money. He needs your money to create hover cars. He needs your money to buy rich boy toys like expensive computers, expensive software plugins, 4 cameras so he can have 4 camera angles, expensive studios so he can make his ego-driven, narcissistic videos with 4 camera angles while yelling at his wife, right? He needs your money, friends. So, he says in his video, my wife and I were actually down to our last $3,000 before we started this course, so it was a pretty dire situation. You know the way that it got timed was just happened to work out. So just when David Wilcock is down to his last $3,000, he comes up with this new idea that he, within a year, is going to create a hovercar prototype. And within 4 years, there's going to be affordable hovercars with free energy engines. He said that anybody will be able to purchase and put in their garage. Sure. Also from David Wilcock. So this is real. You don't get unauthorized access to military facilities. This is our facility. We own this, okay? We actually paid for the whole thing, which suggests that he bought this entire hangar cash. And I got to tell you, hangars aren't cheap, friends. Where did the money come from for him to purchase a hangar like that cash? And can we see the records of the purchase so that we know at least that part of your hovercar free energy plans are true and real and you actually do own this place? He goes on to state in his video that one of the things we're going to be doing is creating thousands and thousands of jobs. Again, he's pulling on people's heartstrings. Invest in my company. He states unequivocally in his video that if you buy his course, you too will know the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy. And I submit to you, friends, that if any single individual spends $333 for the course and they are then not able to build a hovercar like he's promising you'll know how to do, then this, my friends, is just another in a long line of consumer fraud activity from David Wilcock. Now we have one final slide to share here. Who is Ben? Ben is his mysterious source that he says came from Pete Peterson. And in his video, he says, because I am working on a hovercar technology right now, I'm not joking. I am not going to talk about it until we've got something for you. Well, he's got nothing to show us but an empty hangar, and he's collecting investor money and soliciting people to buy a $333 course so that he could teach you the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy. But hey, we're getting pretty close. Once we get to that point, I could talk a lot more. But several of Pete Peterson's former associates I am working with on this, and it's very real. This is David Wilcock's September 17th video. And I ask you, friends, if Pete Peterson is a complete and total proven fraud, How does he have associates? And what are the odds that his associates are not complete and total proven frauds like him? David Wilcock wants you to buy his course based on his anonymous source that he's not going to reveal until you buy his course. Some people have suggested that this source is David Adair, but I don't think even David Wilcock would go to that level of scamminess. But you never know, friends. He goes on to say, you won't want to miss this. Together, Ben and I will appear side by side, sharing new insights about ETs, the technology that is available for us to use right now, and how and why we are being called to meet and combat what could be considered pure evil at this time. I don't need to tell you that this is urgent, because I know you can feel what's going on in the world right now. It all sounds very similar to the many ancient prophecies I have been sharing with you for well over 2 decades now. Yeah, the world's worst psychic who's batting zero. He can't show me one clear-cut thing he predicted that actually happened. But I, friends, can show you thousands of prophecies and predictions he made that he failed miserably at. Most notably, he recently predicted that Donald Trump would win the election in a landslide. Previous to the election, he predicted that. That turned out to be fake. He predicted that Joe Biden would never step foot in the White House. That prediction turned out to be fake. And it goes on and on and on. I could cite for you thousands of predictions, my favorite of which he predicted before 2012 that we would all get light bodies and superpowers, friends. I don't know about you, but I didn't get no superpowers. I'm kind of disappointed. I'm pissed off at David Wilcock. I was waiting for my superpowers. We were supposed to be able to telepathically communicate, levitate, all kinds of stuff, teleport. None of that happened. But now he's going to tell you that going from nothing but a patent that he found on the internet, which most credible scientists will tell you is not provable science that works, he's going to, within 1 year, create a hovercar prototype, and within 4 years be full-on manufacturing them, all with American parts, with American workers. Friends, there's a chip shortage in the world. You can't produce any technological device without silicon, and you're not getting American-made silicon. So that statement is false, misleading, and a lie. He's not building any technological device without foreign silicon. It won't happen. I have a background in computer science. Trust me. Can you buy chips made in the United States? Not really good ones, not super advanced ones. And in fact, all major car manufacturers rely on foreign silicon. The Silicon Valley of Asia is where the chips are mostly manufactured. So for him to claim that he's going to do all this with American parts and American labor is misleading at best. And here we go. If you step into this course experience now, before the timer runs out or we hit capacity, the timer never ran out. He just keeps resetting the timer. So this is false, misleading, and false advertising and against the law. Because there is no timer running out. You just keep resetting the timer, David Wilcock. But he claims you'll receive an exclusive 2-hour to Insider VIP with Ben and me. Ben's true identity will be revealed to you first during the course experience, and together we will answer all your questions live. The direct live session with Ben is only being offered to you, an insider to my community. Look at this marketing garbage. And listen, the offer will expire today, September 22nd, 11:59 Pacific time. But then he puts a note. Sale was extended by request. After this, it will expire. Friends, you can check the website right now. The offer hasn't expired. He just keeps on moving the timer. Let me see if I can find it, friends. Yeah, and that alone, friends, is false advertising and against the law. You can't say this is a limited time offer and then just move the goalpost. You can't do that. That is against the truth in advertising laws in the United States. And it may be against international laws. Because after all, he is selling his course to everyone in the world, not just the United States citizens. So he may be in violation of advertising laws in Europe, advertising laws in Australia, advertising laws in France, I don't know, Russia, the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union countries. All of these countries, many countries have laws against false advertising. Oh, extended only for today. Here he is. He's still accepting. He took the timer down, but he's still accepting. Look, days, hours, minutes. The timer's not working now. But you could still register. So he lied when he said that this was a limited time offer. Because we could register for this right now, and I guarantee that he will. Yeah, there you go. You could register right now, and he'll take your money. So that's false advertising and a lie, my friends. A outright lie right on his public website, which is not very bright of him. Because it's a public website. This is accessible by the public and also by law enforcement. Greetings and salutations, and welcome back, old friends and new. Tonight on Truth Seekers, we're going to be finally wrapping up the saga of David Wilcock, free energy, and hovercars. That's right, your favorite ancient alien star. Well, maybe your favorite, not mine. After, let's see, being a failure as a fake psychic, being a failure as a fake Edgar Casey reincarnated, being a failure as a nonprofit spiritual guru, being a failure as an ancient alien theorist, because I don't believe he's ever proven any of that is true, real, or accurate. Let's see. Being a failure as a UFO researcher, because all he brings us is fake people with fake backgrounds or fake educations, fake accomplishments that he never even bothers to check into. Now his newest adventure, he's going to tell you, a fake letter of the alphabet, a failure at being the letter of the alphabet guru, because that all turned out to be garbage. Now, Mr. Wilcock's latest adventure, he's telling everybody that he's going to be the father of Antigravity. Why? Because he dreamed about it. It must be true. This whole story is garbage. And in part 2, you can check our channel here. We detailed a treasure trove of, you know what? I'm going to be careful with my wording here. A treasure trove of very questionable business ethics tactics in order to generate money for himself. And now, after selling courses on Ascension and nobody ascended, after stating that he once stated on a live show, I believe it was Edge of Wonder, whatever. Those guys got thrown off of YouTube. So he once stated that all the money that he generates from his courses goes to his nonprofit. And we investigated his nonprofit. We asked for forms that he's required to deliver to us by law, showing where the money went, or how much he collected and where all the money went, and he refuses to provide those forms. Now, he's saying that he basically admitted on his live stream, he's saying that he funneled money from the courses that he's been selling for the past 3 years into free energy and hovercar technology. And we're going to share a video clip of that. That's very problematic. You cannot take money from a charity and funnel it into a for-profit company. So is he going to just give away these hovercars? Is that the charity? I'm confused because the money situation with David Wilcock is always confusing. Give me money for nothing. That is essentially what I figured out about David Wilcock's business. He wants money for nothing. For fake information in courses, or let's just say, the information that he provides is it's like sewn together patchwork of garbage that you could get anywhere on the internet for free, but he stitches together a bunch of garbage, Law of One, let's throw in some Antarctic aliens under the ice, right? It's crazy. So he previously said on a show that all the money that he generates for his courses go into his David and Beth Wilcock Spiritual Foundation. But we investigated that foundation and found out there's very misleading stuff going on. Like we couldn't find on the first form that he actually filed, the 990 form, he collected $70,000 and we couldn't find any charitable work that he performed. He just took the money and spent it on things like furniture, equipment, rent, automotive expenses. He even made the people donating to his charity pay his cell phone bill, apparently, according to those records. But he won't give us the records for the second one, right? And I got to tell you. So David Wilcock has this history of collecting money and never delivering what he promises. Let's see. He's going to sell you the course on Ascension. Nobody ascended. In 2012, he was selling information and telling everybody they were going to get superpowers. Nobody got their superpowers. His books, he's got one book that highly features Dr. Pete Peterson. and all his fake stories. But we've detailed that this Pete Peterson is completely, totally fake. And now David Wilcock is saying that new associates of Pete Peterson, the fake source that he milked for 10 years, the senile old man that, had bottles of piss and dead cats all throughout his house when it was foreclosed on, and he ran a scam to help the guy, a PayPal donation scam, and lied about everything in that. Okay, that guy's associates are now going to help David Wilcock create the world's first hovercar with anti-gravity and also create free energy. And I got to tell you, go look into free energy scams. They're a dime a dozen. So I feel like David Wilcock has reached the bottom of the what can I do to generate a lot of money and not deliver on this time barrel. There's nothing lower than running a free energy scam as far as I guess the scam meter goes. Do we get a scam meter here? Is there some, I guess there is. And free energy investments, go ask anybody that ever donated to a free energy nonprofit. It's interesting to note that convicted fraud felon Billy Carson ran a free energy scam, collected a whole bunch of money in the form of a charity, and never delivered on anything. He never showed any device, working or otherwise. We've also got Dr. Stephen Greer, who ran a free energy scam called the Orion Project, which he collected and crowdfunded over, to the best of my recollection, over $400,000 and never delivered any device, working or otherwise. Friends, free energy investment scams, free energy donation scams are a dime a dozen out there. And nobody that collects money for any free energy promises in the history of electricity has ever delivered. But David Wilcock thinks that he's going to be the one to crack that code. Not only is he going to defy the laws of gravitational physics by creating a hovercar, he's also going to defy the third law of thermodynamics and produce a free energy device. Great. The same guy who has been lying through his fake teeth for 20 years is now going to do that. This just kind of, this whole free energy and hovercar thing has just gotten me thinking about being a child on a playground, and like some kid comes up and tells some fantastical story, but he never delivers. How many times are you going to even listen to that kid before you say, this kid's full of shit? It's not even worth listening anymore. And I got to tell you, I'm getting a little bitter, I guess, because everybody wants me to listen to him and talk about him, and I'm like, this is such a waste of time. I could be doing anything better with my time than listening to this clown. So I couldn't even get through this last 3-4 hour video, right? I couldn't do it. I got through the first hour. We're going to play some of that because that's where the relevant parts about the free energy and the hovercar stuff is in his latest video. Then he goes on for another 2 or 3 hours connecting together all kinds of disconnected nonsense, like screaming, like plants scream when you throw them in the pot, and you got to pray for those carrots before you throw them in the boiling pot of water, and then they don't scream, and he says that's been scientifically proven to be true. My gosh, it's just a treasure trove of garbage. And it's like, if the whole thing he's trying to push is free energy and hovercars, then why throw in an additional 2 or 3 hours of garbage after you're done talking about what the real subject that people are there to hear you talk about? Now he's selling a new course in free energy and anti-gravity, and he's saying that you'll be able to do it too if you just give him $333. I almost want to give him the $333 and then sit through his course, try to build me a hoverboard, and then call BS and tell him I want my money back because you didn't teach me the secrets of anti-gravity. Friends, this is how bold of a scam this is. He's telling people publicly on the internet that if you give me $333, I'm going to teach you the secrets of free energy and anti-gravity, and you'll be able to do it too. He said that. I don't know how he thinks law enforcement wouldn't find fault with those type of promises for a course. What are the odds that I'm going to pay him $333, learn the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy, and be able to do it too? What are the odds, friends? Many people on Twitter are encouraging me to report him for his lack of response to my request for his 990 forms. And honestly, the last play I have left in the saga of David Wilcock's what I call the fake charity, because he's never shown any charitable act that he's done with any of the money that he collected. Not one thing. Not one starving mouth fed, not one well dug in Africa, not one donation to another charity to try to do some good in the world. Apparently, he just spent all the money on whatever he wanted, and now he doesn't want to show us all, as he is legally required to do so, what he spent all that charity's money on that he's been collecting for, 3 or 4 years now. Now he's going to move on and collect money so that you can invest in his company that's going to build hover cars and provide free energy. Sure. But this is where we're at. Now, I found, I'm going to put my fair use banner up here. I found a video from some time ago, almost a year ago, where he was discussing his plans for free energy. And there's a few nuggets in there that I thought were important. So we're going to cite fair use. This is a transformative work, and we are educating the public. And we'll be critiquing the video we're sharing and discussing it with our live chat. This is covered under fair use and certainly allowable by law. We have lawyer letters standing by for anyone foolish enough to falsely copyright or privacy strike us or anything. Some of these guys do not like you using their own videos to show what liars they are. But we have the right to do that under fair use. So, and this is certainly a transformative work as well. 1 second, friends. Let's find this. Okay, so this is David Wilcock on a video from some time ago talking about his plans for free energy and hover cars. Let's get into it, friends.
Because I am working on hovercar technology right now. I'm not joking. I'm not going to talk about it until we've got something for you, but we're getting pretty close. Once we get to that point, I can talk a lot more, but several of Pete Peterson's former associates I'm working with on this, and it's very, very real. We expect that once we get final...
That's the important nugget. He is saying that he's working on hovercar technology with several associates of Pete Peterson, who we have proven is a complete and total made-up fraud source that he's been milking. So now, Pete Peterson is dead. He's saying that he's got friends of Pete Peterson and him are going to develop this anti-gravity technology. So, friends of a complete and total fraud source that you milked for 10 years? Frauds of an original fake source? Now you've got friends, and they're anonymous friends. He won't tell us their names, because David Wilcock has a lot of imaginary friends that he brings up in his presentations like they're real people. But you never meet them, you never see them, nobody else gets to talk to them or interview them and say, hey, did you tell David Wilcock this, or is he just making this up?
Financed, hopefully, that we'll have an operational working prototype within 1 year, and that we could go into mass production within 4 years, where you will have a hover car in your garage at an affordable price. And, the company that I'm working with is one of about 5 that I've been briefed on.
There he goes again. He's getting briefings. Friends, I've said this so many times. Generals get briefings. Senators get briefed. Congressmen get briefings, right? Some guy that was on Ancient Aliens is not getting briefings from aerospace pioneer companies.
That are all working on this, and we're all in kind of like a little race with each other of who's going to do it first. As I've talked about in other videos, I'm not going to run through all of it again. There have been these declassified patents filed by a man apparently named Salvatore Pius.
And these patents that he's talking about, go ask any physicist to look at them and tell you, is this real and workable technology, or is this garbage? Because I've had physicists, I've reached out to them, I've sent them the patents, every scientist that I've talked to about these patents come back and say, this looks like garbage to me. This is not workable technology. This is not what it appears to be. And they don't understand why a patent was even issued. And I just want to caution David Wilcock, if he's truly this dumb to believe that any patent that is filed is real and workable and the technology works and is real, there are thousands, tens of thousands of prototypes given to people for technology that never really existed and never will. He's basing this whole company off of these patents that he thinks are real, workable, real working technology. Go ask a scientist, a real scientist, not one of his like fake imaginary friends, to look at those patents and tell you, is this real? And further, he truly, I suppose, believes that it's so simple to create anti-gravity that he's just going to copy off these patents. And that's another huge problem. He's mentioned these patents, like, and has said he's basing his hovercar on the technology in these patents. If you're creating a for-profit company, maybe you're too dumb to realize this, David Wilcock, but you can't just copy somebody else's patent and use it in your company. You'd get sued. So you better have your own original method, patentable method of generating an anti-gravitic effect or engine. You can't simply take, let's say, look, let's go out on a limb and say these Salvador Pius patents, which most real scientists laugh at and think are a joke, let's just go out on a limb here and say those are real and the technology described in them is workable, buildable, provable technology. That would be an amazing world to live in. That would mean that somebody invented somebody invented anti-gravity engine that actually works. That would be amazing. But David Wilcock, you dummy, you can't just go, like I said, let's just say the patents work. The technology described in those patents work. You can't just take somebody else's patent, copy it, build it, and then sell it. That's illegal. And you're basing your whole company off of that, from what I've heard. He keeps mentioning these patents and saying, they're showing us how to do it, and we're going to do it. Great.
And they are for a device called the Hawk, H-A-U-C, Hybrid Air Underwater Craft. And it's basically a flying black triangle, and the patent describes exactly how to build it and says that it is anti-gravitic. And in the other videos I've done, we have compelling evidence that they've already built these. They know how they work. One of the designs that we have, I have schematics of it. The wings fold up like this so you can get it into the garage, because you do actually need some wings for like these ionic type of propulsion systems.
The ionic propulsion system and the technology described in these Salvador Pius patents that he's saying he's basing the technology off of are two entirely different things. I really am starting to worry that David Wilcock himself is getting scammed. Like maybe somebody is taking advantage of him and telling him that this stuff works and just keep dumping money into this project and we'll get it to work for you, David. That's a possibility. And by the way, this is the theory. Somebody sent me a timestamp. I purposely didn't listen to whatever CW channel was saying about this whole situation because I'm covering it. I didn't want to be influenced, but somebody sent me a timestamp and I did listen to it, a short timestamp. And CW Channer, he believes in his analysis that this man is being taken advantage of. He's being taken on a ride, and he's a mark. Given it how gullible he is when people come up to him and tell him fake alien stories, and he just believes everybody, it's well within the realm of possibility that somebody got to him, told him, yeah, we can build this. Just put millions of bucks into the company, David. We'll get it working. And they are scamming him. And he is in turn scamming the public, right? He's taking money from his courses and funnel it into this project that will never work. Mark my words. He's never going to produce any working technology. I'm going out, listen, I will risk my whatever reputation. He's never going to produce a working prototype or workable anti-gravity technology. That's my opinion, and I'm entitled to it.
You're shooting an ion cannon out the back. You have the anti-gravity, but you need thrust. So the wings kind of allow you to be what they call a flux.
The ion generator out the back would be the thrust. He doesn't understand even the basic principles of anything to do with, electric propulsion. There is a such thing as an ion engine. They use them in satellites, but they provide very, very little thrust. And they are not really usable in Earth's gravity. They're usable outside of Earth's gravity because even though they generate tiny, tiny bits of thrust, it's enough in a zero-G environment. So he's already basically just BSing that he knows how to build this thing. He doesn't even understand the basics of the components that he's describing are going to make up this hover car. Mr. Researcher doesn't know anything about ion engines. He said ion cannon. That's not going to do anything for you as far as propulsion, David. Look up ion engine.
Flux liner. You're riding the gravitational flux instead of an airliner that uses air. And because it's hybrid air underwater craft, you can also fly underwater with these at a much, much greater rate of speed than would normally be possible with that kind of a system. So
in addition to promising to create free energy devices and an anti-gravity propulsion system hover car, hey, it's also a submarine that can go faster underwater than anything else. Great. And he doesn't realize, there are aerospace companies with billions and billions and billions of dollars of funding, and they can't create a prototype like he describes. But he's going to do it? Sure you are, David. Sure you are.
I'm very, very excited about the technology that we're going to have. And again, it's been handed to us. The military has handed it to us. And as I've said before, Salvatore Pius translates as savior of our nation. Salvatore, savior. Pius, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. I'm sorry, I'm probably mangling it. Pius means nation or country.
Sure. So it's more disconnected nonsense. What is, everybody's name means something. Stephen means crown of garland, which is a stupid meaning for a name. I was very disappointed when I found out that's what Stephen means. I don't know why he feels the need to throw in these disconnected facts that have nothing to do with anything. It's like he's trying to prove his case by what? Connecting dots that aren't even there? It's unfortunate that he feels the need to be, throw in garbage information, and he thinks that somehow that is convincing, right? It's going to convince you more that he knows what he's talking about.
So why would the military save our country by releasing these patents? Well, I think it's pretty obvious. We've talked about Space Force. I've done a lot of other videos suggesting that this forbidden technology is going to be part of what we're going to get. You get into the work of Dr. Kenneth Shoulders and his amazing charge cluster technology, which is probably...
Here he's discussing real technology, but again, it's real and I believe patented technology or patent pending technology. And again, he can't just copy somebody else's patented technology to create what he's going to sell. He's got to create his own technology. And so far, I've listened to this clown for hours and hours and hours, and he has not described any original technology that he could actually legally sell. He's just talking about other people's work that he's not legally allowed to copy and produce a product out of.
It's one of the main contenders of what we're going to use to build hovercars.
Yeah. See that? One of the main contenders. I thought it was the Salvador Pius patents that he's going to copy. Now he's going to copy this other guy's work. Maybe he's going to copy both their work.
Because you can create anti-gravity.
Because, by the way, David Wilcock is a plagiarist and a half. All of his books, if you put them into a plagiarism checker... Now, granted, he does credit his sources, but 50 to 60% of his books are copy and paste jobs. Does he think he's just going to copy and paste other people's technologies into a working hover car? I mean, that works for his books. He makes lots of money selling books that are copy and paste jobs.
These little things. It turns out that if you send electrical current, sorry I'm jumping around a little bit, but hang in with me. If you send electrical current down a needle, and it comes off the point of the needle, you get this little ball of energy. And the ball of energy has all these very strange properties that shouldn't happen. It has way more electrostatic charge than it normally would. So it's got much, much greater energy in a much smaller package than it normally would, and it repels gravity. Plus, if you generate these charge clusters and you pass them through radioactive material, you deradiate the material. So when we start using charge cluster technology, we get free energy, because these things, if you generate a whole bunch of them, you get a lot of free energy out of it, more than it seems to take to generate, which is really true.
No, it's not been proven.
That's just the nature of how charge clusters form. They attract more energy than it takes to make them, and then they emanate that energy. So they generate energy, they generate a gravitational pull that you can either push or pull with it, and they also are, again, deradiating radioactive material passing through the material. So as I've talked about in other videos, I'm not going to run through all of it again. There have been these declassified patents filed by a man apparently named Salvatore Pais. And Salvatore Pais also patented a compact fusion reactor that's all these little needles that whirl around, which is how you make charge clusters, okay? And that is a power system you could drop in the thing. The other thing I talked about
Oh, I was muted. I got it. Sorry. Thank you. I really got to get a physical button, cough button. I apologize. So I was saying the promises that he's making would be very, very worrisome to any lawyer that he hired, because he's soliciting people for investments for a for-profit company. And he is on the record here making all of these wild promises and claims about what his hovercar is going to be able to do. It's going to have an anti-gravitic engine. It's going to have an ion cannon out the back. We're going to put a free energy engine in it. So I guess the implication is you'll never have to power it. You'll never have to get gasoline or jet fuel or anything, or even plug it in and charge it. It's just going to run for free. This is very, very problematic as far as an investment opportunity, right? You can't promise people all this stuff, take their money, and then not deliver it, or you may end up in the pokey, David Wilcock, for investment fraud. Now, I'm not a lawyer or a law enforcement officer, but I did ask a few about some of your claims and the implications here, and most of them agree with me that this is very dangerous for you to be doing. While soliciting donations for a for-profit company that you say is going to generate this product that you're promising. All right, back to the video, friends.
before is that the Hawkcraft is like a peanut. So there's a nut inside and then a shell on the outside, and that hollow area between the interior hull and the exterior hull, there's all these little needles where they can generate the charge clusters. So you generate them and then you steer them, and by first generating them, you then point them where you want to go, and that's how you get anti-gravity. So because I am working on hovercar technology right now, I'm not joking. I'm not going to talk about it until we've got something for you, but we're getting pretty close. Once we get to that point, I can talk a lot more, but several of Pete Peterson's former associates I'm working with on this, and it's very, very real.
Do you notice he had to stop and say it's very, very real?
We expect that once we get financed, hopefully, that we'll have an operational working prototype within 1 year, and that we could go into mass production within 4 years, where you will have a hover car in your garage at an affordable price.
Listen, go ask anybody that knows anything about aviation technology or building aircraft or building cars. You can't build a working prototype from nothing in 1 year. I mean, maybe you can if you have a talented enough team or you have enough money, but it just, to me, the odds of David Wilcock actually coming through with any of these promises, I think, is next to nothing. And I have to go over to Twitter because somebody, thankfully, let me find this. I retweeted it just so that I would be sure to be able to find it. And of course, this clip comes courtesy of Spudwife, who's always finding interesting clips and information about David Wilcock and others and sharing it on UFO Twitter, which I think is appropriate. Let's let people know. So many have suggested that he is illegally funneling or has illegally funneled money from his 501c3 charity into a for-profit company that he's starting now to build these hover cars. Many people are saying that. That's what I'm hearing. I haven't said that, but yes, I did. I did say that. I said it appears that he may be, but here we have substantial and supportive proof that that is exactly what happened, because here's what he says. He says that's what he did. Remembering that previously on Edge of Wonder, he told everybody that all the money from his courses goes to his 501c3 and then he doesn't have to pay taxes. He actually said that. It goes to my 501c3, so then I don't even have to pay taxes on it. Great. So he took charitable, non-taxed money and he put it into a for-profit company? This is crazy. And he's saying this stuff on public streams, right? Spudwave clipped this from a public stream.
We're ready to go. We've got funding in place. You have actually been the greatest help. And so how cool is it, right, to find out after 3 years of me doing these online courses that you were actually investing in anti-gravity free energy without realizing it, because I was taking your money and directing it over here to where I saw the need. We were still paying rent, okay, so we were not indulging with this money. We were using it for the greater good, and that's what the beings would have wanted. We're ready to go.
So here he says that he's been funneling money from his courses for 3 years that he previously said went to his charity. Now he's saying that he funneled all that money into free energy and anti-gravity technology that he's going to be selling for profit now. That is very, very problematic. Yeah, I did click share audio. So let me try it again. The audio on that clip is very, very low. I'll try to do it again. Share system audio. Let's try it again, but I did share it. Maybe it's very low. And if so, I apologize. Let me see if I can't. All right, here we go.
We're ready to go. We've got funding in place. You have actually been the greatest help. And so how cool is it, right, to find out after 3 years of me doing these online courses that you were actually investing in anti-gravity free energy without realizing it, because I was taking your money and directing it over here to where I saw the need. We were still paying rent, okay, so we were not indulging with this money. We were using it for the greater good, and that's what the beings would have wanted.
Yeah, the aliens, that's what they wanted. The beings wanted him to take all the money from his courses for the past 3 years and funnel it into a for-profit company that's going to create hover cars. This is certainly problematic, friends. And just give me a second here. I'm going to share one more thing, and we're going to wrap up this and this whole series, because in this latest 3-4 hour stream, some of the things that he does are almost comical. He talks about he was at an event and I never got to meet Donald Trump, but maybe I will someday. And it's something else. But then he gets into basically saying, look at all of these prototypes that I'm developing on my 3D printer. And then he shows us a bunch of, like, it looks like, I swear to God, when I saw this, I thought, this is like my G.I. Joe toys when I was a kid. He's 3D printing G.I. Joe toy airplanes and saying that they're prototypes. And it's a model, David Wilcock. That's not a prototype, but okay. It's so comical. It's awesome. I am going to share. We're going to cite fair use again. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public, critiquing the video, and we'll be discussing the contents of the video with our live chat. Just give me one moment here, friends. Get this set. And again, look, 4.5 hours. And others have said this, most notably, I believe C.W. Channer has said that he does these 4.5 hour streams on purpose because he's trying to stop people like C.W. Channer or me or anybody else very critical of his crazy wackadoo claims from sitting there. Like, he knows we don't want to sit there for 4.5 hours and listen to him talk. Nobody does. And it has been suggested, and I believe it has been substantially proven that he uses bots galore. So nobody wants to listen to this guy talk for 4.5 hours, but he's so arrogant that he thinks people do. Then he buys views with a bot farm. Great.
Debate, I actually went to a particular hotel, and here we go.
Yeah.
So there I am.
Love and light, a spiritual guru that's a big Trump supporter. Sure.
I'm in my, I'm in my room, and I got my slippers, and there's the Washington Monument in the background. And another interesting thing was that we got to watch this is the lobby of the Trump International Hotel in Washington, D.C., and that's one of my board members and colleagues in the chair in front of me there. And we're all dressed up in suits and ties, of course. That's what you have to do to be in a place like this. So here on the television screens, we were actually watching the second debate with JB, which is the one where he did really well and really trounced him. So that was a very, very amazing experience to be there in that hotel with that crowd and the way that they felt, obviously, and then how well 45 performed in the debate was really awesome. Now, I've never met 45. We've kind of gotten close a couple times. It didn't quite happen.
Oh, but what? Your buddy Pete Peterson got calls from him all the time. Why didn't he just introduce you to your hero?
But it is my hope in the future that the U.S. will develop at least some of these products, because it would be a shame for it only to be going overseas, right? If we're trying to create American jobs, build American.
Yeah, this is another thing. He's so dumb that he thinks that the United States government would allow him. Let's just go out on a limb here and say that he really does develop anti-gravity aircraft technology. He's so dumb that he thinks the United States government is just going to let him sell that technology to any country he wants to, any foreign country he wants to. That's not how this works, David Wilcock. That's not how any of this works, bro.
Products. Another place I went on this same trip with Ben, of course, was to the Air and Space Museum at the Smithsonian, also in Washington, D.C. And I didn't really...
and he keeps saying Ben throughout this. That's his anonymous source. And you're only allowed to know the source, who the source is, if you buy his course. You don't get to know who's teaching the course or who's his partner is in this anti-gravity free energy device technology company unless you buy his course for $333. That doesn't sound shady at all, does it? I think it does.
The thing I liked the most, of course, was the SR-71 Blackbird, and then for sentimental reasons, I loved seeing the space shuttle. And the space shuttle is massive. I mean, it was really, really big. So the picture, again, cutting back here, this SR-71 has particular needs. It's a high-speed aircraft, and so you have to have very long engines. So we have now upgraded the SR-71 to its next generation. And remember, in aerospace, in order to do engineering...
He is an aerospace expert now, and he is going to improve upon the most iconic spy plane, the fastest plane that ever flew. But he is such an expert that he is going to upgrade it and give us the next generation of the SR-71 Blackbird. Wow, I had no idea that David Wilcock was an engineer, let alone an aeronautical engineer. And he's such a skilled aeronautical engineer that he has the skill set to upgrade an airplane that the United States government put, millions and millions and hundreds of millions of dollars of research and development into. But he's going to improve on it because he's an expert.
It can cost like $2 billion a prototype. Engineering is incredibly expensive, and the main reason is because a lot of people don't know what they're doing.
But he does. Sure you do, David Wilcock. You know better than experts that went to school for this for 20 years, or people that have been in the aeronautics industry. And did you hear? He just proved himself a liar and contradicts himself. He just said it could cost like $1 billion to create a prototype. Does he have $1 billion? But he's going to create all these prototypes. Wait, we'll see. It gets good when he gets to the 3D printed G.I. Joe airplane toys. Oh, it's awesome.
So when Ben and I were walking around in the National Air and Space Museum, he was showing me all these airplanes that had little fins put on them, or little extra things that were bolted on that kind of created like a windbreaker. And it turns out that people don't really know how to make airplanes very well, and so a lot of times the airplane that ends up being the one that everybody uses isn't actually built in the right shape. They have to add these little fins on it to correct for the aerodynamic problems that create drag and lack of aerodynamics.
And I just want to say that my father was a huge fan of aviation history and airplanes, and we had books galore growing up about airplanes, and I don't know what he's talking about here. Most of the time, they wind tunnel test airplanes, prototypes before they go into manufacturing or production. You don't make, whole runs of an airplane and then just start bolting extra parts on it to fix the aerodynamics. That's done in the design phase, David Wilcock. So you don't know anything about aviation or building airplanes, but you're an expert on everything. One thing I've noticed about David Wilcock is no matter what he's talking about, he talks from an air of arrogance and he talks down about everybody else. Do you ever notice that? Like, scientists, they don't understand. These are too advanced concepts, but I'm going to teach them to you. Sure you are.
So what we have with Ben's own products is multiple actual working prototypes. We've done all the engineering. It's already in SolidWorks.
Now, again, he contradicts himself here. He says they have multiple working prototypes, and then he says they're done in SolidWorks, which is a 3D design CAD program. That means he's got some computer program files, some design projects in a computer program. He just contradicts himself. We have these working prototypes. The engineering's all done. Sure, it's done in a computer program. Doesn't mean it's working. It's got to be in the real world, David Wilcock. Show us your hovercar, David Wilcock.
Which is the program that these engineers use, so we can 3D print the models of our airplanes directly out of our SolidWorks engineering designs. And bear in mind, when you build a plane in SolidWorks, more or less, the program allows you to break it down piece by piece, create blueprints, create all the things you need to have that plane be completely able to be manufactured. So we already have the engineering done for multiple prototypes. And again, this is something that costs potentially $2 billion per prototype. It is very expensive to make new jets, but...
He's saying that they've developed all these different prototypes, and it could cost $2 billion a prototype, but they've already done it. And then he's going to go on to show you like 5 or 6 of what he's calling his prototypes, him and his partner's prototypes. So that's got to mean that he's put $11 billion into development by his own words here.
From all the people who I've spoken to on the inside, it's a commonly held belief that Ben is the premier aircraft or spacecraft designer on Earth today.
This is complete and total bull. First of all, what guy that's that good would work with David Wilcock? What guy that's at the top of his game in spaceship designing would say, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to start a company with that Ancient Aliens guy, right? That's not problematic or anything, and I'm going to let him be the public face of it, and I'm just going to sit here and design the spaceships, but he's going to get us all the money and tell everybody about it. Sure. And the preeminent spacecraft designer has to be an anonymous source, and you only get to know his real name, and I suppose we'll be able to look up his his background and his education and his real, whether he actually has any accomplishments, whether he's actually built any spaceships, after you give David Wilcock the $333.
So I wanted to show you some of the stuff that we've actually already done. I want to show you, first of all, a 3D
printed version of space-capable craft.
Printed version of a craft that we designed that's this follow-up to the SR-71 that will actually travel through space, if we so desire, with gravitational propulsion. I was very proud of myself. This was the first time I've been able to get the 3D printer to make one of these. And you'll notice that, of course, the bulkheads are almost as long as the fuselage. Now, wait a minute, David. That looks kind of evil. That looks like the devil's pitchfork. What the hell are you all doing here? Hold on. Okay, let's go back to the SR-71 real quick so you can see. I mean, you can't really see it in this picture, but the engines are very, very long. So if you want to get a high-speed aircraft, back to the camera, if you want to get a high-speed aircraft, the only way that you can really do this is to make the engines really, really long. So going back to the slide now.
This is such garbage. Listen to his logic. He's saying that his aircraft are going to have an anti-gravitic propulsion system, but then he's applying rules that he's claiming apply to regular jet aircraft. Why would the engineering rules of developing a very fast jet engine aircraft apply to an aircraft that uses an anti-gravity or completely different propulsion system than a jet? This makes absolutely no sense. And look at this thing. I saw it and I went, man, that looks kind of familiar. Why does that look so familiar to me? And I'm going to show you why, and it's a laugh riot of fun. I always accuse his partner in slime, Corey Good, of being, telling his fake Buck Rogers space adventure stories. And maybe that sunk in with David Wilcock, and he went, yeah, maybe I can mine Buck Rogers for, material. And look at this, friends. This is Buck Rogers' space fighter. Look at it. It looks an awful lot like David Wilcock's spaceship, doesn't it? Or maybe it's just me. I don't know. That's something that occurred to me, though. All right, we're gonna go back to we'll go back to the video here.
Once we produce this is a plane that is literally capable of traveling at Mach 4. This will be the fastest airplane ever made.
Yeah, this is a problem. This is a huge problem because any aircraft traveling at Mach 4 would need an incredible amount of heat shielding, or it would burn up going that fast. The SR-71 Blackbird employed a titanium shell that they had to specially develop in order to get it to go, Mach 3. And that costs, I don't know, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. So where is he getting hundreds of millions of dollars to develop a skin that's going to be able to withstand the heat of a Mach 4 flight? These are little details that he hasn't thought of, I guess. But this outright bragging that he's going to do these things is exactly like a guy in a bar getting too drunk and just starting to tell tall tales and not thinking about how ridiculous the stuff that the guy's saying is. This makes no sense. You can't just make a Mach 4 airplane out of, 3D printed parts in your garage, David Wilcock.
and it will use exotic alloys for the cockpit so we don't melt the cockpit. Like I said, the transparent metals have 5 times the strength of bulletproof glass.
Oh, now he's going to use transparent metals, which, by the way, is an early, not yet adopted technology that is also patented. He's not allowed to use that technology. That technology is patented, and he doesn't own the rights to use that technology. But wait, he's only going to shield the cockpit? What's he going to do about the rest of the airplane burning up in the atmosphere at Mach 4 heat?
And that's how the cockpit's going to go. So the bulkheads are really long so that the engines can be really long so that we can achieve that high speed. So in other words, the actual physics requirements demand that you make a jet if you want the highest speed.
I thought he was making an airplane that's a space plane with he said gravitic technology or something like that, which implies it's going to be an anti-gravity craft. Why do you need big engines in an anti-gravity craft? He just said that you just need these little needles and you can generate anti-gravity around the shell of the... He contradicts himself constantly, and it's annoying to listen to him.
With conventional propulsion, demands that you make a jet that has bulkheads that are as long as the fuselage. So I was very proud of this. Here is an image of the 3D printer. I chose the Pro 2 from Raise 3D. It's the one I happen to have used. Here's another one of our prototypes being printed on the printer. And so here's more of our fastest jet ever made.
And look at this. It's like he purposefully made it H.R. Geiger-like to make it more alien-looking. I can't lie. It's kind of cool looking, but do I believe that David Wilcock's going to be able to build a working model of this? Not in your life!
We made 2 size versions of it. And so we have the smaller ones and the larger ones. And you might say to yourself, well, David, why does it look like it's made out of wood grain? Okay, let me just explain this.
Now he's going to give everybody a 3D printing lesson, and it is because he's an expert. He just bought a 3D printer, and he's an expert on 3D printing already. What a smart guy David Wilcock is.
Printed, again, out of SolidWorks models. These are 3D models that actually are in a program that breaks it all down into individual components that you can print out the blueprints for, tell people how they work, and be able to manufacture these. So when we 3D print, we're using a filament printer. So it's taking individual filaments, and you can have up to 2. So you can have one color and then a separate color. And you're going to see in the next image.
Thanks for the 3D printing lesson.
Play around with double
David
filament
Wilcock.
printing.
Oh, wow, you got a double filament printer.
So when you get this filament kind of printing, it takes the original model and it breaks it down into slices. So each slice represents a particular layer of the model that gets printed as the head goes around. And there are very, very small differences in height between each of these layers. So when the actual program that Raise 3D made, when that program actually slices the model, it goes vertical, it goes horizontally from the top to the bottom, makes layers. And you get this very interesting wood grain effect actually when you're printing out jets, because of the nature of the changing curvature of the surface. So again, back to the slide.
Does he really think he's just going to 3D print a working prototype full-size version of this thing because he can 3D print a little toy airplane? My God, David Wilcock. Did you know what kind of level of humiliation this man is in for a year from now when he figures out in the next couple of months that none of this crap he's talking about is actually going to work in the real world? And oh God, and I had to stop. BG's almost made me crack up. He can't get his audio right. No way he could put a USB into a 3D printer. Yeah, he can't even get the audio on his show right. But somehow he's going to bring us hover cars and free energy devices. Sure you are, David Wilcock. Sure you are.
You can see that bizarre wood grain effect that we got here. Next, this is a close air support jet. We have some very significant interest in these. Actually, this is probably the product that is the most urgently needed. Now, what is this for? Close air support means that you don't care about how much fuel you're going to burn. You just need to get that sucker into the air, and you need to be fighting as quickly as possible. So this is what you would use if there's a sudden spontaneous...
This thing looks like exactly like a plane that I remember from Cobra, a G.I. Joe plane. I'm not kidding you.
Yes. Now the next prototype, which again is 3D printed.
This looks like a G.I. Joe toy I had when I was a kid, too.
I'm a retard, okay, so y'all can laugh. I put the wings on upside down. This is before Ben, I said, could we please make some, like special part on the wings? It's like a square notch that we can put it in. He did. So the engines are upside down, but I just thought, I don't know, maybe they work that way. When I thought about it more.
A man who didn't know which way the engines went on an airplane model claims that he's the genius that's going to bring us free energy and anti-gravitic technology and build a hovercar prototype within a year, and within 4 years, you too can buy one. Sure, he doesn't know which way the engines go on an airplane.
Or it didn't make any sense. But anyway, so back to the slide. The wings are upside down. The engines are supposed to be upside down. But this was the first one I made. Now this is our transport aircraft, which, as I said before, back to the yeah.
I wonder how scatterbrained this man is too, because he originally said, we're going to bring you a free energy device and a hovercar. And now, as he gets further into laying out his plans for his groundbreaking aerospace technology company, he's building like 7 different prototypes for airplanes. But are they airplanes, or are they going to use the anti-gravity? Like, he doesn't even explain that. They just look like airplanes to me.
This aircraft is the one that can fight fires. It can hold up to 300% more fire retardant than other types of airplanes. And we are right now working on patenting, and have actually just filed patents for a vertical takeoff and landing version of this. So imagine what could happen.
Well, if it was anti-gravity, wouldn't it be easy to do that? I don't understand anything this man is talking about. He's talking in circles. His plans make no sense. He's scatterbrained, telling you about... Listen, producing any one of these aircraft, from nothing to prototype to manufacture, would cost tens or hundreds of millions of dollars and require a team of hundreds of people. But he's going to do all of this and bring us hover cars and free energy. And all you got to do is buy his course for $333, and he's going to fund it all. Sure.
Happen if you have a plane like this, and it can come right over the water, and it can drop down, scoop up the water, and then come back up and go right back out to fight that fire again. This is the kind of awesome benefit that we have when we use this type of...
Yeah, there's aerospace companies that have been building airplanes specifically for the purpose of fighting forest fires and helicopters and all of that. And this guy, who's never built an airplane in his life, he's going to beat all those companies, and his airplane that fights fires can hold 300% more cargo in the form of fire retardant. It's just so much better. It's going to be able to go down in the water and scoop it up, do all these things that the big aerospace companies have not been able to accomplish. Do you see? I just can't get this guy. Like, is it arrogance, stupidity, or a 50-50 mixture of both that makes him so arrogant that he thinks that he's going to be able to accomplish all of these amazing things?
Of technology. And then here, what we have is a printed fleet.
Look at my toy planes. Look at my airplanes. My kid has a bunch of plastic toy airplanes like this. This is childish and stupid. And any serious venture capitalist or investor looking at this would laugh at this man. Look at this. It's absolutely ridiculous. Look, I printed a whole bunch of plastic toy planes. That means I could build them in real life. No, it doesn't, David Wilcock. It means that you're hanging around your mansion making G.I. Joe toys, or something that looks just like G.I. Joe toys I had when I was a kid, David Wilcock. This is crazy. Invest now, friends. Boy, I wish I had a few $1 million to give to David Wilcock so he can accomplish all these amazing things. He's going to take these 3D printed G.I. Joe toys and make them a reality. Sure he is.
Fleet of 2 different sizes of our close air support airplane. And so The small ones were taking me about 4.5 hours. The large ones, I think, were about 7 hours. And so for months this summer, I just kept the machine running the whole time. But going back to the slide yet again, there was an incredible synchronicity that happened. And so I need to kind of set this up for you.
Oh yeah. See, there's a synchronicity. That's all the proof you need that I'm going to bring you hovercar technology and create all these airplanes that are going to be better than, aerospace companies that have been in business 100 years airplanes. This is crazy.
So when I first got the 3D printing machine, Ben actually, it just converged that he came over to the house in Arizona, and because that's part of where I am now.
Take note of that. I think someone, what was it, Ari Stone, was trying to serve him legal papers for her lawsuit. He is in Arizona now. He must have a new mansion because he's got a mansion in Colorado and a mansion in California. And knowing David Wilcock's tastes, expensive ones, he must have bought a new mansion or is renting a new mansion now. Now he's in Arizona in a whole new mansion. Great.
In Arizona, so we got the hell out of California. So he came out to Arizona, and and I'm very, very happy being in Arizona. By the way, we are on the front line of truth and freedom, and it's awesome. So no regrets at all. Anyway, Ben came out to Arizona, and we set up the 3D printer together because I had no idea if this was going to work. I just want
to mention, what kind of CEO of an aerospace company has time to go, drop everything, go to Arizona, hang out with David Wilcock, and help him 3D print toy planes? Right? Does that sound like something that a respectable CEO of an aerospace company would do? But, we're not allowed to know who the respected expert aerospace engineer CEO partner is. Only if we pay him the $333 will he tell us who his anonymous partner in this anti-gravity company is. Great.
speculatively bought it because everybody that was wanting to invest in our company said, where's the prototype, where's the prototype? Well, we have them. You know, in the machine, we can make pictures of them, but no, people want a model. So when we started 3D printing, especially with...
No, David Wilcock, investors don't want to see a plastic 3D printed model or toy G.I. Joe plane that you're printing on a printer. They want to see a working, flying prototype that's full size and a proof of concept. No one... Listen, people can say whatever they want about me, but I have been running a startup for years now, trying to develop products, and you gotta have something that works that you can show people, or you're going nowhere. But David Wilcock seems to think that all he has to do is 3D print some G.I. Joe toy planes, and people are going to throw money at him.
Double filament, where we can make the cockpit a different color. People started to get a lot more excited, and it was a great thing to perk up our...
What difference does the color of a 3D printed toy make? What investor is going to go, you know, I wasn't sure I was going to put my money into this project, David Wilcock, but now that you got two color 3D printed toys, I'm in. Sign me up. Here's my money.
Our investments. Now, when Ben was at my house at the very beginning, we fired up the 3D printer, and the very first thing that we used was vegetable-based plastic. It's a cheaper...
Again, he's going to give you a 20-minute lesson on 3D printing. And he's only had a 3D printer, I believe, for less than 6 months or a year. But he's an expert, and why does he feel the need to tell people all these useless facts? This is why his streams are 4 hours long. Nobody cares about your 3D printer, David Wilcock. Show us the hovercar.
Plastic, and it's white. So the first thing we did was to 3D print a test image of whatever the machine lets you do. And so it had this round coin that actually was really cool. It had very good detail, and there's a spinning thing inside the coin, and somehow you print it, and then when you take the coin off, you can pop it, and the coin spins inside the bigger coin. There's a little coin inside the bigger coin, and it spins. The whole thing's round. The second thing that we printed, also on the white...
So he has to tell you all about how he printed the demo that came with his 3D printer. Great.
Plastic was our first attempt at making a jet, which failed. And then the third attempt that I made at 3D printing was with the smaller size of our spaceship, as I showed you with the two large bulkheads that goes Mach 4. Okay, so I had a coin.
And that's another thing. How can he say that thing goes Mach 4 when he doesn't have a working one that can prove it can go Mach 4? He just thinks it can go Mach 4. Just saying something doesn't make it, fact, David Wilcock. I'm a making Mach 5 plane, and I'm going to compete with David Wilcock's Mach 4 space plane because mine's going to go Mach 5 or Mach 6. Just because I said it doesn't mean I can do it. This is ridiculous that he expects people to give him money for this garbage.
I had a smaller jet and I had a larger jet. Now, I had no idea that when I printed these out that any pattern would emerge. But this is actually what happened. If you look at the image of the first three...
Thanks, F. Griff. I'm going to call all the super chats out
So there's
in a
a plate. So obviously I'm not... The Jesus statue is already there in our house. I'm talking now about the plastic below Jesus. So the round image that you see is the first thing that we printed, and every 3D printing makes a plate. There's always a plastic plate. You have to kind of terrifyingly break the plate off of the 3D printer with a spatula. It's hot, it's dangerous, and it's terrifying because it might break. Once you break off the bottom plate, then you got to get the model off of the plate. And
like I said, listen to all these useless facts. Like, people aren't tuning in to hear you give them a lesson about how a 3D printer works, David Wilcock. If they wanted to hear that, they would look up, 3D printer beginner tutorial. You're a beginner at 3D printing. But somehow you're going to 3D print a hover car. Sure.
and then what you're left with is this piece of plastic that is essentially just recyclable, and you can't do anything with it. So when I printed the third model, and then I looked on the back side, I had the shock of my life. Take a look at this, folks. Because there, on the back side of this model, was the image of what looks to me an awful lot like the crucifix, right? The standard Christian.
This is such garbage. This is about as impressive as the people who think that they see Jesus in their toast, right? Or in a Dorito.
Cross. What's even more interesting is that, and again, I didn't change any of this. The white residue is just left over from the old ABS plastic.
Or you could have drawn it on there with chalk. Who cares, David Wilcock? What does this have to do with anything? Look, I really am going to build hover cars because I was playing with my 3D printer one day, and look, it's the image of Jesus Christ. It's a sign from God. I'm going to be the father of anti-gravity. This is so stupid and this is the most stupid and ridiculous thing I've ever seen David Wilcock do, this whole hovercar garbage company.
Before we went over to the new plastic that's a much higher grade, so some of the white got into the other plastic. So it actually looks to me like the Rose Cross. And this is really incredible. I mean, I don't know what the hell to make out of this, but just to show you, here's the other side of that model. So this was the first small spaceship that we printed. And yet, here again, when you look on the back side, there's this astonishing Christian crucifix that was mysteriously 3D printed into the plate. I showed this to everybody on the board. Everybody got really excited about it because, to me, it's an indication that we are all being guided here. This does not appear to be an accident. When you get...
Yeah, Jesus wants David Wilcock to invent hover cars. Sure. As a Christian, that's offensive. This is so offensive to Christians worldwide that you would insert Jesus into your scam. Some phantom version, some phantom image that you say is Jesus is a sign from God that you're supposed to invent these hover cars.
That kind of strange synchronicity with a 3D printer, and it's a Christian synchronicity. To me, it shows we're being guided and everything is all aligned. So now I've shown you a couple images of both of our plants, images of the hover car that we may build, or we may modify that design slightly, and 3D printed models of things that we already have. So at this point, I don't think anybody can say that we're not really doing this.
I'm going to say you're not really doing this. You're 3D printing G.I. Joe toys in your mansion. That's what you're doing. You're 3D printing G.I. Joe toy airplanes in your mansion. You're not developing hovercar technology or anti-gravitic technology. If you were, you'd be focused on what an amazing technology that is. If you really developed 3D, if you really developed anti-gravity technology, you would be showing that technology. You wouldn't be showing us 3D printed G.I. Joe toys, bro.
This is real.
No, it's not.
But what's so amazing is that I looked this information up on when I had a dream years ago where it said I was one of the founding fathers of anti-gravity, or that I would be seen as one of the founding fathers. Well, anti-gravity. I mean, in 1999, I was living in the loft of a barn, and I never ever thought that I would be involved in any type of company that makes machines. Now, it is true, as I said in some of the emails, if you're getting our emails.
All right, I'm tapping out. That's all I can take. I can't take anymore, because now he starts to get into the real garbage. And so I made it a half hour. Actually, I did the whole hour, but we're not going to share anymore. So David Wilcock basically just said that Jesus is on his side, and he's going to be the father of free energy and anti-gravity, because he had a dream about it, and Jesus appeared on one of the toys, the 3D printed toys that he was making, right? And I gotta tell you, seeing these 3D printed toys, I swear I see David Wilcock running around his mansion going, whoo, with his toys, right? With his G.I. Joe toys that he 3D printed himself. Listen, all this video proves is that David Wilcock knows how to 3D print what looks like G.I. Joe airplanes, right? G.I. Joe toys. This does not prove, and he is adamant that nobody can say we're not doing this. I'm saying you're not doing this. Show us the hover car, David Wilcock. No, you don't show us the hover car. Instead, you show us, 5 new airplanes that you say you're developing? I'm sorry, 3 at least. A space plane, a cargo plane, a transport plane, and a fighter, a close air support vehicle. You're a guy who has 0 experience in aerospace, but you're suddenly going to be able to generate all this funds and all this research and development money, and you're going to be able to hire all these engineers, factory workers, all these people that will help you build some 6 or 7 different products at once. Friends, this is the boldest money grab that I have ever seen David Wilcock try to pull off. And I gotta say, if he successfully collects a lot of money for this, I'm going to be disappointed in the human race. Because anybody who is stupid enough to believe that he is, honestly, really, really going to do any of this stuff that he says, other than show us 3D printed G.I. Joe toys, I am going to be disappointed in the human race if anybody gives this guy any money. Especially based on what he's shown so far, which is 3D printed G.I. Joe toys. That's his proof so far, and pictures of a hangar that he says that he bought. Which, again, doesn't prove anything, because anybody with a couple of dollars can buy or rent an airplane hangar. It doesn't mean that they know the secret to anti-gravity or can actually build it. So we're going to go to the super chats. I apologize. We've gone. I apologize for not reading them early. So thanks for a kind and generous $1.99 super chat from Lee Guy, who says, I lose it every time you say wackadoo. Well, you know what, Lee Guy? There's a lot of wackadoo people in the world, and David Wilcock says a lot of wackadoo things, right? He's just wackadoo. That's the perfect word for David Wilcock. David Wilcock is a wackadoo. FGraf72 with a kind and generous $2 donation says, on the front line with Truth Seekers, praise the cash. That girl Jessica with a kind and generous Australian $1.99 super sticker, just a thumbs up, and we love those. My wife is rarely listening today because I was telling her about how crazy this story is, and she said, the 333 angel number indicates that despite your fears, anxieties, mislaid plans, or wrong turns, you're on the right path. Maybe that's why he charges $333 for every course that he makes. And she also says, Jesus said, send me the money. And that he's on the right path. Jesus said, here's the sign. Yeah, this story is absolutely ridiculous. Let me take down this banner here, and then I'm going to praise the cash. And then we are going to, and I'll dedicate my full and total attention. We'll take comments, questions from the live chat. Let me thank everybody for their kindness, their generosity, and support. I also want to remind you, we do have a Patreon, and it's as little as $1 a month. We want to keep it very inexpensive. We do a monthly video journal, which I'll be delivering in the next couple of days. We also do some behind-the-scenes things that are for our Patreon members only. And I want to remind everybody that we do have a little bit of help here in the form of Carrie. So we want to also invite you to buy Carrie a coffee for helping us to produce the show. Carrie does a lot of graphics for us and other things, and I would very much appreciate it. There is a link in the description to buy Carrie a coffee. You too can help us help her support the show. And we also take PayPal donations, which I will check in with just to make sure. And again, there's a link in the description of the video, and in our About section, there are links to donate by PayPal. You just send a PayPal to truthseekershow@gmail.com, and then let us know anything that you want to share and we shout it out every single show. We thank everybody that sends us either a super chat. We read all the super chats. We thank everybody for any super sticker purchase or becoming a Patreon supporter. I do want to thank, we've had a bunch of new Patreon supporters. Let's see. We do have some, with the initials LD, we have kind and generous donation of $10 through PayPal. And he says, one second, I'm gonna read this because it's funny. The note he added is, I figured out David Wilcock's source of anti-gravity. It's his big ass head. It repels everything. And this is a kind and generous $10 PayPal donation from Lee Guy. Thanks so much for your kindness, your generosity, and your support, Lee Guy. It really does help keep the show rolling forward, and thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Again, we have somebody, Mr. DB, which I think it's okay to say is Mr. Barton. Great shows on Wilcock. Dead cats, bottles of piss, fake hangers, and fake teeth. Got a few laughs at that. Welcome to the world of New Age scams. P.S. Do you know if Sarah R. Adams, David Wilcock, Corey Good, to name a few, action figures will be available by Christmas? Who needs Marvel? Hey, maybe I'll get a 3D printer and start selling Cosmic Con action figures. DB, I think that is a good idea. Thank you for your kindness and your generosity and your support. A kind and generous $6.50 donation. And we have... with the initials MB, please do try to remember to include your chat room user ID when you send a PayPal donation, because then we'll get your name right. I don't want to be reading people's full names or legal names in case they don't want that read on air, so we ask that you just include your chat room user ID. But MB, with the kind and generous $2.50 PayPal donation, thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Every dollar does help. So now I will devote my full and total attention to the live chat. We forgot to praise the cash. I want to thank everybody that is contributing to the show for your kindness, your generosity, and your continued support of the show. It really does mean a lot to me that there are people literally all over the world sending me a few dollars to help me continue in this work.
all these ancient prophecies telling us that the world will be transformed.
Wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can he steal? He makes all this stuff up and claims that it's all true. The aliens want to eat us. Be careful that they don't get you. It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal? It's the wacky world of Wilcock, where make-believe is real. It's the wacky world of Wilcock. How much money can you steal?
This is where if I have a live audience, I get everybody to hug each other. I say, give your neighbor a handshake or a hug, whatever you feel is appropriate to you. And that way everybody feels the love a little more. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. Okay, that's fine. Maybe you need 25,000 more years, I don't know, buddy. But look, this is really compelling information, and it's going to get a lot more intense. It's coming up in a couple days here on Sunday, so if you haven't already signed up, we have reopened the cart. We still have the payment plan in place.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I want to apologize because our guest tonight, Matthew Riot, had to reschedule last minute. So this was a developing story that we're going to bring you instead tonight. Some of you may remember that David Wilcock, everyone's favorite clown star of Ancient Aliens, former, last year claimed that he had cracked the code. Remember, he has an IQ of 180, which would make him, according to his own claims, that is, which would make him smarter than Einstein. So this man who claims he's smarter than Einstein claims that he's cracked the code to both free energy and anti-gravitic technology. But then he claims that he's going to copy someone else's patent in order to make these hover cars. Almost a year ago now, friends, David Wilcock claimed that they would have a working hover car prototype by right around now. And it's interesting that David Wilcock has not only not produced a working prototype, but now he's talking about he's 3 weeks behind on his latest live stream. 3 weeks ago, he promised a new live stream on Sunday where he would show an animation of the hover car. But that's not quite what David Wilcock promised. He promised a working prototype by now. Now, some of you may recall that I called bull on that claim. And we also discussed how it is completely and totally illegal to just take someone else's patent, develop a product with it, and start selling a commercial product based on someone else's patent. Patents exist for a reason. It's to protect the intellectual property and technology of their inventor. So even if hey, I'll go out on a limb. Let's pretend that the Salvador Pius anti-gravity technology is absolutely a workable technology. Something I don't believe, because if it were, Salvador Pius would have at least a technology demonstration to show us of this so-called anti-gravity patent in working operation. He doesn't. But David Wilcock, remember, the guy smarter than Einstein, already decided that this technology is absolutely real and workable. And he was going to take Salvador Pius' patent and create a working hovercar prototype within 1 year. And who was his partner in this adventure? A company called Antigravity Aerospace, who has essentially been soliciting investor money for many, many years. They call themselves an aircraft manufacturer. However, in all the years that Stravati Aerospace has been soliciting investors, they have yet to produce, to my knowledge, a single working prototype aircraft. They have yet to produce a video or a picture of a working actual airplane. So this gets really, really ridiculous. And we have discussed in the past how I really believe that karma has had its way with David Wilcock, because it is my personal belief, based on all available evidence, that David Wilcock has been simply selling people fake stories and lying to people for decades now. That's how he became wealthy. He became wealthy by using fake sources, fake information, fake alien stories, fake government whistleblowers, and more. And he has bilked the public for millions of dollars, I believe, with his garbage courses on Ascension. By the way, nobody ever ascended who took a Ascension course from David Wilcock, but somehow my favorite was his last course called The Disclosure, where David Wilcock claimed the disclosure has already happened. Here's working anti-gravity technology. And then he charged $333. And during the run-up to that course, he said, and I quote, "If you take my course, you will be able to do it too. You'll be able to create anti-gravity and free energy." But as expected, nobody that gave David Wilcock $333 for his latest course, where he claims he's going to teach everybody the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy technology, has been able to display any working free energy or anti-gravitic technology. And in fact, I'm aware that Jeremy Rise, alien scientist, and some of his scientist friends all pitched in and paid for the course. And what I was told is that it was a cobbled together mess of garbage from all over the internet. There was no new information. There was no, demonstrations that David Wilcock is right and this technology works. But David Wilcock is claiming that the technology he was going to copy from someone else's patent would enable him to create a working hovercar prototype. He went on to brag that his working hovercar prototype wouldn't even need fuel because it would be powered by a free energy device. Friends, never in the history of all the promises of free energy devices has anyone delivered a working, testable, measurable free energy device. But that world is rife with scammers claiming that they were going to create a free energy device. Never in the history of someone promising anti-gravity technology or that they had anti-gravity technology has anyone displayed actual working anti-gravity technology. So when you put those two promises together, he's going to bring you both anti-gravity technology and free energy technology together. You're going to have a hover car and you won't even need to put fuel in it. Friends, all of these promises made right around the time he's selling a course, also promising to teach people the secrets of anti-gravity and free energy technology, and quote, "you'll be able to do it too," unquote, has led me to the determination that this latest course of David Wilcock's is a scam. And I'm very careful with using that word, given legal threats that we have been under. I used to be much freer with my language here, but I had learned over the course of, lots of angry lawyer letters claiming I'm slandering somebody for saying the word scam, to be very careful with that word. But in this case, I'm going to use that word. Now, Stravati Aerospace is also interesting because there is someone on the board of Stravati called Bill McEwen. And we have outlined here in the past that Bill McEwen was the one-time owner of Amiga Incorporated. He bought the corpse, what was left of the Amiga company after it went bankrupt. You may remember Commodore 64s and Amigas. People loved those computers. So people were willing to give that guy a chance. And for a decade, that guy promised new Amiga computers, a new operating system. And essentially all he did was lie to everyone, collect money, and never deliver anything. And that guy from Amiga Technologies is on the board of Stevati. This is very, very suspect. That company is very, very suspect. After all, they've been making all kinds of promises that they're going to create super incredible advanced aircraft for, I believe, more than a decade now, and have never produced a single working prototype that they can flight test or show being flight tested. But that hasn't stopped them from continuing to solicit investors to invest money with their company. Now, we recently detailed how at least someone told me, you know what, we're not even going to get into that. Let's get into the facts that we do know. David Wilcock has claimed that he has invested a lot of his money. In fact, he has said he's invested all of his money into this, what I believe to be very shady company, Stevati Aerospace, who essentially has done nothing but show very nice computer generated images of high-tech airplanes that they claim that they're building prototypes of. And there have been many iterations of this company and many different projects that they claimed that they were developing. Once they even were caught saying that they were developing a laser weapon for the United States military. It turns out someone in the United States military got wind of their claims, and they were forced to take that off their website because it turned out to be complete horseshit. They were never developing any weapon for the United States government, laser or otherwise. So what we get is an ancient aliens theorist that I believe has been lying to people and filling his pockets full of UFO dollars for many, many years now. And we also get a company that has been promising it's developing these super advanced aircraft that are going to be so much better than anything out there for over a decade and never produced a single prototype. And we put those two together, and David Wilcock apparently invests an awful lot of money and suddenly becomes the company, Stevati Aerospace's director of advanced technology. But it gets better. I reached out to this CEO, Chris Beskar, and asked some questions on the phone once. And before he realized who I was, he called me back and started answering questions. But then he said something like, wait a minute, you're Steve Campion? Is that what you said your name is? And I said, yeah. And then he said, I can't answer any more questions, and hung up on me. So I encouraged other people, since they've kind of gotten wind of our show here. They're aware that we're covering what a joke their company is. David Wilcock is aware that we cover him and the wacky world of Wilcock. So they clammed up. They don't want to answer my questions. I encouraged other people. You go. His email is public. The phone number is public. Anybody can call them. And by the way, let's be clear here. I'm not encouraging anyone to, harass anybody or anything like that. I'm encouraging people to ask questions. After all, this is a company that is begging for investors to invest money in their incredible technology that they can't show anyone. Over a decade, we're developing this incredible technology. Not a single working aircraft, not a single working airplane, not a single even technology demonstrator, not a single real physical thing, except that David Wilcock 3D printed a bunch of what looked like G.I. Joe airplane toys. And then David Wilcock called those the prototypes. And if you listen to David Wilcock talk, their airplanes are worlds cheaper to produce and worlds better. They have better cargo capacity, better fuel, all of these incredible promises. And remember, this is where it gets really dicey for them. They're making all of these incredible claims, including David Wilcock, a board member of their company, while they're soliciting public investors, is telling people we have cracked the code of anti-gravity. We have cracked the code of free energy technology, and we will have a working hover car within a year. And David Wilcock, an officer of this company, is on record. We have the clips of him saying this stuff while they are soliciting investors to invest with their company. This, my friends, is a nightmare for them, or it could be. After all, someone who invests money based on these pie-in-the-sky promises can come to me or someone else and get clips of an officer of their company promising a working hover car prototype within a year. By the way, tick-tock, David Wilcock, time's up. Where's the hover car? Oh, you're going to show us an animation of it. Well, that's not what you said. It's taken you a year to do an animation of a hover car that you promised would be in real and prototype form by this time last year. You said 1 year. It's been about a year, David Wilcock. Where's the hover car that you promised everyone? Where's the hover car that you were telling potential investors about? Does the SEC know? And by the way, in this email exclusive, this is another Truth Seekers exclusive story. We're getting good at doing these. We're going to be sharing information no one else has, no one else is aware of. Another Truth Seekers exclusive. And in this email we will share, they mention the private investment firm that is handling investors that want to invest in their shady aerospace company that's promising people hover cars, that has the guy from Ancient Aliens on their board as the director of advanced technology. So I haven't had a chance to do it yet, but all of you have my word. First thing tomorrow, I am going to call that investment company. I'm going to offer to send them the clips of the promises that David Wilcock is publicly promising. And we also have to be aware that David Wilcock, when you buy his $333 course, behind his paywall is telling people that the CEO of that company, Chris Beskar, was in the secret space program, and he developed secret spaceships for the United States government and the secret space force. This is a legal nightmare for them, or it could be. You cannot say things that are completely and totally false and untrue while you're soliciting public investors to invest in your company. If you were a potential investor, what are they telling you? Publicly, we're going to have a working hover car prototype within 1 year, and it's not even going to need fuel. It's going to have a free energy device for its fuel source. You won't even need to fuel it. You can plug your house. You can power your whole house from it too. You won't even have to put gasoline or electricity into it. It's free energy. It's free energy. This hover car we've got a prototype for coming. I wonder if the people investing in this company, by the way, the minimum investment is $50,000. I wonder if the people investing in this company are aware that they are promising a hover car prototype with a working free energy device as a power source. You won't even have to power the hover car or put any fuel into it. And let's see, I wonder if investors are aware that the former star of Ancient Aliens is on the board, and he's doing $333 courses where behind the paywall, he's telling everybody that the CEO of this company that he's on the board of was a secret space program guy who created secret spaceships for the secret space force. And friends, one has to ask themselves, if this shady aerospace company has been promising all of these high-tech things for over a decade, to my knowledge, and have yet to produce a single working prototype, have yet to test flight any of their, and they got a whole bunch of models right? Of all these advanced aircraft that they're developing prototypes for, we're going to go through the handout they're giving investors, and it is a laugh riot, friends. But back to this Beskar, it's going to be extremely problematic for them. David Wilcock promising people that this guy was developing spaceships for a secret space program and black budget projects and secret government projects. None of that can be proven. But these are now claims made by an officer of this company that is soliciting public investments. And what, my friends, are the odds that this company that couldn't even manage to build an airplane years ago, according to David Wilcock, already produced all these super advanced spaceships that didn't use rocket technology? They used electrogravitics and ultra high technology, plasma, and all this nonsense that he's telling people in this $333 course. What are the odds that this company that can't even build an airplane is building super advanced spaceships for a secret space force for the government that don't even use super high tech propulsion systems nobody's ever heard of? And all of this, it's nonsense. It's absolute garbage, just like the rest of David Wilcock's stories, about talking to the Archangel Michael and channeling Jesus Christ, right? And he also channeled the Egyptian god Ra for a while. Remember that? I do want to take a moment to thank and recognize we have Road Stub S, who just became a YouTube channel member. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of the show. It is much, much appreciated. I am Fanuel says, here's the tweet. Hello, tender soul. Thank you for supporting David. Yes, it's always best to donate at David's official website. PayPal button at the bottom of the card page. That's from David's support team. What are we donating? We're donating so that David Wilcock can live in $1 million mansion and lie through his fake teeth to people. Is that why we're donating? I'm a little confused because we have detailed that David Wilcock collected, what was it, $175,000 or more for his so-called charity, and then he did absolutely zero charitable work with all of that money he collected. And we detailed that David Wilcock loves expensive things. One year, from the money that people donated to his charity, he spent $4,000 of that charity's money that people donated, thinking he's doing charitable work, on meals and entertainment. Great. So we're gonna show you, and again, this is a Truth Seekers exclusive story. If you're just joining us, we're talking about David Wilcock's hovercar claims. You're watching Truth Seekers here, where we bring you new exclusive information no one else has. We try to make a habit of that here. So I mentioned that I once spoke with Christopher Beskar and asked some questions, and then when he realized who I was, he quickly refused to answer any more questions. So I encouraged others to call or write emails and ask questions. Questions like, where's the money that David Wilcock is investing coming from? Is that coming from his charity or his for-profit company? How much money has David Wilcock invested in your company? Because he's telling everybody he invested all of his money. And I didn't get a straight answer out of Andrew Beskar, but a friend of our show here did get an answer, right? And 1 second, I just want to make sure. We have a friend of the show here who has reached out to Andrew Beskar, the CEO of the shady company that David Wilcock invested all his money in. I don't know how to say it, but it's supposedly from Dune. Fedaykin reached out, or Fedaykin, Fedaykin. We want to thank them for their being a fellow truth seeker and trying to help us to get to the truth. Since Andrew Beskar won't answer my questions, it's great that some viewers of our show here have pitched in and they started asking questions. So we have an exclusive email from Andrew Beskar after somebody started asking a lot of questions about David Wilcock's involvement in his company. Sandy says he's still hanging out with squirrels. Last I checked, he is, yes. And he's trying to figure out how to explain away that he promised everybody a year ago there'd be a working hovercar prototype, and he doesn't have shit. He can't even get an animation going to show people. Great. And we want to thank Lord Ludacris for a kind and generous $1.99. And he says, didn't he use GoFundMe to scam people too? Yes, we detailed a GoFundMe scam that was headed by David Wilcock for his fake whistleblower, in which they claimed that the men in black were riding over this guy's house with bulldozers and destroying everything he owns and all of these fake stories. And the police were, entering his home and all this stuff. And there was a GoFundMe which raised $60,000, largely from the UFO community. And every word in the text body of the GoFundMe was false. There were fake stories about this fake whistleblower of his, Pete Peterson. It turned out that Pete Peterson, for years, the bank was telling him they were foreclosing on his home. They had already foreclosed on the home, and here comes David Wilcock saying, we've got to save him and help him, fight back the banks and get his home back. There was no saving that home. It was already foreclosed on. And at that point, they were just telling him to get his shit out of the house. And they gave him ample opportunity to get his things out of the house. He never did. So the bank went in and paid people to clean it out. And yes, they started throwing his stuff in dumpsters. And we also heard reports that the house was a hoarder nightmare mess, and it was filled. David Wilcock claimed that the contents of that home were worth millions of dollars, all this scientific equipment. But it turns out mostly what was in that fake whistleblower's home, the senile fake whistleblower of his, Pete Peterson, what was actually in the home was dead cats and bottles of piss everywhere. Great. So according to David Wilcock, dead cats and bottles of piss are worth millions of dollars. But this is the wacky world of Wilcock. And David Wilcock also took part in a PayPal donation scam for Emery Smith, in which they told everybody that Emery Smith was under deep state attack, and they showed pictures of him in the hospital. But it turned out that his one-time, let's just call him father-in-law, turned on him and told the truth. Emery Smith, while they were collecting over $50,000 in PayPal donations for Emery Smith telling fake stories with David Wilcock, what actually happened is Emery Smith apparently got alcohol poisoning. So it wasn't the deep state attacking Emery Smith. It was a bottle of vodka. And he ended up in the hospital. They took pictures of it. They took pictures of a bullet on a counter and his house rifled through, and claimed that he was under attack by the men in black and you got to donate money. Because somehow, if the men in black from the government are out to get you, money will stop them. Sure, there have been various scams that David Wilcock has taken part in. So forgive me if I assume that this latest, course he's selling is another scam. And forgive me if David Wilcock's involvement in this shady company that already has shady people in it, including Bill McEwen, look him up and look up the Amiga fiasco. That guy promised all kinds of stuff for a decade, never delivered anything. He's on the board along with David Wilcock. Those two belong together. So people will have to excuse me if I assume that Stavati Aerospace, since David Wilcock is involved, is a scam, just like all of David Wilcock's other send me money scams, like his charity that I believe was a scam. Based on his own filings, he didn't do any charitable work. Out of, I believe it was, and don't quote me, over $175,000 he collected in a few years. He gave just a few $1,000s to other charities, but he didn't actually do any charity. According to his own IRS filings, apparently he spent all that money on himself. He bought software and equipment. And how do we differentiate? Because according, I guess he's using that equipment that he purchased for his charity to do for-profit streams on YouTube where people are sending him money, and it becomes a tax nightmare for him. And by the way, David Wilcock already at the time he formed his charity had a IRS tax lien on him for, I believe, if I recall correctly, $50,000 for unpaid income taxes. Great. So we are going to share this from a kind friend and show viewer who kindly asked Chris Beskar some questions about David Wilcock, Stevati Aerospace, the hover cars, and David Wilcock's involvement, how much money he donated. And wow, this email from the CEO of Stevati Aerospace is chock full of fun information. Let's get into it, friends. And again, this is from Chris Beskar, the CEO of Stevati Aerospace, where David Wilcock is now the Director of Advanced Technology. And this email reads, "Thank you for your email message regarding Stevati's Director of Advanced Technologies, David Wilcock. David Wilcock joined Stevati Aerospace Ltd. In an official capacity some years ago and officially became a shareholder in April of 2019 as shareholder number 28. While I'm not at liberty to disclose the exact amount of stock David owns, it is in excess of 10 million shares of Stevati Aerospace Ltd. Common stock with voting rights. David has invested, and here's where it gets good, friends. David has invested well over $1 million into Stevati Aerospace Ltd., which has benefited Stevati in terms of real estate acquisition, the acquisition of physical manufacturing assets, as well as prototype and development production costs. All the funds invested have been received from his or her all the funds invested have been received from his for-profit enterprises from him personally and not a 501c3 or other nonprofit entity." So there, we have an answer to one of my questions. Is he investing money from his charity into a for-profit aerospace company? Apparently, he's investing money from his personal money and his for-profit company, not his charity that he collected over $175,000 for and then did no charity work. Beskar goes on to write, "Stevati does not accept investment from nonprofit organizations, only accredited investors, qualified lenders, and qualified investment entities, institutions. In the general, the claims David may have made regarding his investment is accurate, as he is a shareholder. He has invested in Stevati along with a number of other private investors and shareholders and does hold the position of, quote, Director of Advanced Technology." It's great. A guy who claims that he's smarter than Einstein and has a 180 IQ, a guy who channels the Egyptian god Ra, a guy who talks to the Archangel Michael all the time, is the Director of Advanced Technology for this company within our organization. David is working directly on the study, analysis, and development of advanced propulsion systems, among other projects. David has been very dedicated to the advancement of aviation and aerospace technology, and should be considered a hero in the eyes of anyone who is passionate about aerospace technology and how to advance well beyond the current state of the art. So David Wilcock is a hero to the aerospace technology industry, according to their CEO. With respect to investment opportunities with Stevati, Stevati Aerospace Limited is a privately held C corporation. We are undertaking multiple new aircraft development projects, some of which are being conducted simultaneously. So the company that can't produce one single airplane prototype is working on a whole bunch of prototypes at once. We are undertaking those projects as standalone ventures whereby projects are funded on a project-by-project basis. At this time, we have projects which require total development costs ranging from $10 million to $4 billion, depending upon the project type. This guy with David Wilcock on the board telling people they cracked. Listen, if they cracked anti-gravity and air and free energy technology, they wouldn't need $10 million to $4 billion in investment. I'll tell you that. These projects are funded through either equity or debt financing. Stavati is raising a portion of the total development cost for each individual project through an offering equity or debt investment opportunities to private, qualified, accredited investors. Stavati is not a publicly traded company at this time, and we may never be publicly traded, remaining a privately held corporation owned by our shareholders. Generally speaking, we do have active private investment opportunities for accredited investors in specific projects, and those investment opportunities are presented to qualified investors by private placement memorandums or private investor presentation packages. Many of the individuals who may reach out to David as potential investors do not qualify as accredited investors and therefore cannot participate at this time. We appreciate their interest, but Stavati by law must limit our investment offering to accredited investors. Furthermore, our principal offering at this time is being managed by Del Morgan and Company, a private investment banking firm based in Santa Monica, California. Parties interested in participating in investors in Stavati are encouraged to contact Del Morgan and Company, and we are happy to provide that contact information to any qualified accredited investor. Well, I'm sure if anybody wants to invest in this shady company, you can look that up on Google. You'll find them. I did. I'm going to be calling them and asking them some questions. The letter here from Christopher Beskar goes on to state, regarding the scope of investment, usually the minimum investment amount in any Stavati project is $50,000 or more for an accredited investor, but each opportunity has its own requirements and budget. As our minimum project size is $10 million, in reality, the minimum investment level that most investors participate at is $1 million or more. And this company got $1 million of David Wilcock's money. Oh, poor David Wilcock. He's going to lose every penny in this stupid company. That's karma, friends. Finally, the letter goes on to state, to have a better understanding of the current state of Stavati, our leadership, and our ongoing projects, I've attached a copy of our Stavati Aerospace web briefing for August 2022. We're going to get the web briefing, friends. We're going to share it with you. You will find David Wilcock identified as a member of our leadership team with the title of Director of Advanced Technology on page 3 of the 58-page briefing. Oh, it's a briefing. Oh, they all love briefings, friends. Remember, David Wilcock's getting briefings from government people, from secret space program insiders, from generals, right? They all get briefings and they get intel. This is a 58-page briefing. All right. Finally, it says, to learn more about Stavati investment opportunities for accredited investors, you may complete the attached proprietary information agreement and return it to us by email. Upon receipt of the PIA, we can provide additional information. And if there are qualified individuals who are interested in becoming Stavati investors, we would be happy to engage them on an individual basis, with the understanding that each individual potential investor must complete the attached PIA prior to receiving investment materials from Stavati. I hope this message helps to clarify our relationship with David Wilcock and his role as an investor, shareholder, director, and he's an innovator with Stavati. Best regards, Christopher Beskar, President and CEO of Stavati Aerospace. So here, friends, we have the confirmation that David Wilcock has invested $1 million into this shady company that has lied and said they were developing laser weapons for the United States military. That wasn't true. And David Wilcock has invested $1 million with this shady company that also includes, as I said, Bill McEwen, who has a history of, let's just say, investment. Bill McEwen has a history of soliciting investor money and never producing what he promises. And he's also on the board of this company. He did that for a decade with Amiga Incorporated. Look it up. Now is where it gets really fun, because we get to see the Stavati briefing that talks all about all of their advanced technology. And honestly, friends, it's a laugh riot. If you like cartoon pictures of high-tech aircraft, you'll love this briefing, because apparently that's all they have. And by the way, I did send this document, which I'm going to be sharing. I shared this document with an actual, real, verifiable aircraft designer. And when he was done laughing, he called me back and he said, "This is the stupidest thing I've ever seen," because all they have here apparently are pretty pictures. And what he explained to me is that in this briefing, they are showing so many different aircraft that Boeing would not be able to do this, that Lockheed Martin would not be able to do this. You know, in other words, in order to claim that you're developing a prototype and to show investors, you have to have real designs. You have to have blueprints that would take months, in some cases years, just for the blueprints. But we're supposed to believe that Stevati Aerospace, who has been soliciting investor donations for a decade or more and never produced any workable technology or any airplanes or any flight tests, somehow is simultaneously developing all of these different prototypes. And one of those prototypes is a hover car. Great, great. So according to a real aircraft designer, this briefing is garbage. It's garbage. And you know, here I have to rely on the expertise of, I'm not an aircraft designer. I don't know. For all I know, this is legitimate. But according to a real aircraft designer, no way. This is all pie in the sky. You know, this is big dreams and nothing to show for it. That's what I was told. Take from that what you will. So here is, oh, you know what? 1 second. This is the Stevati Aerospace briefing. Oh, what? 1 second, actually. I'm sharing the wrong tab. This is from their website. Let me, 1 second. Let me make sure. Let me make sure I'm sharing the PDF that they're sharing with potential investors. And if you have $50,000, or God forbid, if you have $1 million to waste, like David Wilcock, you too can invest. So this is the Stevati Aerospace briefing. And, you know, like I said, friends, here is the designs that they claim that they're developing prototypes for. And again, go talk to a real aerospace engineer. Lockheed Martin is not developing 8 prototypes at once. And by the way, there's more than 8. This is just the first 8 that they show you. You know, this is not how this works. This is not how any of this works. So we've got SM-50, a 2-place sport plane, SM-27, Machete, close air support, SM-28, also Machete, close air support. Well, those two are about the same, but different pictures. SM-31, Stiletto, trainer, and light fighter. And by the way, these are jet aircraft, friends. Do you have any idea how much it takes to prototype and develop a jet aircraft? Yeah, it's a lot more than $1 million that David Wilcock invested. Here we have SM-47, Super Machete Air Defense Fighter, SM-100, this STOL Intermodal Transport. We have SM-36, Stalma Multi-Role Fighter, SM-39, Razor Air Dominance Fighter. That one looks exactly like a Buck Rogers spaceship. Look it up, friends. Go look up Buck Rogers spaceship. That's a Buck Rogers spaceship right there, friends. And here we mentioned, this is Bill McEwen, COO and Deputy CEO. So the second in charge of Stevati Aerospace is a guy who was sued by his investors, I believe, with Amiga Incorporated, and solicited investor money from investors for Amiga Incorporated for years, and never produced what he promised. And in fact, the company that was developing the next generation Amiga Incorporated operating system sued him because he never paid them for all the work they did to develop this next generation operating system. And they, the company that he never paid, now own Amiga operating system 4.0. And that company is called Hyperion Entertainment. They sued this guy, Bill McEwen, because he never paid them. And it was such, it was amazing, actually, because essentially Bill McEwen contracted a company full of programmers, made them work for, I think it was more than a year or two, to develop an operating system for his company. Then he never paid them. Then Bill McEwen sued Hyperion. Hyperion sued Bill McEwen. Eventually, they had to settle. And what ended up happening is the company that actually did the work that Bill McEwen's company never paid them for ended up owning the rights to the operating system because it was their work. They developed it, and Bill McEwen never paid them. Great. That's the guy who is the second in charge of this shady company. And here, of course, we have David Wilcock with that famous picture that's from like 15 or 20 years ago that he loves, that headshot. He's still using it. David Wilcock is listed as the director of advanced technology. Sure he is. Come on, Christopher Beskar, show us some advanced technology that David Wilcock has developed or directed for your shady company. Okay, well, here's where it does get interesting. They did actually, look, 2014, but I believe there was some form of Stavati before this current incarnation. I could be wrong, but I believe there was. The current incarnation was founded in April 2014, which means we've got, 8 years now of not actually having any products developed. But for 8 years, they have been soliciting investment money. What does that tell you, friends? That for 8 years, they've been trying to get people to invest money with them and have gotten people to invest money with them, but they have not produced a single saleable product. They have not produced any profit, to my knowledge, in 8 years. All they've done is solicit investor money and spend investors' money. I'd like to know who's buying Christopher Beskar's groceries for the past 8 years. Because I don't know about you, friends, but if I didn't work for 8 years and I was just developing a company for 8 years, I'm assuming that he's taken some kind of paycheck from investor money while he hasn't produced a single working prototype aircraft or a single flight test or a single piece of technology that he's been promising. Then they reorganized and they became a Wyoming C Corporation. And my little knowledge of business, friends, tells me that they did that so that they could solicit public investor money or more investor money, right? And so they bought an abandoned aircraft hangar at the Niagara Falls International Airport on the 30th of October. And yes, it is 19.8 acres. And I'm assuming, according to David Wilcock, they pretty much purchased that airplane hangar with David Wilcock's $1 million. I would love to know what they paid for it. And we're going to try to find that out for you. So here is some more information on their fake airplanes. I'm sorry, I'm calling them fake airplanes. Until I see a real one, they're fake airplanes, right? And here we have some really nonsense comparisons, right? Yeah. A single engine, non-afterburning, turbofan powered, close air support and lead-in trainer, armed with a 30-millimeter cannon and able to carry 12,000 pounds of stores. The SM-28 has a maximum speed of 0.90 Mach, so it can't even go beyond the speed of sound. It is, yeah. And I was wrong, so I apologize. It's not a jet aircraft. It's a turbofan aircraft, which is essentially a prop in a tube, for those unaware of these terms. Heavily armored, the SM-28 can replace the A-10 and all other subsonic CAS aircraft with greater effectiveness, efficiency, and survivability. $20 million. That's what they say it's going to cost. And friends, go look up what it costs to manufacture a similar airplane, an A-10 Warthog. You know what? We'll do it in real time. A-10 Warthog cost. Let's see if we can find that out. Then we get a sense of what they're promising. Okay. 1 second. I'm having a little bit of trouble. How much? Oh, 1 second. I think I found it. Okay, so a warthog costs $18.8 million. Theirs costs more than a warthog, but it's supposed to be better. So, And then we have more pie in the sky, pretty pictures of airplanes. This one's my favorite. This one only costs $85,000, friends. Go look what a single engine airplane costs. This is another pie in the sky garbage promise that they're never going to fulfill. A 2-seat sport plane for $85,000, that's less than the cost of a new Corvette, friends. This is a real problem. And it only costs $46 an hour to fly it. It's a sport plane. And notice how everything looks real high tech, right? But they don't have anything to show you. All of this is computer generated graphics. They don't have one real airplane. High performance sport plane. It's again a turboprop. Looks like an air jet, but it isn't. It's just a propped airplane. And here we have advanced 5th generation supersonic trainer and light fighter. Oh, and here's another thing. They're telling people that these prototypes have cannons on them. Friends, as a private company, you can't just go buy. What did they say? That just occurred to me. That's another garbage. This is so stupid. You can't just go buy a 30 millimeter cannon and put it on an airplane. You can't do that, friends. You need a government contract to do that. You need, military. Oh, this is all just so stupid. They're telling people that they're putting 30 millimeter cannons on their fake prototype airplanes. Oh, okay. We were up to this one. This is the Stiletto supersonic trainer, $18 million. And it's afterburning turbofan trainer and light fighter. And this is another jet aircraft they're developing. And listen, like I said, go talk to somebody that's really in the aircraft industry. A company does not develop all these prototypes at once. Even Lockheed Martin does not do that. This is absolutely pie in the sky garbage. This is the delusional fantasies of a wannabe aerospace CEO, but they don't have anything. They got a lot of pretty pictures here, but they don't have anything, not one prototype. And look at all these models, right? So basically what they got is, 20 or 30 really nice pictures of these super advanced looking aircraft that they can't show anybody because they don't exist. Just like David Wilcock's hovercar he promised us would be ready about now, this time last year. That doesn't exist either, friends. This is fantasy. This one's my favorite. This is the one that I believe is copied from Buck Rogers. The SM-39 Razor is a 6th generation twin-engine air superiority and air dominance fighter designed for both land and carrier-based operations. Powered by 2 next-generation variable cycle afterburning turbofans, the SM-39 will have a maximum level speed in excess of Mach 4.0. And again, where are the prototypes? You're telling everybody this thing's going to have a speed in excess of Mach 4.0. That would be faster than, I believe, the Oxcart, the Blackbird. Go look up the Blackbird. They're promising that this is a Blackbird level of technology and flight. Is Christopher Beskar aware that the fuselage of this entire thing would have to be built from titanium in order to even make flights at that speed even possible? But these are the things that, delusional people don't think of. Oh, here we go again, friends. This is the Buck Rogers spaceship. And I'm telling you, we can look up Buck Rogers. It looks just like, to me, it looks like Buck Rogers spaceship. Oh, it's close enough. Well, it looks pretty similar. I'll say it looks pretty similar to a Buck Rogers spaceship. These guys are promising people a Buck Rogers spaceship. That's what it looks like to me. And here's where it gets even crazier. Not only are they developing 20 or so, maybe I've lost count how many super advanced aircraft they are all developing prototypes for. They're also developing spaceships. But here's where it gets stupid. David Wilcock is promising people behind his $333 paywall that Andrew Bhaskar was a member of the secret space program, and he developed spaceships for the secret space program that didn't use rocket technology, but used all this super advanced physics and propulsion systems. Then why are they developing rocket technology? That makes no sense, David Wilcock. You've just contradicted your own bullshit stories here. This is a real problem. And these are launch vehicles. So not only are they going to compete with Lockheed Martin and all of the Boeing and all of the greatest aerospace companies that are designing and actually manufacturing real aircraft, they're going to compete with Boeing, Lockheed Martin, and other aerospace giants. They're also going to compete with Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos' company and Virgin Galactic, and they're going to enter the private space industry. Friends, do you have any idea how much money it takes to develop a launch-capable rocket vehicle? It's in the billions, I would think. And we're all just supposed to believe that if you invest in this company that David Wilcock spent $1 million on, they're going to develop all of these super advanced aircraft, and they're going to build a rocket ship too. David Wilcock's company is going to build a rocket ship, but that's not all, folks. There's more, because David Wilcock's company is also going to build a hovercar. And all they have is a drawing, friends. That's all they have. That's all David Wilcock has. After a year and promising people they would have a working prototype. And by the way, I will eat my own shoes if David Wilcock tomorrow comes out with a working prototype. I will apologize to David Wilcock for being a negative Nelly and saying this is all bull. And I will eat my own shoes live on our show. Okay? I will do that. That's my promise to you. This is garbage. This is the delusional fantasies of a guy who spent too long in UFO land. I don't even know what this means. Maximum speed of 250 ktas, a range of 2,500 nanometers, ceiling limited to 5,000 feet. A mass market consumer product. The hovercar will benefit from advanced propulsion. Great. Can you tell us about the advanced propulsion that your hovercar is going to use? Of course not, because according to David Wilcock, they're just going to steal patents from the United States Navy. And the Navy is just going to let them steal patented technology that the Navy has already patented. And by the way, that's even if it works. And I don't believe that that is workable real technology. Because if it was, Salvador Payas would be able to show us at least a technology demonstrator. Oh, and it's a 4-seater, so you can take your whole family around in your personal air vehicle for the 2030s, right? But here, friends, here is where it gets really nutty. Human spaceflight. Stavati's vision includes the design and production of interplanetary and interstellar spacecraft. That's right. You know, all those things that even NASA, with the full support of the Federal Reserve and the United States government funding them, can't do. Stavati's going to do what NASA, what Russia, what China, and every other nation on Earth with a space program could never do. And that is the design and the production of interplanetary and interstellar spacecraft. Stavati is pioneering advanced fusion propulsion and Starship enabling technologies. So, you know, it's getting pretty thick in here. Not only are they designing and producing, 20 different super advanced airplanes, and they're building rocket ships, and they're building hover cars. They're also pioneering advanced fusion propulsion and starship enabling technologies. Friends, go look up fusion propulsion. Just look it up and then come back to me and let me know if you think that David Wilcock's shady company here is really developing fusion propulsion. This is garbage. But there's more, friends. Their interplanetary vehicles will include orbital shuttles, moon Mars transports, and space fighters. Stavati's long-range vision concentrates on interstellar spaceships for human spaceflight. And it's important to realize, friends, this is what they're telling investors in their company. But they may be able to get away with that because they're not a public company. They're a private company that you can invest in. Okay, Stavati's proposed, I think it's a $2 million plant, will have a footprint of 2 million square feet and provide over 2 million square feet of combined office and aircraft manufacturing and assembly space. The 2M plant is designed to manufacture 3 or more Stavati aircraft models simultaneously under one roof and could serve as headquarters to Stavati Aerospace. Groundbreaking on the iconic 2M plant is planned for 2024-2028. They've begun the site selection process, friends. Yeah, so here's where it gets interesting. Stavati Corporation has been around since 1994. So since 1994, they've been making all kinds of pie-in-the-sky promises about super advanced technology that they are developing, and they have yet to develop a single thing. That means that they have been promising super advanced technology for 28 years and haven't been able to pull anything off yet. And you see, friends, this is how it gets real dicey. They established Stavati Corporation in 1994. Then we've got Stavati Aerospace Ltd. established in 2014. Stavati Industries in 2016. Stavati Europe, Stavati Ukraine. Oh, that's got to be going great. They've got a company in Ukraine right now. That's got to be great for investors. Sure, you should invest in a company in Ukraine right now. You know, this is so childish and stupid. Why would anybody invest in a company that's putting money into Ukraine right now? Makes no sense. This makes absolutely no sense, friends. Makes no sense. And here's their company organizational. Here's their leadership, shareholders, board of directors, president, CEO, vice president, COO, CFO, CTO. They've got all these people. Who's paying all these people? How are they paying all these people? Are they paying all these people out of David Wilcock's $1 million investment? Oh, distinct core values, revenue creation. They have yet to create any revenue since 1994, but that's one of their values, right? Mission focus, customer success. They haven't had any customers since 1994, near as I can tell, but they're going to build hover cars and spaceships and fusion-powered interstellar spacecraft. New aircraft development programs are funded by internal resources of Stavati Aerospace and strategic investment partners through equity and debt financing, as well as a combination of sources. Yeah. Each aircraft program is typically structured as a standalone joint venture company owned by, so it's a Ponzi scheme. To me, it appears to be a Ponzi scheme. Oh, look, more pretty pictures of Computer generated graphics of airplanes that don't exist, right? Oh, gosh. Extensive flight and operational testing to achieve military qualification or FAA type and production certification. Military aircraft will be flight tested at Airport Flight Test Center, Edwards Air Force Base. You know what? We're going to call the United States Air Force and see if they have any permission to flight test their so-called prototypes that don't exist. I think this is another pie-in-the-sky garbage promise to investors. They have not even gotten permission yet. They're also going to be using China Lake will be employed throughout the Stavati weapons system testing effort. They're going to be testing weapons at China Lake. No, friends, no. This is garbage. Full contractor logistical support of comprehensive aerospace defense enterprises. Stavati has registered with the State Department of Defense Trade Controls as a manufacturer and exporter of U.S. munitions. So I guess they did that much. But where's the weapons? Can we see some of them? You're saying you got 30 millimeter cannons you're strapping on your prototypes. Where's the cannons? Can we at least see the cannons? They have pretty pictures of cannons. Contact Stravati today. You too can invest. And that's what we've got for you, friends. This is absolute garbage. And you know what? I hate to be glad for someone else's misfortune, but considering David Wilcock has scammed so many people in the UFO community out of money, for one, I'm glad that he invested $1 million with this shady company because he's going to lose every penny. And by the way, we have heard here that his wife left him because of that. He gave all their money to this shady company. And that's a real problem. Yeah, so if we will check in with our supporters here, just so everybody is aware. We read and thank every single super chatter and PayPal pledger, new members. We call out and thank. If you become a new member, you can become a Patreon supporter and get some extra content. That's $1 a month, and to become a channel member is $5 a month. You get all the Patreon links and benefits plus more. Okay, so we're going to check in with the super chatters. One second here. Okay, we had Lord Ludacris, so we've already done that. Let's check in with the PayPal pledgers. We want to thank each and every one of you kind and generous benefactors. It's due to your kindness, generosity, and support that we can bring you the real truth behind some of this stuff. Okay, one second here. We do have a PayPal pledge from Christopher, a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. So we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and your support. It is much, much appreciated. Anyone else feeling generous, you can use the super chat or the PayPal buttons that are in the description of the video to throw a couple of bucks in our hat. Otherwise, we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. And yeah. Elegant Pause 1 says, Wilcock is a conscious scam artist. I also suspect the lift does not go all the way to the top. Yeah, I used to think that he was just a really intelligent scammer. But the more I observe him, I think he's stupid as shit. That's what I think. He is really dumb and believes anybody that comes to him talking about aliens or secret space program. He just believes them. And then he does not vet any of them. He doesn't check their claims of education or work history. He just runs with their fake alien stories because he can make money from it, right? Mark D. Truthseeker says, I think Wilcock isn't smart enough to stay out of prison like Greer and Linda Moulton Howe. One day he is going to slip. Well, he's already, to the best of my knowledge, in trouble with the IRS for unpaid taxes And then there's that whole charity debacle. He's going to have to explain where all that charity money went. He's doing a terrible job trying to spend it all on himself when it's supposed to be going to charitable use. Elegant Pause says Dolan is a mess and a cross between a libertarian and a right-wing fascist. Oh, by the way, I neglected to talk about yesterday's story, and many people would like me to, so here's my 2 cents. Since we broke the story yesterday, by the way, another exclusive story yesterday from Truth Seekers here on the fact that KGRA, the Paranormal Show Network, has a child rapist and convicted pedophile as their program director, there has been an awful lot of fallout. And I have been under, I have dealt with a lot of garbage people today. And just as I always say, what happens when we catch these slimy UFO celebrities doing slimy things? What happens when we have facts and evidence and dead to right can prove that they're doing slimy things? Out come the nameless, faceless, new Twitter accounts to attack me, to tell everybody how wrong I am, to muddy the waters, and more. But remember, we have a defense for that now, and that would be stop the op. And here's how we stop the op. When we catch UFO celebrities doing slimy things, like working with and for convicted child rapists, and those nameless, faceless Twitter accounts start coming at us to muddy the waters, tell everybody how wrong I am. Here's the issue. The issue I'm getting attacked for is I said that my sources believe that all the people working at KGRA were aware that they were working with and for a convicted child rapist. That's what my sources told me. But because I didn't name the sources, I'm just making up things, right? And everybody knows how I feel about anonymous sources. But in this circumstance, you can understand this dirty shit involving a convicted child rapist. People don't want their names associated with that. So people came to me in confidence and told me some things about that situation. And, you know, friends, so this is what we do. When confronted by the nameless, faceless cowards that are defending UFO celebrities working with and for convicted child rapists. That's what they're defending. Isn't this great? What moral and ethical, wonderful people will come on Twitter and attack me and defend people's right to work with and for convicted child rapists while they're running shows where they're telling people we're going to get to the truth about those aliens, right? We're going to bring you the truth about those aliens, but we're just not going to tell you that while we're doing all this, we're working with and for convicted child rapists, friends. So I use my graphic, and this is how we stop the op. Why am I under attack? Did I work for convicted child rapists? Did I hide from my audience the fact that my network that my show is on is being run by convicted child rapists? No. I told people the truth. And for that, I get attacked, belittled, harassed, threatened, intimidated by nameless, faceless cowards hiding behind sock puppet accounts on Twitter. But it's okay, because we show this graphic. I have adopted a policy of not engaging with nameless, faceless Twitter accounts. If these UFO celebrities working for child rapists want to muddy the waters and defend themselves, let them do it with their own names. Let them do it with their own faces, not, my friends, with nameless, faceless Twitter accounts that are all anonymous. And isn't it great that the only people willing to defend these despicable people working for child rapists is nameless, faceless, anonymous accounts? But it's okay. Now I'm just going to post the graphics, but I did fall into it and didn't realize I was conversing with one of the nameless, faceless idiots defending. And let's be clear, they were defending UFO celebrities working for child rapists. And I'm the bad guy. And their argument was there's no proof that they knew they were working for child rapists. And by the way, in at least a few cases, I am aware of 2 specific shows on that network that did not know. And those would be Jesse, MUFON Jesse. He didn't know. He had no idea. And Lou from Unidentified Celebrity Review. Those 2 guys, I'm sure, based on sources and other available information, they didn't know that they were involved with that. So they get a pass. And they should. They didn't know. If you didn't know you're working for convicted child rapist, convicted pedophile, violent child-related sexual predator, then it's not your fault. But we have information that these UFO celebrities, the bigger names, did know. And besides the sources who told me that they knew, there is other substantial and supportive evidence that they knew or they should have known. Because there are public posts about this convicted child rapist that go back to 2016. And those posts were, I'm told, a big uproar for a little while, but then it all got swept under the rug. So about those UFO celebrities that were working at KGRA at the time that those posts in 2016 were made, everybody heard about that. So those UFO celebrities either knew or they should have known that they were working with a convicted child sexual predator, a violent child sexual predator. But it gets worse, friends. It gets so much worse because it would appear that KGRA knowingly hired a convicted child rapist. And we have proof of that. We have proof that KGRA knew that they were hiring a convicted child rapist. And then admitted it and defended hiring a convicted child rapist. And you may be interested to know that the person who hired the convicted child rapist is the person who Jimmy Church is now working with from KUNX. That, my friends, is the person who knowingly hired a convicted child rapist to be a producer, to be a program director, or whatever. And I would just submit to you that I guess we all have to make our choices. Myself, I would not work with or for a convicted pedophile, not knowingly. And additionally, I would not work with or for someone who would hire a convicted pedophile knowingly. And this, my friends, is where it gets dirty and slimy. So what we've got is the guy who runs KUNX knowingly hired a convicted pedophile. He knew that he was a child rapist, and he hired him anyway. And then we get all of the UFO celebrities working at KGRA. So far, none of them have commented, except for the few that I'm aware that didn't have any idea. And, I have sympathy for them. It's not their fault. They didn't know. So we've got all these UFO celebrities that worked knowingly for the convicted pedophile squad, right? Well, that's not maybe a fair characterization. Anyway, I'm going to share something, and this is for the benefit of the idiots that are defending the UFO celebrities working with and for a convicted child rapist. And let me remind everyone that Jimmy Church left KGRA in October of 2021, right after I put Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan on blast for working for J3 Films, who was at the time and is still right now promoting and profiting from a film about a kiddie porn collector, Stanley Romanek. Look it up. The Stanley Romanek story. It was produced by J3 Films. And apparently, Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan, who had to be aware by this time that J3 Films produced a documentary about a kiddie porn collector in the form of Stanley Romanek, who got arrested and convicted and is now serving jail time for collecting kiddie porn. And by the way, that lovely man tried to blame it on his son, why there was all that kiddie porn on all of his computers. He also, during the court proceedings, tried to blame the Men in Black. You know, the Men in Black put the kiddie porn on all his computers in his house because he was getting too close to the truth about aliens. So there's the timeline for you. Right around September, I believe, to the best of my recollection, you know, we did a show talking about how Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan were working for a company that was profiting from and promoting a documentary about a kiddie porn collector. At that time, Jimmy Church was working for KGRA, working with them, with and for a convicted child rapist. And then in October, after the news that Jimmy Church is working for J3 Films, who was promoting and profiting from a documentary about a kiddie porn collector. Now, again, it's not really, the documentary is not about a kiddie porn collector, but instead of taking that film down, when the subject of their film, Stan Romanek, got busted, arrested, and convicted for being in possession of hordes of child pornography, they didn't take that film down. No, they kept promoting it and profiting from it. And to this day, you can go on J3 Films and they still list that film like they're proud of the documentary they produced about who we now know is a despicable kiddie porn aficionado. And Jimmy Church and David Wilcock and others worked for the same company, J3 Films. And Jimmy Church and Richard Dolan worked for the company KGRA, who knowingly hired a child rapist. How do I know that they knew they were hiring a child rapist? Because the person who hired him defended his hiring of a child rapist. And this is from Race Hobbs, who is the head of programming at the time of KGRA Digital Media. And in this post, he says, "This is one of the many personal attacks against me, not Bill, as Jeff has found himself over and over again at the bottom of back as levied against me in KGRA Digital Broadcasting." And by the way, everything to my knowledge that this person, Jeff, said about them was true. He said that they were employing a child rapist. And anyone can check the public records. We shared them on last night's show. This Mr. Hobbs, Race Hobbs, it's a fact, knowingly and willingly hired a convicted child rapist, a man who is a violent sexual predator who raped a 13-year-old boy. He knew about the case. He knew the specifics of the case, and he hired this man anyway. I wanted to go on the record regarding Bill, his arrest record, and his position here with KGRA. When we put out the word that we were looking for intern producers, Bill Forte was among the few that responded with the equipment and the background requirements needed for the position. I love that. You know, listen, I needed a producer, and yeah, that guy raped a 13-year-old boy, and he's a violent sexual predator who was also convicted for being in possession of child pornography, but we needed a producer, and William Forte, the child rapist, was among the few that responded, and he had the equipment and the background requirements needed for the position. Well, I would submit to anyone within the sound of my voice that
no matter how bad you need a producer or any employee, maybe, just maybe, if you have a choice between hiring no one and hiring a convicted child rapist who's also convicted of being in possession of child pornography, you should hire no one and just wait until you can find a non-child rapist with the right equipment and background requirements needed for the position. This Race Hobbs goes on to say, I want it to be known that the first thing Bill made me aware of was his arrest record. So there we have the proof that the people at KGRA that hired the child rapist knew of his arrest record. They knew he was a child rapist. They hired him anyway. The specific charge he was arrested for and the details of the case. Could you imagine that job interview? Hi, Race Hobbs. My name is William Forte, and I heard you need a producer for your paranormal radio network, your podcast network. I just want to let you know before we continue with the interview that I raped a 13-year-old boy. But don't worry, I've got the equipment that this position needs. So let's continue. Why would Race Hobbs just continue with an interview of a child rapist? This is the disgusting, deplorable nature of these UFO profiteers. They don't care about morality. They don't care about ethics, and they don't care about the truth. They care about those almighty UFO dollars. I asked him for further details, then ended the phone call with him and began my own research with the information he provided. After several days of inquiry, I found everything Bill told me to be completely accurate. I then it was accurate. He told you that he got arrested and convicted and did 5 years in jail for raping a 13-year-old boy, and then you called him back and gave him a job. Congratulations, you slime ball. I then reached out to Bill by phone to follow up conversation and asked Bill if he could provide us with copies of his paperwork regarding this case, and he agreed to do so. So Race Hobbs not only was told, hi, I'm a child rapist and I'm applying for the job you have, and let him apply anyway and gave him the job. Race Hobbs got copies of the court records detailing the violent rape of a 13-year-old boy by this man, and he gave him a job anyway. Since coming to KGRA, Bill's work has been exemplary. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm jumping ahead. After reviewing the information I received and talking it over with many hosts and staff here at the station, this means that Race Hobbs had to talk this over with the people that they were hosting on KGRA. He talked over hiring a child rapist with many hosts and staff here at the station. And apparently, those hosts and staff at that KGRA that he talked to said, sure, we're okay with you hiring a violent child-related sexual predator. And then Race Hobbs made the decision to reach out to Bill and begin the interview process for the open position they had advertised. Great. So this person, who, by the way, now runs Jimmy Church's network, Race Hobbs, was the head of programming. He needs producers. He puts out an ad or something for producers. A child rapist comes to him and is actually honest and says, by the way, I'm a convicted child rapist. I did 5 years in prison for for raping a 13-year-old boy and being in possession of child pornography. Then this Race Hobbs goes to other hosts and staff here at the station and talks over the child rapist with the hosts and staff here at the station. And by the way, I know how to use Wayback Machine, and we can see who all the hosts and staff were at that station at the time of this post, which is October of 2016, right? And Race Hobbs, why don't you name the hosts and staff at the station that were okay with you hiring a child rapist so that we know who kept their mouth shut about you hiring a child rapist? Why don't you tell us which hosts and staff here at that station you talked over hiring a child rapist with before you made the decision to reach out to Bill and begin the interview process. Bill was found to have all the tools and talent necessary to handle the position. Yeah, great. So, look, man, we need somebody with the tools and talent necessary to handle this position. So the only applicant we got was a child rapist. I talked it over with the hosts and the staff here at the station, and apparently the hosts and the staff were perfectly fine with me hiring a convicted pedophile. So then the convicted child rapist was brought on with the KGRA intern staff as an associate producer beginning 9/20/2016. And by the way, this is October 8th, 2016. So as soon as they hired the child rapist, somebody alerted the UFO community and they didn't care. They defended their position for hiring a child rapist. Right after they hired the child rapist, here they are, just a few weeks later, defending hiring the child rapist. And right here in this text, we get to see that Race Hobbs talked to the hosts, the show hosts at KGRA and the staff, and then made the decision to hire the child rapist. And since coming to KGRA, Bill's work has been exemplary. He completes every task asked of him, and his work performance is top-notch. Great. Great. I'm glad that you got such good work. You know, that child rapist that you hired has such good work ethics, right? All right. So for those people who are attacking me on Twitter saying there's no evidence that the hosts and the UFO celebrities on that network knew that they hired a child rapist, yeah, they knew. There's your proof. Besides the multiple sources that I have talked to, that, yeah, they don't want to be named in a story involving child rapists. Imagine that. People don't want their names associated with a story involving child rapists. But it gets even better because, like I said, we have to look at this timeline. So Jimmy Church leaves KGRA right after we did a story outlining how he and Richard Dolan were working for J3 Films, who also apparently employed a pedophile. Right after that, he leaves KGRA to start his own sort of network. But who did he leave KGRA with? And who started that new network of Jimmy Church's? Well, Jimmy Church and Race Hobbs started that network. The person who hired a child rapist at KGRA went right after Jimmy Church worked for a company that was profiting from a known kiddie porn collector. Jimmy Church and Race Hobbs go and start KUNX. And there's other people on there on KUNX that I'm not going to name because I believe some of them may be victims and not be aware of this whole disgusting story. But here's what we get. We get a man that's willing to hire a convicted pedophile, even defend his right to hire child rapists, who says in a public post that he talked to the hosts before making the decision to hire the child rapist. And this was all, friends, known. Then it all got swept under the rug so everybody could make those UFO dollars since 2016. Great. Really. And of course, people are attacking me left, right, and center. And we are going to share some other things that are very, very disturbing because shortly after our broadcast about this disgusting story involving KGRA knowingly hiring child rapists to be producers, program directors, or whatever, and right after we aired our story about all these UFO celebrities who are working with child rapists, the cover-up began. It worked in 2016. This came out in 2016. They didn't fire the child rapist. They defended their right to hire a child rapist. And not only did they defend their right to hire a child rapist, but right after our story aired, the cover-up began. And thanks to B. Baker, who went in their KGRA's live chat and asked some important questions. And this, by the way, was a live stream from law enforcement professionals. And B. Baker, asks, will there be a search warrant for Bill Forte, a.k.a. Bill Skywatcher? He was convicted of being a violent pedophile with a 13-year-old boy, and everyone at KGRA knows and is seemingly okay with. Comments? ? B. Baker. 12 minutes later, and no response from a bunch of seeming law enforcement professionals. Right after somebody asked them about the child rapists working with and for them, KGRA turned on subscribers only mode. And only channel subscribers of 24 hours or longer can send messages in their live chat. What does that tell you, friends? They don't want you asking questions about the child rapist they have working for them, about their decision to employ a child rapist. And the UFO celebrities especially don't want to talk about working with and for a child rapist at KGRA. They don't want to talk about that. None of them want to talk about that. And I got attacked pretty good today. I got to give it to those nameless, faceless cowards on Twitter that attack me with anonymous names and do not share their name because they're cowards. And by the way, of course, I would assume that you don't want to go on Twitter with your real name and face and defend a bunch of UFO celebrities working with and for child rapists. So you got to do it anonymously. And why is it only anonymous, nameless, faceless accounts that are defending these slimeball UFO celebrities who are working with pedophiles? And it appears from all available evidence, knowingly working with pedophiles. So here's one example. I deleted the rest of them. I killed the replies. I don't want that kind of ugliness in my life, but I did save one just to display to my audience that I get to now. And by the way, I have a feeling I might know who this nameless, faceless account is. Yeah, so a nameless, faceless Twitter user says, ready? I heard your mom gets banged by preteens on the regular. Anonymous source, though. Sorry. Should we use her not responding to that as proof it happens? Right? And we have Mr. Buck. It's not even original or funny of a troll either. Just sounds like what QAnon types do if you show them reality. Geez, it gets worse every day. Somebody said he has a point, and I reminded them it's been public knowledge that the guy was a child rapist since at least 2016. There are posts about it from 2016, and it was covered up and swept under the rug. There is more than just sources saying, sources that don't want to be named, telling me that people knew they were working with and for a child rapist. Somebody that asked who. Yeah. This is the kind of stuff that you can expect when you point out that maybe, just maybe, UFO celebrities shouldn't be working for child rapists or working with child rapists or hiring child rapists to work with UFO celebrities. If you do that, people will tell you that your mom gets banged by preteens on the regular. And then it came from an anonymous source. Man, where did we hear that before? This is kind of like somebody saying that Rather Be Squidding's mom is a hooker, right? Now my mom's getting banged by preteens. And by the way, if I wanted to play the victim, my mother's been dead for a long time, right? Can you pick a better, thing to do than to run around telling people that my dearly departed mother is getting banged by preteens, right? And what is this guy's problem? This guy's problem was that I repeated what was told to me by my sources who wish to remain anonymous, since this story involved convicted pedophiles and child rapists. Maybe, just maybe, most people listening to this can understand why when people are giving you information about a child rapist story, they don't really want their name mentioned in the story. But this person is arguing that all I have is anonymous sources. No, you dummy. No, you idiot. And by the way, I would bet my house that this jerk off is one of those UFO celebrities, because who else would defend UFO celebrities working with a child rapist except one of them? They're butthurt. They don't want this truth getting out. And I mentioned that the cover-up of this story began today. I suppose I have a choice to make, because I'm going to say this in general terms. I was in a Facebook group with a certain UFO celebrity, and he or she kindly would always let me post my live streams in their Facebook group for their show that has something like 5,000 members of that group. And for a long time now, they've let me post my shows in that group, which I consider to be a very kind and generous thing to do. They have a group with 5,000 people that are interested in this topic. I would post my live streams every day, and they let me for a long time now. I posted this story in their Facebook group, and suddenly they censored us here at Truth Seekers. Suddenly they deleted every post of a Truth Seeker show in their Facebook group. Now, I'm not going to get too conspiratorial, but that person who censored our post about this child rapist story also has their show on KGRA. They gave me some bullshit excuse about why they deleted all of my posts. But I don't think it's a coincidence, friends, that they were perfectly willing to allow me to post all the Truth Seeker shows in their group right up until the part where I posted a show that showed evidence and proof that they were working for and with a child rapist at KGRA. As soon as I posted that, and by the way, in all honesty, I did not know at the time I posted that story to their group that show host had his show on KGRA. But as soon as I posted that story, all the Truth Seeker shows were deleted from that group. They gave us a bullshit excuse for why that happened. Like, I can't put two and two together. So the cover-up has already begun. These UFO celebrities on KGRA don't want to talk about the fact that they're working with and for a child rapist. They don't want to talk about the fact that this was known since at least 2016, and we have proof about it. Those UFO celebrities don't want to talk about the fact that this person, friends, they don't want to talk about how Race Hobbs, while he was the head of programming, knowingly hired a child rapist. Talk to the other show hosts at the network who apparently must have been okay with them hiring a child rapist, because then he hired the child rapist after talking to the show hosts there, according to his own words and admission. And then, of course, Race Hobbs, they don't want to talk about Race Hobbs defending them hiring a child rapist. They don't want to talk about how they don't want to comment on working with and for a child rapist. No, What they want to do is sweep this whole story under the rug. They want to censor anyone's ability to ask them questions about it. But we cannot let them. We cannot let this happen, friends. So I would ask you to do me the favor. And what we're going to do here is I am going to copy the show, which details the pedo paranormal producer and program director. I'm going to take that and put the link to that show in our live chat. You always hear me occasionally, not always, hear me ask, some would say beg, that you copy our show links on your social media page. But in this case, I believe that this is the most important show I've ever asked people to share, because UFO celebrities who are working with and for child rapists who were knowingly hired by the group, they knowingly hired a child rapist, are right now trying to censor our show here. They are right now trying to silence our voice. And by the way, this is all facts. This is all the truth. We have the evidence. We have the receipts here. And these idiots that claim they're bringing people the truth about those aliens, sure, they're bringing us the truth, except when it involves them all working for child rapists. Then they don't want anybody to know about that truth. So I am going to, one second, I have to go to our actual live chat to share a link. So I'm going to do that right now. Then we'll have time for some comments and questions from the live chat. Please share this link and show on your social media. Please don't let people sweep this all under the rug. This is terrible. Oh, there we go. Default view. 1 second. It was swept under the rug before. Don't let them silence our voices here, friends. Send them a message that it's not okay to censor people that are telling the truth about this situation. It's not okay to delete our posts in Facebook groups because you work for a company that knowingly hired child rapists and even defended their right to employ child rapists. Send a message to these UFO celebrities by posting this show on your social media. And by the way, when I get a chance, we'll clip out the end portion of this show, which is sort of the update to this disgusting story. And I will ask you again to share that. Arlene Atkins is here. So now we'll take some comments and questions from the live chat. And by the way, to everybody who reached out to me offering their support, saying you're doing the right thing, Stephen, thanks for telling us the truth. I love and honor all of you, because this is not an easy thing to do. I got hammered all day by anonymous, stupid Twitter accounts. For what? For telling people the truth about their UFO celebrity heroes that are working for child predators. Arlene Atkinzel says, hiding the knowledge of a child predator is the same as enabling them. I have to say, I agree with you 100%. Who is Skeptic Believer? At one point, I thought he was Sean Cahill's sock account, but I don't think he has a connection with KGRA to be him now. Kepsa, I don't know, but when you come at me on Twitter and suggest that my dead mother, is getting gangbanged by teenagers, then you get blocked. I have been polite to him, even answered his questions, even though I can show you a list of tweets. Pardon me. That account has always been very nasty to me. But I let people be nasty to a certain point before I remove them delete them from my existence. That account is a brand new Twitter account. No name, no face, brand new account. And all that account does is defend UFO celebrities when they get caught selling bullshit. He defended Ross Coulthart when we did the story about him lying to everybody, claiming that his new documentary piece had conclusive proof of alien technology, all confirmed by Michio Kaku. He defended that. I'm sure he defended Richard Dolan and others. When we went after Jimmy Church for knowingly platforming this fake doctor with the alien in the freezer that was so hokey it was ridiculous, he defended that guy. So this is obviously one of the UFO celebrities, or somebody who's a UFO celebrity ass licker, whoever he is, because nobody defends people caught dead to rights lying through their teeth with their real names and their real faces. It's always nameless, faceless Twitter accounts. And by the way, I checked in and he's having a fit, whoever the guy is, like, oh, Steve Campion is lying to everyone. No, you asshole. I told the truth. Your UFO celebrity friends are lying to everyone. Or at the very least, a lie by omission. Hi, friends. Thanks for tuning in to our paranormal UFO show on KGRA. We're going to bring you the truth about aliens. We're just going to forget to tell you that the guy helping us bring you this truth is a child rapist and a convicted kiddie porn collector. Great. Cosmic Neighbors believes that it's Lou Elizondo, which would make a lot of sense. It could be. Well, see, this is the problem. The comparison is just too similar to Faceless Bureaucrat. Yeah. This coming Tuesday is Steven's 100th day of not getting hammered. Well, thank you for recognizing that, Craig William, and that is if I make it. We got to tell you, something about this story made me want to drink myself into oblivion, but I didn't, and I won't. Used to be that when a story, I have talked to some real journalists, newspaper writers that are always chasing the next story, and a lot of them are heavy drinkers. And I used to not understand why. I thought, well, that's my dream job, but now I understand. These stories, you've got to absorb all of this nastiness, right? This disgusting, deplorable human behavior. You absorb it in order to tell the story. And it's pretty taxing, I think, right? B. Baker, allegedly folks that do things like this sometimes run together and cover for each other. Would not surprise me. When you walk into a toilet and someone didn't flush, that's how I feel about ufology right now. David Gosling, I agree with you 100%. That's exactly how I feel about it too. There are two ways to be fooled. One is to believe what isn't true, and the other is to refuse to believe what is true. Yeah. M. Stone says writers drink usually. Yeah. It's a way to reset yourself after absorbing all of that dark side of human behavior. You kind of drink yourself into a coma and reset for the next time you have to do that. We're going to try to do some lighter shows that are not so dark side here, right? Al Warrior says, exposing the truth, undisclosed Cambion files. Yeah, by the way, all of you UFO celebrities that are working for a child rapist, I'm putting your names in my book and you can sue me. And by the way, I tried to get comment from the bigger names today. Nobody wanted to talk about working with and for a child rapist. Imagine that. Nobody wanted to comment on it. And by the way, I think it's their responsibility to comment on it. After all, they've made money all these years working since 2016 with a child rapist. They've made money. Why can't they talk about working with the child rapist? Did they know they were working with the child rapist? And by the way, now that they found out, are they going to leave their show on a network that employs child rapists and pedophiles and kitty porn collectors? I know what I think they're going to do. It depends on what kind of money they're making over there. And by the way, I'm told by someone that the younger up and coming show hosts don't even get paid to be on that network. So I don't know what their business model is or how this works, but I'm pretty sure that the big name UFO celebrities are not giving all their content to this organization without getting some money for their content. But that is a question that I will certainly ask. I will be emailing everybody that I could think of that's on that network and asking some important questions. 1, did you know you were working with a child rapist? 2, did you know that that organization knowingly hired the child rapist? 3, were you one of the hosts that the person who hired the child rapist talked to and okayed the hiring of a child rapist? 4, if you didn't know that you were working with and for a child rapist, now that you know, are you going to remove your show from that network, or are you going to leave it there? These are simple questions that I think they should really ask, right? You know, a civil lawsuit would be a way to get all the ugly facts and names into the general public, not just ufology. Yeah, Kurt J should take on this one. I think he's a little busy, right? It didn't work for the Epstein case. Yeah, we never got that list, right? Steven, they're mad because they're worried about their profits. Hang in there. Yeah, and I know one of the reasons I'm getting attacked so viciously today is because I just hit them in their wallet. And now some of them or all of them might lose money because it's not good optics working for a company that has a pedophile as a program director, right? It's just not good optics. That Mika Hanks always struck me as a bit of a slicky boy. Take from that what you will. Not familiar with Mika Hanks, but we could see many UFO celebrities on there. And wouldn't you know, none of them want to talk about it. But that's not going to stop me from asking them for comment. And then I'm warning you all of you UFO celebrities working at KGRA or working with and for a child rapist, I'm going to email all of you and ask for comment about this story, especially the guy who deleted our posts in his Facebook group. And then if you refuse to comment, I'm going to name you and tell everybody and show them I emailed you and that you never replied. You didn't get back to me. And by the way, all of you UFO celebrities working over there for a child rapist, you better be careful with your public statements because maybe, just maybe, along with the conversations I had with my sources, I also got some other additional evidence like text messages and screenshots of private messages and emails. So maybe they all better be very careful what they say next. Your move, creep. Mysterious Oklahoma says accountability. Yeah. Keep praising the cash. Twigger. Yeah. So any more comments or questions for me, please put them in all capital letters. I am aware everybody's talking about this Jeremy McGowan piece. We didn't get to it tonight. I will get to it. I've got some gems of quotes I pulled from there. And isn't it great how where are the Lou Elizondo supporters when we hear that the disclosure hero is telling people not to tell anybody that he's sending UFO reports to the U.S. government? He's withholding information from the public. The disclosure savior, the guy who's going to bring us disclosure, is not telling the truth to the public, but he's telling the truth to the U.S. government. And I love that other quote. I still work. I never stopped working for the government. Great. Lou definitely effed up his money potential in the book. Why do you think he is swinging on Mellon's nuts? Yeah, because he's looking for the payday, and he lost the payday. And by the way, you know, people could say whatever they want to say if I don't name the source, but people have told me that Lou Elizondo's pissed about how much money people like James Fox are making and other UFO celebrities are making, and he's not making any money on this. And I think that his book deal may be gone. That's what I think. We're going to try to get more information on that. What happened to the book? It's supposed to be out in April, right? It's September. April, May, June, July, September. It's 5 months late. 5 months late. But wouldn't you know it? I guess all that damage control he tried, like rebranding himself instead of the director of ATIP, he rebranded himself to be the Pentagon UAP portfolio manager. And people laughed at that because it's a made up fake term, just like the director of the imaginary program. And now, thanks to Jeremy McGowan, we get to hear that Lou Elizondo is running around telling everybody he has superpowers. That's right. He's got superpowers. And he lied and said that he was a 33rd degree Mason, which isn't real, friends. It's not real. You got to love it. Lou Elizondo's whole story is falling apart. And I hate to say I told you so, but I will. You know, I cautioned everybody as soon as TTSA came out with all those CIA people, like, this is not what it appears to be. And this Lou Elizondo is probably just another UFO profiteer. He just hasn't really tried to cash in yet, but he will. And he did, like all of them. And it didn't work out so well for him. Torvik says his book got delayed. The reasoning is classified. He can't talk about it. Sure. Patty Wilhelm says the knowledge of the truth will set you free. Yeah. And Mario's Taco is here and says, Taco. Is it Mario's Taco? Is that how I say that? I always worry that I'm saying your name wrong, Mario, so I apologize. But I'm happy to see you. He says it's all about the money at the end of the day, right? Yeah, who cares if you're working for child rapists? Who cares if the company you work for is knowingly hiring pedophiles and kiddie porn collectors that spent 5 years in jail for raping a 13-year-old boy? As long as you're making money, who cares? It's about the money. Take Taco like taco. Okay. All right. I'll call you Mario's Taco then. It just feels funny to call somebody a taco. You know, in the United States, you know what a taco is, right? Well, obviously you wrote it. Yeah. You always make me think of tacos too. Every time I see you, I get hungry for Taco Bell. Yeah. So, listen, this is all we got for you. I'm going to try to reschedule with Matthew Riot. I'm sorry, but he had to reschedule at the last minute. But the good news is we've always got a few shows in the pipeline. So, you know, no worries. I my best to Matthew Riot, and, you know, no worries about rescheduling. We'll reschedule it. People were anxious to hear him come here, and I hope that we'll reschedule it as soon as possible. We've already got an amazing thumbnail. We got to use it, Matthew Riot. So, yeah. Martin Wright says, I don't care how much they rattle their maracas at me. I'm not paying $1,200 in Spain to listen to bull. Yeah, well, that's what it is, man. Hey, you also get some water bottles for your $1,200 and a hotel room, and you get to meet and greet UFO frauds like Linda Moulton Howe and Jaime Maussan, the king of hoaxes, and Christopher Mellon, who's telling people wackadoo stories right now with no evidence or proof, right? And I love it. Disclosure never came, so people are now the new talking point is we don't need the government. Disclosure is already here. We know it. Okay, if you say so, right? Just such bullshit. And, you know, we have to pivot away from this ugliness, right? So actually, I have something really fun and funny to share. I'm going to make a separate video just about this thing I have to share. But Matthew Wright and I, tonight we were supposed to talk about how ridiculous the UFO community has become, and it has. And what passes for evidence or proof when people start making claims about alien technology or being in possession of alien artifacts or technology is so goddamn ridiculous. It's just funny. And boy, have I found a perfect example of that, because there is a doctor who is in possession, my friends, of something called a nimbus. Wait, let me do this again because I might be able to clip this. This is a Truth Seekers exclusive breaking news story. Apparently, there is a doctor who is in possession of alien technology. He calls the device a nimbus, and it allows him to vanish and disappear at will, friends. When asked for proof of this incredible alien technology, the doctor provided a video. This incredible, startling proof of alien technology on Earth, which was given to him by aliens from Saturn, is now an exclusive Truth Seeker story. This, my friends, is the incredible story of the Nimbus, alien artifact on Earth, and its possessor, the great doctor, displayed this incredible alien technology. We here at Truth Seekers now can show you the incredible proof of alien technology on Earth, friends. Here it is.
So
I'm trying to find this video, this YouTube, and share it.
And I mean, it was just in an office in West Virginia, and a student was visiting and had a video camera and took pictures of me, a motion picture of me, and that's it. So there's no props or anything like that.
But it was just for a little. It was just a little experiment or a little show, right? I mean, it wasn't not for a specific person. It was just for a specific purpose. It was just for fun, right?
Yes, it was just for fun and just to
demonstrate how this.
To demonstrate the some of the concepts in the book, and that's it.
That's it. Okay, I'm fine. I'm going to find it and I'm going to share it now.
There we have it, friends. The Cosmic Ray, Dr. Raymond Keller, bringing us incredible proof of alien technology now on Earth. The incredible alien artifact he calls the Nimbus allows him to vanish and disappear at will. And we have just shown you exclusive, conclusive proof of that alien technology on Earth. This is where we're at. This, my friends, is how ridiculous this nonsense, this world of aliens and UFOs has become. And I don't even know what to say about that clip, but I will say this: the laser, the swirling light effect that he used, I have one of those. It's a laser DJ party light that you can get on Amazon for $20. This passes for proof of alien technology to some people. And by the way, I did go through the comments of that video, and everybody was shocked and amazed at this incredible proof of alien technology, that this cosmic ray, Dr. Raymond Keller, who, by the way, has a lot of books about aliens from Saturn to sell you. This is what we have devolved into. There is no, Lou Elizondo talks about the serious search for scientific, data and all of this. This is a circus of stupidity. That's what this is. It is a circus of stupidity. And I question my involvement in this. Some time ago, I talked to a reporter who was talking to me about getting burnt out of the same beat. And he said, you got to do other stories. Or you will get burnt out. And yeah, I feel like I'm getting burnt out because, oh, and by the way, just today on Twitter, someone was commenting to me, Stephen, these shows about people that are liars are helpful because that helps us to separate who's credible and who's lying to us. But we really wish that you would get back to doing some shows that show the real truth and the real evidence about the UFOs and the aliens. And, I get that people want me to do that. Then you send me real proof and real evidence, because every story I look into, no matter how promising it may appear at first, we get to the inevitable big letdown. It's not my fault. I am reporting what the results of my research and investigation into the story is. It's not my fault that everybody's lying to you about aliens and UFOs. I'm just reporting to you what I found. And it seems like every story that I look into, with a few possible exceptions, like Roswell, is still in my gray basket. I have my own beliefs about what Roswell was. But other than that story, every story that I have researched and investigated really just falls apart under scrutiny. And certainly even parts of the Roswell mythos fall apart under scrutiny. There have been people that just made up fake stories about aliens and alien bodies and all kinds of stuff. There have been people that I thought told similar stories that are credible when it comes to Roswell, but I get it. People are asking me, Stephen, why don't you bring us stories that are true? Bring me some. I'd love to dig into a story that actually has evidence, that is actually, got evidence, and that may actually be true. Too much of these stories I look into, they fall apart under scrutiny. And I don't know what people want me to do. I get it. People want me to bring you, stories about aliens that may be true or are true. I'm trying my best here, but every story I look into, inevitably, we get to the part where the story falls apart. The sources aren't credible. Their education is fake. They didn't work where they said they worked or whatever. A perfect example is Jonathan Reed. Boy, I would love to believe that's a true story because except for the hokiness of his so-called evidence, it's a good story. Guy was out in the woods. They vaporized his dog. He hit an alien in the head with a big stick. He drug it home and put it in a freezer. Man, that's a great story. I would love that story to be true. And by the way, I just want to put on record that Dr. Jonathan Reed is greater than Jason Quitt. Okay? Dr. Jonathan Reed is better than Jason Quitt. All around. Just want to put that out there. I've been busting Jason Quitt's balls because Jason Quitt was just on Jimmy Church right after Dr. Jonathan Reed, and I busted his balls and said that, Dr. Jonathan Reed's stories are much better than his because he's got an alien in his freezer and he's got an alien armband, and all Jason Quitt has is, some meditation exercises and shit and stories about astral travel. Jonathan Reed is much better than Jason Quitt. Okay? Yeah. So I would like to bring you all stories about aliens that were true. I would like to believe aliens are here visiting us or have visited us. And those unaware, especially those that attack me, like, why do you think I'm here? I saw something when I was a child that I cannot explain. In my entire life, I've researched this topic. I want to know, what the hell did I see? Was it really aliens? I used to believe it was. Now, I'm not so sure, because all roads down the alien hypothesis lead to bullshit. And that's where I'm at, and that's where I find myself. I'm not going to lie to my audience just to have some story to tell. I'm not going to, I can't just do like everybody else and show you guys fake pictures of aliens and claim that they're real pictures of aliens. I'm not going to do that. That's not what we're about here. The show's called Truth Seekers. And if the truth that I find is that the story's not true, I'm going to report to you the story's not true. Yeah. So I'm glad that we could share with you this astonishing proof of alien technology. That's the best that we have. Garbage like that. Really? That's the best that we have? I guess it is, because I can't find anything better than that lately. By the way, I want to thank the Twitter user who sent that to me, whose name escapes me. I'm so sorry, but it was a few weeks ago. Somebody sent me that video and said, Stephen, you got to see this guy's proof of alien technology. If you thought Ross Coulthart was full of it, wait till you see this guy. And by the way, I'm reaching out to that guy I want to interview. We'll have some fun, right? Yeah. So that's all we got for you, friends. We're well over the 2-hour mark. I do have to also mention, somebody asked me, why is the audio podcast so far behind? Because it's behind. And I am going to be working until 5 o'clock in the morning tonight to try to get it all caught up. Generally, I have been busy with interviews and other things. Tomorrow I have a few conference calls to do. And an off-camera, off-air interviews to do concerning a really, really big story that we've been developing. And if you thought this, everybody in the UFO community, all these people in the UFO community working for a child rapist's story was shocking, wait till you hear the next one that we're bringing you. It's even worse or better, depending on your point of view. If you like shocking stories, it's better. If it's horrific, it's worse than child rape. Yeah. And it involves many, many people in the UFO community. But it also, there's some legal issues there. So we have to be very careful in the development of that story. And I have reached out to everybody that I can think of to give me advice, because this has to be done. It's a really big story and it has to be done right. And we're going to be working on that. I've been working on some other things, which is why the audio podcast is behind. And by the way, I should remind you, if you're listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. We love and respect all of you over there listening to the audio podcast. The audio podcast, by the way, is growing and more listeners are finding it. A lot of people prefer to just listen to the audio podcast if they're driving or working or doing something. And we provide that as a public service. But sometimes it's behind, and I apologize for that. But in any case, if you're listening to the audio podcast and you haven't yet, please do go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word, in the search bar. When you see me, the strange guy with sunglasses, pop up, go to that channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live taping. And you can come over here. You can ask questions. You can communicate with other people interested in these strange and esoteric topics. And we welcome you to do that. We welcome skeptics, believers, people somewhere in between. Anywhere on the spectrum of weirdo you are most welcome here. So come on over to YouTube, find our Truth Seekers channel. It's in the description of all the audio podcasts, our link to our channel. But otherwise, just go to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word, you'll find us. Look for me with the sunglasses, go there, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, come on over here and become a subscriber and take part in the tapings of the podcast, which are all done live right here in our home base at our YouTube channel. Otherwise, I would like to remind all of you that besides throwing money at us, the other best way to support us is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. It really does help. And I would especially like to ask you all to please share yesterday's broadcast, because people are trying to stop people from seeing that. People are trying to stop people from hearing about that. And I think that's wrong. I think people deserve the truth. And if you do too, share that video on your social media. Let's stop the op. Let's stop these cowardly individuals who would rather you didn't know that they're working for child rapists. Great. All right. So let me check in one last time with the live chat. Mario's Taco says, I need to take a nap. By the way, it's 6:20 in the morning here, but it was so fun. Thank you so much, Stephen. Well, thank you for losing some sleep to help me get viewers and watch time. I just much appreciate it. I need more people with insomnia in your country. So share our videos. Tell people to come and subscribe. I would appreciate it. Yes. People are mentioning they're crashing out. Yes, we went a little long tonight, as usual. I thought this was going to be a quick one. But we love and thank each and every one of you for joining us. I want to thank all of our kind and generous supporters. I want to thank all of the people who attend our live chat. I want to thank all of you guys chatting in Discord. By the way, B. Baker will share the link to the Discord, and you too can join us in the Discord and chat with like-minded people interested in these subjects, not only while we're doing a live broadcast, but also while we, any time of the day, 24 hours, 7 days a week. I'm in there. So if you want to ask me a question when we're not broadcasting live, I check for questions in there. You are most welcome to join our Discord server. So that's all we got for you, friends. I'm going to bounce on out of here. I am right now on day 94 of not getting hammered every day. So today was a good day, and I thank you for sharing it with me. Until next time, friends, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.